Chapter 683. The body that broke free from the steel shell of the ACPA power armor was frighteningly thin. The skinny body seemed to have been drained of its last bit of flesh and blood by the war. The jagged ribs were clearly visible under the pale skin, and the joints of the spine protruded like beads. The hero, who was once wrapped in armor, now looked like a long-term malnourished street child in front of KK, and even his body was shaking slightly. He felt the rear armor being torn, so he raised his scarred face and turned his head. There was an old scar under his right eye that extended to the corner of his mouth, and there were shrapnel scratches on his left cheek that had not completely healed. In the deep eye sockets, the eyes that once frightened the enemy were now bloodshot, and the cracked lips were pursed into a thin line. The messy stubble on his chin was still stained with the nutrient solution of the armor's internal circulation system, and the residual saliva that unconsciously overflowed from the mouth. If he stood in front of the privates, who had just finished basic training in the new United States, no one would believe that this was the legendary war hero Echo. In the images that were repeatedly played in the recruitment propaganda films, the steel giant driving the ACPA armor like a mobile fortress rolling over the battlefield formed a cruel contrast with the empty body in front of him, whose exposed body was surprisingly thin, as if it would be crushed by the heavy battle at any time. Is this the opponent who just fought with him and gave him great pressure? This was the first thought that came to Carl when he saw Echo's thin body. It was so thin that it was like a bamboo pole inserted into ACPA's steel body, acting as a spine to drive ACPA's actions. With this thin body, it is no wonder that he was able to transform his head into a non-lethal part in ACPA, because for him, this body did not need so much space. Carl felt dazed, as if the whole world fell into a strange stillness at that moment. He held the gun, and the crosshairs were fixed on the hunched figure. The body curled up in the wreckage of ACPA was like a specimen crawling out of the morgue of a field hospital. The loose skin on the old man's neck trembled with his breathing, and a centipede-shaped old surgical scar could be seen on the exposed trachea. Weisheng turned his head and saw KK. He raised his eyes, and the pair of artificial eyes were still frighteningly bright. He used his cracked nails to scratch the cracks in the armor. When he tried to prop up his body, his shoulder blade pushed out a sharp outline on the thin vest. Carl saw the bionic interface on his left arm. It was a neural connection model that was eliminated long ago. Around the old model, the skin had ulcerated and turned purple. How many battles had he experienced, and how long had he driven the ACPA? Carl sighed in his heart, but the finger that pulled the trigger was as steady as a rock, and the action was almost instinctive. He saw clearly. A dangerous light flashed beside the old man's skinny hand. Still want to fight for the last time. That position is clearly the Mecha Energy Overload start button. The instantaneous explosive power of forced overload is enough for this broken body to complete the last fatal action. But Carl, who dismantled the ACPA himself, would not give him this opportunity. Bang! Bang! After two clean and neat gunshots, Yuying's scarred and skinny body was cut in half. Carl did not point the gun at the head, which he liked to aim at the most in the past, and he couldn't explain the reason. Perhaps it was to pay due respect to the opponent who made him feel dangerous, or the smoke solidified in the grooves on the old man's face made him feel that as a veteran, even his face should not be destroyed. In short, Carl gave him a gentle death. At least the weather-beaten face still maintained its complete hideousness. Few people who were cut off in the middle could survive, unless they were the lucky ones favored by fate, or the transformed people who had expensive military prostheses implanted in their bodies. Echo was neither of them. His whole body was adapted to drive ACPA, and his prosthesis did not have the equipment to maintain his own life. Being cut off in the middle was already a fatal injury to Echo. He stared at Carl with his eyes wide open, and the vitality in his eyes was rapidly dissipating, but Carl saw some different emotions in his eyes. The emotion contained in it was like thanking Carl for being so gentle to leave his face, or mocking Carl for being so naive and letting his brain think for a moment longer, or maybe it was just the last flash of consciousness before death, but no matter what he really wanted to do was done. The ACPA Mecha Energy Overload start button touched by the hand was fake. How could a person who made drastic modifications to his mecha put the button in its original position in accordance with the rules? The real start was completed before he showed the intention to reach out and touch the overload start button. The hand is just a decoration, and the action of the foot is the real button to start the energy overload. When Carl was staring at his right hand pretending to press the start button, the real switch had already been quietly activated by his toes tapping. The driver of ACPA is the brain of this steel behemoth. Their nerves are directly connected to the control system of the body, and their consciousness flows in the cold alloy skeleton. Every tactical action is as easy as using an arm. But even if the driver is dead, The remains of ACPA can still twitch and struggle, like a decapitated snake, and can still make a final spasm with the remaining nerve current after death. And now, the scarlet ACPA in front of him is also the same. Its cockpit was torn into a hideous crack by Carl's single-molecule wire. The person inside, the old man who was too thin to look like a warrior, had stopped breathing, but the body was still moving. Its right arm twitched and raised, and the knuckles made a wailing of metal fatigue, as if trying to grab something. Hydraulic oil splashed out from the broken pipeline, splashing like blood on the snow, leaving a glaring mark. The soul is dead, but the steel body is still fulfilling the last inertia. Carl noticed this slightly slow movement and decisively pulled back. No matter whether the last command of this ACPA was to self-destruct or swing the knife, retreating was always the safest choice. Its broken body had long been overwhelmed, and the driver could only input one command. Carl only needed to deal with this final counterattack. He tensed all his muscles to dodge, but froze at the moment of taking a step. The ACPA triggered the system protection mechanism when turning around due to severe damage to the leg joints. With the harsh sound of metal friction, it knelt down in front of Carl. The twisted metal fingers stretched forward stubbornly, as if trying to grab the knife that was about to slip out of his hand, or as if trying to touch a comrade who had long gone, or a goal that could never be reached. With a crisp sound of metal fatigue, its movement was forever solidified in this posture, and the steel shell finally stopped working, becoming another silent wreckage on the land. Boom! ACPA fell heavily to the ground, but until the last moment, that hand still reached out to Carl. The soul had long gone, but the machine still followed the last obsession. The hero of the New America, the legendary pilot, the captain of the White Eagle Special ACPA team, Echo, died. Chapter 684. Echo fell silently, like the falling of autumn leaves, and was not noticed by others. Because everyone is still deeply involved in their own battles, with no time to spare. The sword light, and the trajectory weave into a web of death. Every breath may determine life and death. Who can be distracted to pay attention to the battle in the distance? Although the battle between Carl and Echo was brief, it condensed the essence of the duel. The two figures intertwined in the smoke, and the blades collided and sparks burst out. Every attack and defense was full of murderous intent. There were many games and judgments between the two, from psychological contests to tricks, just like playing chess, but the whole process did not exceed 10 seconds. The longest pause was just a slight trance after Carl saw the true face of Echo. The slow time brought by the hesitation of that moment was added, and the time just stopped at the end of 10 seconds. This time to decide the winner was too fast as a page gently turned by fate, so naturally no one would notice this. Even the loudest explosion, shaking the ground and causing pain in the eardrums, seemed too small in this battle full of gunfire, like a drop of water in a rainstorm, fleeting. Carl's companions have long been accustomed to his abilities. They faced their enemies with their fingers on the trigger, swords unsheathed, and eyes as bright as torches. They believe that Carl can solve his opponent, so they don't look over here. The members of Echo embraced a trust that was almost like faith. Their hero had led them through desperate situations countless times, and this time would be no exception. They also didn't look over here. The winner was decided in 10 seconds, which was too fast. The single-molecule line was retracted, and a subtle hum remained in the air, like an unfinished death knell. Carl glanced at the completely fallen ACPA. Its steel body was now just a silent wreckage. His eyes immediately turned to the distance, where the war was still burning. And just where he could see, an orange-red light tore through the smoke, like the fire of hell from the gate of hell. These figures flashed in the aftermath of the explosion. His movements were smooth, and there was no redundancy. The thermal samurai's sword in his hand turned into the sickle of the god of death. The ACPA didn't even have time to react. Its optical lens just captured the afterimage of V, and the blade had already drawn a hot arc of light. Swish! Amid the sharp sound of metal being melted by high temperature, ACPA's head flew off. The broken neck section showed a molten red color, and the hydraulic oil and coolant inside instantly vaporized under the high temperature, splashing out a puff of pungent white mist. What was even more terrifying was that in the fallen cross-section, blood gushed out from the viscous liquid mixed with engine oil and electrolyte, like an artery torn open by force, splashing into a scarlet rain under the pull of gravity. The ACPA's torso shook for a moment, and then fell to the ground with a bang. V had already drawn his sword and left, and the orange-red light dragged a residual image behind him. It seemed that V was not much slower than Carl in dealing with his opponent. There were a total of 3 ACPAs that were hidden and transported here. These steel behemoths should have been the gods of death on the battlefield, but now they have become the objects of hunting. Carl faced one, V faced another, and the remaining one didn't even have a chance to struggle, and it didn't take much effort to fall. Before the smoke had cleared, Jack was already standing next to the wreckage of the last ACPA. He looked down at the steel behemoth that slowly fell down in front of him, making a metallic wail and then hitting the ground. He kicked its charred armor plate with the tip of his boot, making a dull metallic echo. Then he turned his head to Oliver and Johnny, who was chewing a cigarette butt, and said, "TSK, this stuff is not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth." He deliberately dragged out his tone and counted with his fingers. "There are only 3, not enough for each of us." Oliver wiped the non-existent dust on the barrel and chuckled. "It's really not enough for you and me to share." He deliberately paused for half a second and said, glancing at Johnny, But I guess for Johnny," he suddenly changed to an exaggerated tone of concern, "this is still too challenging. Are you okay, Johnny?" Oliver pretended to pat Johnny on the shoulder. "I saw you were almost hit by it just now. That posture is like watching a home run hitter." "Pa!" Johnny's silver hand spit out the chewed cigarette but fiercely, and used his mechanical limb to slap away Oliver's hypocritical hand, saying, "Bullshit." He raised his front body, revealing his unharmed body. Like this kind of broken copper and rotten iron, he raised a mechanical limb and shook it in front of Oliver. "If I really want to deal with it, I can beat 10 with one hand. It's really a Johnny Silverhand-style answer in my opinion." Andy came over. Knowing the true identity of Johnny Silverhand, he naturally joined the conversation of Carl's team. "With you guys here, it's not difficult to deal with ACPA. It takes some time to check their identities later." "Andy?" Oliver glanced at Andy, and subconsciously looked over him and looked into the distance. "Have you solved it?" "Almost." Andy nodded. "All the people who came are elite personnel. We have the advantage in numbers, and we are surrounded. ACPA, which may cause unexpected situations, has also been taken down by you. It won't take much effort. The people who came this time are all elite." Sol personally led the team on the Atacado side, and the 6th Street Gang also brought trustworthy elite personnel brought by Nottingham Winrio after reorganization. Even if the NCPD only brought Andy this time, it is not difficult to take down those attackers with cooperation. What did the Mulroy say? Oliver thought of the prominent figure in this arms deal. Did he reveal anything? We spared his life, so he should know how to confess something. He passed the polygraph test. He was also coerced, but he still revealed it. This time it was the military technology personnel who did it. That matches the intelligence, Oliver thought, rubbing the mustache on his chin subconsciously, and Andy's next sentence made his eyes slightly focused. But he revealed a word he secretly used some means to find out in the transaction in order to prevent himself from being solved together. White noise hawk. Have you heard of this word? White noise hawk. Oliver thought and shook his head. I haven't heard of it. I have heard of it. The sudden interruption made Oliver and Andy look at the person who spoke, and found that it was Carl walking slowly. I happened to hear this word in the slight murmur of a major agent after he was poisoned. Carl, who personally rescued Lita, said so. Chapter 685. Regarding the matter of the White Noise Eagle, the Carl team did not explore it further. Except for Nottingham Winrio, who was thinking about the name from Carl, the rest of the personnel also heard the word for the first time. Regarding the follow-up of this aspect, Nottingham Winrio also said that he knew some relevant information and would take some necessary measures. This raid involving the life and safety of Oliver's father, and the transaction between 3 forces ended with the destruction of 3 ACPA mechas, and the death of all attackers. Although Atacado and the members of the 6th Street Gang tried to keep them alive, these well-trained attackers did not hesitate to activate the self-destruct device implanted in their bodies when the operation failed, and the relevant Mulroy knew almost nothing about the core intelligence. After inviting him back to the 6th Street Gang, the whole incident was settled. For the KK team, before there was a follow-up to learn more about this group of attackers, and what the White Noise Eagle represented, the matter stopped here. Perhaps, for them, what they care more about now is the weapons that Carl has already received. The designers of the Tsunami Design Bureau did show up as promised a month later, but the test location they proposed surprised the KK team. It was an open-air weapons test site deep in the Badlands Desert. This test site eroded by wind and sand is no longer a secret. Its coordinates may be marked in the intelligence files of major military enterprises. The top management of the Design Bureau knows this, but they don't care, because this weapon is destined to become famous with the use of KK. This KK-type transformable weapon, named after the user's codename, uses the latest tidal energy core technology of the Tsunami Design Bureau. The dual-frequency resonance energy cabin beats like a living heart and can autonomously adjust the energy output ratio according to the combat situation. The most amazing thing is its perfect synchronization with Carl's bioelectric signal. Through the connected single-molecule wire, the weapon can capture the subtle fluctuations of nerve current and complete the form transformation at the moment when the muscle fibers have not yet contracted. The designers proudly declared that in Carl's hands, this can be said to be the world's first intelligent transformable weapon that truly achieves zero delay. But this perfection comes at a price. This weapon has a total of 4 transformation modes, and each mode will distinguish the amount of energy used and make different changes in form. For example, when it is transformed into an intelligent aiming weapon, it will change to a submachine gun or pistol mode according to the amount of energy output. The weapon has ammunition adaptation, but the user has to control the change of ammunition model by himself. Its own energy is for deformation and emission, and does not provide energy emission in some modes. Every form transformation of this weapon is like dancing on the tip of a knife. A user without systematic training, even if he is a soldier who is proficient in various weapons on the battlefield, will have to spend no less than 3 years practicing, and even then, there is a 48.6% chance that his arm will be burned by the overloaded energy during the 3rd transformation. The design team estimates that even a top mercenary like KK will need a year of special training to master the basic operation. When it came time to test, the designers had only planned to conduct a static demonstration. They prepared a full set of teaching holographic images, and even wrote safety formulas for each deformation mode. Chief designer Neptunus even deliberately adjusted the sensitivity of the weapon and set it to simple mode. He had to admit that the talented designers of their Tsunami Design Bureau overexerted their talents for this weapon, making it something that ordinary people could not use. Even the intended user KK, in their opinion, was a weapon that had been practiced for a long time and had some mistakes in weapon design, but he couldn't help but let the inspiration that he and his colleagues had in his mind radiate continuously. For this, he apologized to Carl until Carl took the weapon casually. Carl completed the whole set of combos before everyone reacted. The long whip composed of a special alloy shell woven with single-molecule wires sprang out like a living thing. At the moment of cutting the test dummy, the sound of energy surging like a deep-sea vortex came from inside the weapon. The whip suddenly shrank and reorganized into a short-barreled gun body, and the hexagonal energy cabin rotated and unfolded into a gun muzzle. A ball of blue-white plasma completed a fatal dance of collapse and expansion in the gun barrel and then whistled out. After launching the energy attack, the recoil of the weapon should have shattered the arm bones of ordinary people, but at this time, Carl's wrist was slightly turned and resolved into an elegant pirouette. The unfolded gun frame accurately caught the magazine that Carl inserted. The energy ripples and the physical ammunition were integrated in the gun barrel, replacing the energy of the hammer to ignite the gunpowder in the bullet. Finally, when the plasma ball hit the nearby bull's eye and vaporized together, with the 3 composite armor plates at the back, a hole appeared on the head of the dummy 300 meters away. Neptunus's artificial eye connected to the monitoring program was constantly refreshing the data. Perfect neural synchronization rate, perfect energy conversion efficiency, this is impossible. His voice was drowned in the hum of the weapon cooling system, which was similar to the receding tide. In the center of the test field, Carl gently stroked the gradually calming energy lines on the surface of the weapon. The blue light waves entangled and dispersed at his fingertips, as if greeting the real owner. Amazing design. Carl watched the weapon gradually shrinking in his palm. The flowing energy lines converged like the receding tide, and finally solidified into an angular metal cube. He weighed the metal block that was as big as a head, and his fingertips brushed the heat sink on the surface that had not yet completely cooled. It's just not easy to put in your pocket. The cube rotated in his palm, revealing the fuel tank interface hidden on the side. Energy mode requires fuel cells, and physical bullet mode requires separate magazines. Carl flicked open a dark compartment with his thumb, and 3 microbullet cores were suspended and rotating in the blue light. Except for being an arms dealer, this is really perfect. Neptunus's glasses reflected the light of the data stream, and his professional instinct made him temporarily ignore the outrageous test data. We have conducted 27 deductions on the ammunition adaptation plan. He called up the holographic projection to show the honeycomb-like energy conversion matrix inside the weapon. The EMP protection layer is enough to resist a 4-second tactical electromagnetic pulse, but in actual combat, his explanation came to an abrupt end. The single-molecule wire on Carl's wrist suddenly pierced into the seams of the cube. Those encrypted interfaces that should have required triple authentication were now actively wrapped around the user's neural connection lines, like hungry blood vessels. The cube disintegrated in silence. There was no clanging sound of mechanical deformation, no humming of energy excitation. Just like breaking some dimensional barrier, the seemingly decorative cracks on the metal surface suddenly lit up, and the energy current connection was reorganized into a conical sword, and the blue light veins flowing on the sword's spine were covered with cracks composed of alloy pieces. You skipped 44 security protocols. Neptunus' voice was as dry as the wind in the desert. This is a form that originally required 3 months of adaptive training to unlock. He operated the console to call up the design drawing, and dozens of red warning signs suddenly popped up in the holographic image. The current sword form only enables the core architecture. If you want to exert the full performance, the projection unfolded into a tree diagram, showing the number of tactical components that need to be connected externally, from the sword guard that can deploy the energy shield to the handle plug-in that can be loaded with ammunition. You can choose the simplified mode. The designer pointed to a branch plan. After discarding 70% of the alloy components, it can be disguised as an ordinary pistol or a submachine gun. The hologram demonstrated how the weapon retracted into the wrist armor. Of course, only the most core components will be left in that form, and the deformable form will only leave the most basic form. In other words, the deformation of this thing can be equipped with extra deformation components as long as the materials are sufficient? Just as you think. Neptunus nodded. The core component we use is actually only the size of a fist, and the rest are deformable and replaceable components. If you need, you can add and change them at will. After saying this, Carl understood. In simple terms, it is a deformable weapon. The core is that big, but there are special adapter components. As long as they are connected, they can be used. They will be combined into various forms to deal with various situations according to the amount of carrying and plug-in materials. This design always feels familiar to Carl. Thinking carefully, Carl knows where the familiarity is. Isn't it the human body now? The human body is a component, and any prosthesis can be installed and replaced at will. Then, there is a risk of energy leakage, cyberpsychosis. The core is the brain, which is in the form of Adam's hammer. I don't know if it is a coincidence, but the genius designers of the Tsunami Design Bureau designed a weapon with a similar idea to prosthesis transformation. Chapter 686. The testing process of the new weapon went very smoothly and took much less time than expected. According to industry practice, Carl needed to submit necessary combat data to the Tsunami Design Bureau in exchange for cost-price services, but other than that, this design bureau, known for its strictness, did not impose any usage restrictions and even voluntarily gave up the industry-standard backdoor program. Engineers at the Tsunami Design Bureau privately admitted that this was not out of any noble sentiment. This weapon with a new energy core is as precise as a surgical instrument, and any unnecessary modification may destroy its delicate balance. When faced with the choice of installing a monitoring program in exchange for control, but bearing a 30% failure rate and maintaining the purity of the weapon, and allowing it to create a legend in KK's hands, the design team almost unanimously voted for the latter. They have long been at the top of the industry, and their generous treatment and lofty status make it difficult for ordinary things to stir up waves. Becoming famous, a dream that is out of reach in the eyes of ordinary people, has now become a temptation that can make their blood boil. Neptunus, the chief designer of the KK weapon, also holds the scepter of the chief designer of the San Francisco branch of the Tsunami Design Bureau, and has devoted his life's work to this weapon system that can be called a work of art. In his paranoid perfectionist creed, any attempt to tarnish his work is an unforgivable blasphemy. Those who want to get their hands on his design drawings through secret operations have all experienced the terrifying revenge of this technological tyrant. Even in the Tsunami Design Bureau, which is known for its openness and tolerance, this outlier, with a more humanistic atmosphere compared to traditional military enterprises, the person who can sit firmly in the chief position is definitely not a good person to deal with. To be able to sit in that position, his ability to fight for power in the office has never been weak. After agreeing with the staff of the Tsunami Design Bureau on the time to submit the actual combat data, and confirming the purchase process and order channel communication of the relevant components, Carl took his weapon back home. By the way, there is also a virtual data chip for testing the full set of weapon components provided by the Tsunami Design Bureau. According to the staff of the Tsunami Design Bureau, the method they use is similar to the popular soldier training chips on the market now, which also allows people to enter a virtual environment for combat, medical treatment, control, and other training, but they mainly focus on weapon training, so that Carl can master all the uses of this weapon in the shortest time. In general, it is different from the training chip that Carl once got, but it is considered a type of item. Click. After the necessary chip inspection program, Carl quickly invested in the weapon testing at home, and after the actual adaptation, Carl found that it really looked like a human body with a prosthesis installed. Insert the long barrel component, then change to the technical weapon mode, then load the technical weapon magazine, and then the weapon is transformed into a sniper rifle under control. Remove the long barrel assembly, insert the pistol module, change to kinetic weapon mode, load the kinetic weapon magazine, and then what appears in Carl's hand is a kinetic pistol. With the addition of components and the tidal energy core as the center, if we don't compare it with the human body, but only look at it as a weapon, then isn't this thing more like an exoskeleton weapon-carrying platform? Carl understood the design core of this weapon. Rather than saying that the staff of the Tsunami Design Bureau designed a weapon that can be transformed at will, it is better to say that they designed a framework, and Carl only needs to add components to this framework when he needs to use related things to complete the change of the weapon. No wonder the people at the Tsunami Design Bureau said that in their calculations, even if they were to use it themselves, they would have to spend a year of special practice. How could this be a simple weapon operation? This clearly requires the user to become a master of all domain weapons. Not only must they be proficient in the characteristics of each component, but they must also be able to accurately calculate the connection nodes of single molecule wires in the ever-changing battle, and complete the form switching between milliseconds. For ordinary people, just memorizing hundreds of combinations is enough to make people collapse, not to mention using them smoothly in actual combat. But Carl is different. His fingertips gently stroked the interface of the weapon frame, and countless possible combinations had emerged in his mind. Changing the form? It's just a matter of thinking. Mastering all weapons and all components is just a matter of a few days of familiarity. This is indeed a weapon that belongs to him, and only he can use. The designers of the Tsunami Design Bureau are indeed geniuses. Even though he has said this many times, Carl still has to say this. A great reputation is not a false reputation. Carl stroked the cold light interface on the weapon frame, and a long-lost, almost childish smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 4 whole days. Since receiving this weapon, he seemed to have returned to the frenzy when he first came to Night City for training. The constantly flashing projection of weapon components in the training chip was more fascinating to him than any virtual entertainment. When the last set of transformation data was engraved into muscle memory, the room had switched to night scene mode for the 4th time. How is the training going? V's voice brought him back to reality. The companion was holding a steaming Chicago-style deep dish pizza in his hand, and the rich aroma of cheese filled the air. Carl realized that he had completed all the training. 7 hours earlier than expected. Carl took the pizza, pulling out long thin strands of hot cheese. What version has the security plan for the meeting between the new U.S. President and the Chief Governor of Arasaka been updated to? I don't know which version, but it will be the day after tomorrow. I thought you would be so obsessed that you would just skip this important event. Oliver's feet were resting on the edge of the sofa in a very uncivilized manner. He lay on his back on the sofa and looked at Carl with squinted eyes. In the past few days, apart from sleeping and eating, you have been practicing all day. I saw the synchronized video on the TV screen. I'm so tired of watching the training. Can you really master all these things? You're too ridiculous. I think if you want to try, Oliver, you can probably try it. Carl's words made Oliver wave his hands. Come on, it's not like I haven't watched it. Only you can use this thing. I'd better practice diligently and forget about it now. Have a good rest. The training is over. Jack bit the pizza. Eat more of this pizza while it's hot. It really tastes good. Jack's words were agreed by T-Bug, and after hearing what T-Bug said, Carl took a bite directly. Don't say it, it really tastes good. It's a pity that Johnny Silverhand next to him could only watch. When Carl was thinking about using this pizza as a topic to chat with Johnny, who was also lying on the sofa, his mobile phone flashed. It seems that Carl's training ended just in time, and someone sent a message. Chapter 687. The person who sent the message was not a stranger, but when he saw the familiar name pop up on the phone screen, Carl was more or less surprised. Because according to the time, the person who sent the message should still be working overtime, making the final overtime adjustments for the future New America and Arasaka. Kenichi Shiro, how have you been recently? There is news that you got new weapons from Tsunami, and have been testing them. How are the tests going now? It's really strange that Mr. Kenichi Shiro, who should have been working overtime, actually came to care about me, and even asked me about the weapons. Carl was not surprised by this. It was expected that Kenichi Shiro knew that he had obtained new weapons from Tsunami Design Bureau. After all, the Tsunami Design Bureau never deliberately concealed anything from other companies. When delivering the weapons, several testers even came up to Carl and said, Mr. KK, you must make good use of the performance of this weapon, and let those guys in Osaka headquarters open their eyes. concerned about weapons. Carl narrowed his eyes slightly. These two things seemed unrelated, but a clear thread gradually emerged in his mind. Kenichi Shiro's sudden concern and his unusual interest in new weapons. These details were like scattered puzzle pieces, automatically combining in his mind. A vague guess came to his mind, and a smile of understanding appeared unconsciously at the corners of his mouth. The smile of understanding at the corners of Carl's mouth was faintly visible in the dim light, and his fingertips tapped lightly on the screen. Let's talk about it, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. We are so familiar with each other. Why are you also learning the tricks of the middleman? There was a hint of teasing between the words. Play the emotional card first, and then talk about business. To be honest, it's quite touching to hear this kind of concern from you. This sentence is the truth. I really feel that Mr. Kenichi Shiro, you have learned to care about me, which really touches me. Carl emphasized it. But Carl paused and continued typing. This routine is really not suitable for you. Caring for people is not something that can be solved by packing up the concern and business in one sentence. His thumb hovered on the send button, hesitated for a moment, and added, if you want to learn, at least you have to do it step by step. After clicking send, the message was quickly transmitted to Kenichi Shiro. The scene on the other side of the screen, Kenichi Shiro's always sharp eyes were staring at the mobile phone screen at this moment. After reading the message, the usually expressionless face showed a rare embarrassment. In the office, only the cold light of the monitor reflected Kenichi Shiro's stiff sitting posture. His knuckles holding the phone were slightly white, and silence spread between the two of them. Kenichi Shiro hesitated for a moment. He wanted to send some information, but he didn't know what to send for a while. If he sent it, he knew it, he learned it. Would he feel like he was bowing to this kid? Would that prove that he had lost, that he was indeed inferior to this kid in communication, that he was indeed not as good as him? But if he didn't send it, this kid's words did make some sense. Because of his status, Kenichi Shiro, who rarely asked others for help, was indeed not good at building relationships and communicating. Because of his status from childhood to adulthood, he didn't need to build any relationship with his superiors, he just listened to them. And he didn't need to build any relationship with his subordinates, he just spoke. This habit of getting along with others has not changed even when facing Haruko, who is very close to him, and is like a half-daughter, and Chio, his apprentice who is treated as his own daughter. Of course, he knows how to trade and exchange interests. It is better to say that he has been trained and learned in this aspect since he was a child. However, he does not have the sense of equality to communicate with others, because in the company, the only person who can be regarded as equal to him and can communicate with him is Take Muragoro, but neither of them is the kind of person who can communicate with others and is only loyal to the person they protect. An emotion arose in Kenichi Shiro's heart. This emotion is called helplessness. He really does not know how to deal with this brat, and he really does not know how to communicate with this brat. At the same time, Kenichi Shiro also realized something. Although he has always regarded Carl as a bastard, in some ways, he is indeed the one who appreciates Carl's future and is most optimistic about Carl's ability. Kenichi Shiro was very optimistic about everyone in Carl's team, and he thought that V was the most similar to him. He was very optimistic about V, and even personally gave V some hints that if he wanted, he could become or even take over his position in the future. However, this optimism and appreciation seemed to be a little worse than the complicated feelings he had towards Carl. Kenichi Shiro himself was also very clear that all his negative emotions towards Carl were personal feelings. If he put his personal emotions aside, Carl was the person he was most satisfied with, admired the most, and most optimistic about. Even if it weren't for his overly close relationship with Miss Haruko, Kenichi Shiro would have used all means to cultivate Carl not long after they first met, instead of watching Carl go beyond the aspects he planned to cultivate and walk out of his own path. Now, before I knew it, I had actually begun to agree with this kid's advice, thinking that I really had to learn something from him, and that his words were right. Kenichi Shiro suddenly realized this, and his mind was a little complicated. Has he understood it, and his resistance in his heart was just his unwillingness, or has he actually been attracted by the ability and skills of this brat Carl, and has already agreed with him in his heart? How can I admit this? I don't need you to teach me. Kenichi Shiro's stiff and indifferent response did not surprise Carl. It's better to say that in Carl's view, this is Mr. Kenichi Shiro's temperament. For Kenichi Shiro, Carl is actually very sincere. Every word he says is sincere, including those seemingly offensive teasing, such as asking back when receiving a message, "Are you free?" He really thought so, so he said so. This time, he told Kenichi Shiro the correct way to communicate, but he just thought it should be expressed in this way, so he sent it out directly. He had no ill will towards Kenichi Shiro. On the contrary, he was quite grateful to Kenichi Shiro. The part-time job he signed at the beginning allowed him to earn a stable income of euros every month. Although he always had a cold face, he still gave a lot of support. In Carl's eyes, Kenichi Shiro was a very reliable person. But since the other party didn't want to chat, let's talk about business. So what is it that requires you to come to me, Mr. Kenichi Shiro? I need you to protect Haruko. The simple words made Carl concentrate slightly. You alone. This sentence made Carl's eyes slightly widen. Chapter 688. I protect Haruko alone? When Carl saw the message sent by Kenichi Shiro, he immediately doubted whether the person on the other end was the real person. This didn't seem like something Kenichi Shiro could send. However, after confirming that the covert communication was not wrong and the corresponding connection was maintained, Carl's surprise quickly turned into doubt and confusion. He didn't understand. I think Arasaka should have enough security to protect Haruko, and even if those people are not good enough, Haruko has Chiome by her side. Although I have to admit that Chiome is lacking in some aspects, she definitely knows how to protect Haruko better than anyone else at the critical moment. She actually asked me to go, and she also named me as the only one in my team. Did something happen? Carl immediately suspected the meeting between Arasaka and New America. Could it be that Kenichi Shiro got some hidden information? The meeting that symbolized a peace was not that simple. What would happen? What would be extremely threatening and even affect Haruko, who was not a key person? His thoughts immediately turned to the upcoming Arasaka New America Summit. Could it be that this meeting, which was touted by the media as the dawn of peace, was hiding a murderous intention? Some kind of danger that could break through the double security and threaten non-core personnel? If so, Seo Nobu should be. Just as Carl's brain was working rapidly, a new message prompt interrupted his thoughts. Kenichi Shiro's explanation was beyond his expectation. The security at the meeting site has been done to the extreme. Arasaka and New America have deployed their most elite troops. All participants have undergone 4 levels of background checks. Unless there are traitors in the top management of both sides, the probability of this is lower than the probability of the new US president crashing on the way here. I am not worried about this, but... Carl looked at the message that Kenichi Shiro sent halfway through a call, and felt that he didn't seem to be very good at using his mobile phone to send messages. Or rather, he didn't know how to chat on his mobile phone. He sent messages one by one, which seemed like he was just keeping things a secret. What I'm worried about is the personnel-related issues. With Chiyoko by Ms. Haruko's side, I'm not worried that Ms. Haruko will be threatened. Even if New America turns against us and wants to take the opportunity to start a new corporate war, we have taken relative precautions and ensured that we can declare war and strike New America as soon as possible. But I suspect that someone may want to use this meeting to do something secretly. Do something secretly? Carl flipped through the message above. The message sent by Mr. Kenichi Shiro was that Carl needed to protect Haruko, and in connection with the current situation, it means. It seems that I misunderstood. Carl understood. Kenichi Shiro's request was not that Carl protect Haruko as closely as Chiyo did. He absolutely could not, and would not make such a request. He hoped that Carl would protect Haruko in secret. From the meaning of his words, he obviously had doubts about some people, and wanted Carl to ensure that nothing unexpected would happen during the meeting between New America and Arasaka. And one person. This is easy to understand. The more people there are, the easier it is to be exposed. The collective action of the entire KK team cannot fail to attract attention. Just the fact that several of them appeared on the street at the same time is enough to alert the company's intelligence department. Carl remembered that Kenichi Shiro had asked about the weapons test before. Now, the well-informed people on the street and the company's intelligence department all know that he has been practicing the new weapon obtained from the Tsunami Design Bureau these days. According to the intelligence they have, this weapon is evaluated by the Design Bureau as a complex equipment that even KK needs a year of special training to master. In other words, in the cognition of all intelligence personnel, Carl should still be at home indulging in weapon training at this moment, and it is impossible for him to go out to perform tasks. So that's it. Carl completely understood. No wonder Kenichi Shiro came up and asked Carl how the weapon was tested. It turned out that he thought of this. When everyone thought that Carl was practicing the new weapon at home, he found Carl alone, who should not go out, hoping that he could act alone and protect Haruko in secret in a situation where he should not go out. It's worthy of being Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Carl couldn't help but secretly admire him. He even considered this level, but on second thought, he deliberately revealed a trace of concern in the message. Mr. Kenichi Shiro, are you so sure that I have completely mastered the weapon? His fingertips paused on the virtual keyboard for a moment, and Carl added, I never said that I have mastered it. You know, although people like us can barely fight with unfamiliar weapons, but like this time, a small mistake may cause catastrophic consequences for precision equipment. The text flowed on the screen, and Carl continued to tap the virtual keyboard. 4 days. Not enough to get familiar with the basic operating parameters, let alone reach the combat standard. The hesitation he deliberately revealed had not yet dissipated, and Kenichi Shiro's reply cut through this disguise like a sharp blade. For you, 4 days is enough. The message flashed with a cold light. Only those clerks who evaluate data reports will really believe that you need a year. Then, there was another message. Except for the core encryption module that the Tsunami Design Bureau has been holding onto, the rest has been obtained through the relevant operations of our employees in the Tsunami Design Bureau. Carl could almost imagine the other party's narrowed eyes when he said this. If it were me, I would be able to master the basics in a month, but you. The last message was unquestionable and certain. 4 days is more than enough for you. Do you believe me so much, Mr. Kenichi Shiro? In my opinion, if you don't have the weapon, you can't reply to me immediately. The reason why you responded to me so quickly, and had the leisure to tease me about the aftermath of my communication problem is that you must have mastered the weapon. Watching Kenichi Shiro's counterattack and answering with his words just now, Carl actually felt quite wronged. He sincerely thought that he could teach Kenichi Shiro some conversation skills. He actually thought so, but... You trust me a lot, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Carl's ease was transmitted to Kenichi Shiro through the message. I have many reasons to take this job, including protecting friends, testing weapons, exercising hands and feet, etc. So tell me who you suspect. Carl just wanted to try KK. Chapter 689. You are Akechi-kun who was transferred from the Tokyo headquarters, right? Inside the Arasaka Tower, an Arasaka employee who had just assisted the transferred personnel in completing the onboarding procedures walked in front, slightly sideways, and the red and black light and shadow cast in the room flowed on the shoulder straps of his uniform. Welcome to Night City. The working style here may be different from that in Tokyo. The employee paused, and the heel of his boot crushed a piece of the holographic image on the ground. But rules are rules after all. With your performance at the headquarters, even if you are a little uncomfortable, you will soon be able to adapt like a fish in water. The young man called Akechi walked behind the colleague who led him to the job. His face in his 20s was swept by the cold light of the indoor surveillance. Under his crow-like black hair and frameless glasses, a pair of brown pupils slightly shrank. Thank you for your guidance. His voice was like ice cubes soaked in bayberry wine, with a slightly stimulating taste and just the right sweetness. When he placed his right hand on his left chest and leaned forward slightly, the arc of his arm swing was as precise as if it had been calculated by an algorithm, which was enough to show the newcomer's obedience without appearing humble. I will definitely remember this and adapt to the new working environment as soon as possible. Your office room has been arranged. Because your 2 predecessors did something wrong, their current office space just happened to be vacant. Before the other personnel complete their work, the office that should have been for 2 people belongs to you. As he said this, the corners of the Arasaka staff's mouth still maintained a stylized smile, but the iris aperture silently enlarged a little, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he had just thought of something. Come to think of it, I almost forgot. He pulled out a document from his pocket, the edge of the paper glowing with the cold light of artificial fiber. The director specifically instructed that this is the work left by your predecessor. The metal finger tapped on the cover of the document, making a regular clicking sound. I give you a week to handle it. The director hopes, he paused delicately for half a second, that the elites from Tokyo will not repeat the mistakes of their predecessors. When the Arasaka staff handed over the document, the little finger was unnaturally stiff. This redundant action could not be found in the standard social protocol. The moment Mingji took the document, his fingertips rubbed the dark lines on the edge of the paper. Those concave and convex binary codes were automatically interpreted in his mind, and turned into a line of flashing text. Mr. KK, the code is under the table. Mingji, or Carl, has received the message. He received the job from Kenichi Shiro, and entered Arasaka to investigate the suspected personnel. Kenichi Shiro naturally could not fail to assist him. Now he is replacing the elite Mingji with a pheasant faction background in the Tokyo headquarters. Since Miss Hanako changed her schedule temporarily, and stayed in Night City to attend the negotiations between New America and Arasaka, the pheasant faction urgently operated and airdropped 27 core personnel, including this Tokyo elite, to the Arasaka Tower in Night City. On the surface, the data briefing listed high-sounding reasons: strengthening counterintelligence deployment, preventing the infiltration of military technology, and ensuring data security during the negotiations. But Carl knew that this was the Pheasant faction's way of adding direct forces to Arasaka Hanako. Among those files that were transferred, at least half of them were like himself, with secret encrypted instructions, and there were probably very few people who were truly unaware of the transfer. And Kenichi Shiro has grasped the Pheasant sect's approach. The real Akechi has been Kenichi Shiro's secret agent in the Pheasant sect since 3 years ago. Because Carl needs an identity to enter the Arasaka Tower for investigation this time, he has changed his appearance and gone to another place. His original identity tags are still running on Carl. Even the main control of the Tokyo headquarters can't detect any abnormalities. Carl tapped his left temple with his knuckles. The inner wall of the glasses he wore showed a few lines of barely detectable words. There were 7 names flashing a faint green light. This is the safe house list Kenichi Shiro gave him, the coordinates of 7 living beings who can provide support for him in Night City. The countdown is jumping at the top of the list, 23 hours 59 minutes and 12 seconds. In another 24 hours, these names will be automatically burned in the data abyss. This is also the last direct information support Kenichi Shiro gave to Carl. If Carl wants to get new information afterwards, he has to rely on his means to make covert contacts. The real insiders are even fewer than those on the list. In the counterintelligence department of Arasaka Tower, some people with insufficient intelligence would think that he was an elite sent by Tokyo headquarters for the negotiations between Arasaka and New America. More well-informed people knew that he was a capable minister sent by the Pheasant faction. In the eyes of the old people of the Pheasant faction, he was an elite of the Hanako faction carefully cultivated by the Tokyo headquarters. Only a few people such as Kenichi Shiro knew that this Akechi-kun was Carl. Be cautious in your actions. After leading the Arasaka staff he had joined to leave, Carl came to his office according to the route record. As soon as he sat down, he recalled Kenichi Shiro's reminder in his mind. Ever since Saburo Arasaka's brainwaves completely flattened that day, the old men of the Pheasant faction were like a group of wasps that had lost their hive, and were violently attacking everyone. They held on to the policy legacy of Saburo's era, tied those old beliefs to Arasaka Hanako, and supported her in her fight against Arasaka Nobuyuki. In the holographic meeting of the board of directors, they used data streams to weave traps. On the streets of the cities where Arasaka Tower is located, they funded gangs to attack the transport teams of Nobuyuki's faction. Even the food quotas in the cafeteria of Arasaka Tower can become a battlefield for the two factions to wrestle. Every purge of Nobuyuki is like hitting cotton. The security minister who was just fired last week appeared in another branch this week. The dark account that was frozen yesterday will be revived from the new encrypted account today. Although they were constantly weakened by Arasaka Nobuyuki and Arasaka Michiko, who had reached a certain cooperation with them, the rotten corpse that was once built up by Arasaka Saburo could still fight with the other two factions in Arasaka with that volume. They were waiting for the opportunity to give the other two factions a fatal blow and let Arasaka Hanako take the top position. And obviously, this negotiation between Arasaka and New America is a very suitable opportunity for them to make a move. Coupled with the recent personnel transfers, they naturally became the target of Kenichi Shiro's suspicion. Even the people on the surface can be transferred in this way, so how many plans are there in the dark? Are they waiting for an opportunity, waiting for Arasaka Nobuyuki to reveal a flaw that damages Arasaka's interests, so as to attack or even defeat his faction? In any case, Carl's time is running out. He completed his induction on the night he received the job, and the negotiation time is the day after tomorrow. Unless something unexpected happens, he will have less than 40 hours. No wonder this job is so difficult to give to me. Chapter 690. On the first night after joining Arasaka, Carl, as a wise man, had to start working. Looking at the night outside the window, which should have been dark but was now as bright as day under the lights of various advertisements and buildings, Carl turned his head and looked at the computer at his workstation. If you want to say what Carl's first impression of joining Arasaka was, he would have to say that the chair at the workstation was really uncomfortable to sit on. It gave people a sense of stiffness, and maybe sitting for a long time would cause a herniated disc. But even if it was a herniated disc, he would go to the prosthetic doctor, and even didn't need to install any prosthetics. He could get some forceful correction, and it would be almost cured. Moreover, Carl's current body would not cause the kind of disease that employees who sit for a long time and don't have auxiliary facilities would get. The time was 8 o'clock in the evening. For most employees of Arasaka Tower, this work had just begun. Carl had seen the working hours stipulated by Arasaka. In fact, if you only look at the stipulated working hours on the surface, the working hours of Arasaka are not actually long. Of course, this is not long compared to many small and medium-sized enterprises. As a large company, Arasaka is much more lenient in the stipulated time than other small companies, but the fact is that regulations are regulations, and no one really follows the rules on the surface. So will anyone really take the regulations seriously? Of course there are, only the stupidest and those who are ready to be eliminated in the company environment will firmly believe in what is written in the regulations. In Arasaka, where you will be eliminated if you don't roll inward, if you don't take the initiative to work overtime and extend your working hours, then as an employee, you will only get one result, that is, being trampled under the feet of colleagues who keep extending their overtime hours and are ready to die suddenly at their workstations. Only those who work the hardest, contribute the most to the company, and bring the most value to Arasaka are eligible for promotion, and only such people are qualified to step on others. In Arasaka, this is a consensus that is taken for granted. If you don't struggle, you will be stepped on. If you don't roll inward, you will be eliminated. If you don't contribute to the company to the point of sudden death, then you are worthless to the company. No wonder when I send messages to Mr. Kenichi Shiro and Mr. Blanca, they always work for more than 30 hours in a row. It seems that no matter which company, they are all the same. As an elite who just came from the headquarters, Akechi-kun naturally would not give up the time of struggle and loyalty because of the fatigue of the journey. Because he is Akechi, Carl naturally has to complete the corresponding role and continue to struggle and be loyal at night. But let Carl work. Carl touched the password under his workstation with his finger, and then completed the password input in a hidden program on the workstation computer, and then a series of information about Akechi's work popped up on the screen. Carl actually didn't know what the counterintelligence department did specifically. Oh, it should be said that he knew what the counterintelligence department of Night City Arasaka did, but he didn't know what the responsibilities of the counterintelligence department of the headquarters were after coming to Night City. In Carl's impression, the counterintelligence department was really a bit like the factory guard, but even if it was the factory guard, the East factory and the West factory were not of the same mind. Now that he, who should be a member of the West factory according to his location, has come to the East factory, can he really get access to the core secrets and continue to complete his previous tasks? Carl read through a series of work information and found that the information was easier than he thought. He was indeed guarded because of his identity, but in the factional struggle, the Pheasant faction members, who he openly supported, did not do nothing. They actually inserted their own personnel in various places in Night City today, allowing the headquarters personnel, who were transferred, to expand their influence. No wonder Sito compromised and allowed personnel transfers at such a critical moment. The centipede is still alive. The things left by the old man Saburo Arasaka after his death are really not simple. Even in this state, he can still struggle. Carl read the relevant information, and finally his eyes suddenly stopped on an interesting piece of information. Miss Hanako's bodyguard Oda Santofu applied for prosthetic maintenance. In order to ensure Miss Hanako's safety, this request is listed as a priority, and the relevant personnel must fully cooperate at all costs. Oda Santofu hopes to get prosthetic maintenance? Carl's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this information. Because Arasaka of Night City is not trustworthy, Oda Santofu has not maintained the prosthesis since he came to Night City. Carl knows this. It is better to say that he personally invaded Oda Santofu and read the relevant records. He was worried about Arasaka of Night City before, but now that the people from Pheasant have come, he is in a hurry to maintain it. This loyal guard, in order to ensure that he can protect his master in the best condition, really does not relax for a moment. But this is really a coincidence, isn't it? He thought that his own people came to do maintenance, but it happened that this message was seen by him, who was wearing the name of Akechi-kun, and he had done some tricks to his memory before, and this time he actually asked for maintenance. Didn't he just bump into him? The information I see now is all the information and tasks known by that Hara Akechi-kun. And it is also the priority that the Pheasant faction gives to its dispatchers. As an elite member of the Pheasant faction, who is extremely loyal to Miss Hanako, I have no choice but to do this job. For the safety of Miss Hanako, the maintenance of the prosthesis of Oda Santofu, who is her bodyguard, must be carried out. Carl expressed his request for assistance to the upper-level personnel through the contact channels of the Pheasant faction that he knew, and his request was naturally approved. The Pheasant faction has few personnel in Night City, and Akechi-kun, who has always performed well, is the kind of person who will take the initiative to struggle and assist in the judgment of the upper-level personnel. If he knows the relevant internal information, it would be strange if he does not seek to make progress. However, Carl looked at the response that was almost passed in seconds, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Is it really that easy? Mr. Kenichi Shiro has arranged a spy like Akechi among the members of the Pheasant faction, so how could the Pheasant faction not notice it at all? There is a classic joke that the most capable and hardworking person in a department may be a spy. Is this also a test for Mr. Akechi and other members? Chapter 691. Mr. Akechi, please arrive at the maintenance floor at 7:45 a.m., Night City Standard Time, and complete the personnel check 15 minutes in advance. At 1 a.m., Carl, as a wise man, received an order from his Pheasant faction boss. The proposal he submitted earlier, hoping to please Miss Huazi's favorite by preparing for the safety of Oda Santafu when maintaining the prosthesis, was finally approved. The Pheasant faction was worried that there was no chance to show its strength to Miss Huazi, and now this young and promising elite took the initiative to volunteer, which was simply a godsend. After all, if this opportunity could be taken to let the newly arrived team show off in front of Oda Santafu, it would undoubtedly prove to Miss Huazi that even though they had just arrived in Night City, the people summoned by the Pheasant faction this time were by no means ordinary people. It was 7:45, and there were still 6 hours and 45 minutes to go. Considering the time, I should probably go upstairs several dozen minutes in advance to prepare. This thought flashed through his mind. Carl, who had been working for 5 hours straight since 8 o'clock last night, actually felt like yawning. Although he did almost nothing in these 5 hours, just sitting at his workstation, reading the relevant role-playing materials and requirements of Mingji, but I don't know if work is such a thing that makes people feel inexplicably tired even though they didn't do anything. Carl always felt a sense of fatigue in his body. You know, even if he was chasing fugitives in the city all day, or subduing a runaway cyber psychopath single-handedly, Carl might not frown. But now, just sitting in the office chair for a few hours, he felt a sense of fatigue like a data virus corroding his nerves. I have to admit that going to work really destroys people's spirit. Carl stood up, stretched his stiff body, walked to the refrigerator in the wall compartment of the office, and took out a cup of coffee. This is a small benefit for Arasaka employees. As long as Arasaka employees are qualified to sit in this kind of two-person or private office, their office facilities are complete, and even some medicines that can cheer people up are prepared. The purpose is to prevent these employees, who have shown that they can do things, from affecting their work efficiency due to mental and physical fatigue. But considering the problem of tolerance, the company has thoughtfully prepared alternatives. There are 4 different concentrations of coffee alone. Carl actually has no requirements for coffee, but among the 4, only 2 do not add some stimulating medicine ingredients, and Mingji-chan chose the one that is stronger among the 2, so for the purpose of role-playing, Carl also took the same coffee. Carl took a sip of coffee, and the liquid slid through his throat with the sweetness of sugar, which is obviously too sweet for a cup of coffee, and it doesn't seem like something that should be prepared here. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the bottom of the cup, and suddenly touched a strange texture. Under the smooth glass surface, there were several almost invisible protrusions, like microcodes deliberately cast in. The brown liquid of coffee swayed slightly under the LED ceiling light, perfectly hiding those protrusions. Only when he pressed the precise sensor of his prosthetic index finger against the bottom of the cup could he detect those strangely arranged particles, which formed a sentence. Come on. This skill, is it Haruko or Maki? It should be Haruko, because Maki's skill is not enough to make the coffee so sweet. After drinking it all in one gulp, Carl's single molecular line hidden under the cuffs of his suit popped out, instantly erasing the raised particles, and then he picked up another cup of coffee, as if he knew nothing. There are no particles under this. The judgment is really accurate, and he really understands me, and knows that I will choose this cup. Carl has to say that this is more comforting to him than the sweetness of the coffee itself, and it is precisely because of this matter that makes his tired brain and spirit slightly relieved that Carl thought that he might get some help in the current Arasaka Tower. Everyone in the KK team is under strict surveillance at this moment of undercurrent. The 3 major factions within Arasaka are fighting openly and secretly, and are wary of each other. Any disturbance may trigger a chain reaction. As the wise man of the Pheasant faction, Carl can give very limited assistance. Kenichi Shiro gave him a barely acceptable position and provided almost no substantial support. But Carl is not alone. The strange touch at the bottom of the coffee cup is like a key that suddenly opens a door in his memory. Yes, he does have a card to play. A ghost connection with a weak presence in Arasaka, but it happens to be useful. V, the captain of the 2nd Combat Team. This title is almost a joke in Arasaka. Everyone knows that V is essentially a mercenary, a fake position that Kenichi Shiro casually threw out in order to win over the members of the KK team. The 2nd Combat Team even consisted of only the KK team for a long time, and the Arasaka executives were indifferent to this. What they really cared about was the dangerous person Mercenary V, not the empty shell identity of Arasaka Employee V. But just recently, this team with no substance in name only quietly welcomed another person besides the KK team. An equally ignored existence. A shadow who is both a mercenary and an Arasaka employee, but just happens to be not really targeted by anyone. In the eyes of Arasaka, a kid who crawled out of the streets of Santo Domingo is not even worth brushing off the dust on the file. Even if he later became a well-known mercenary in Night City, so what? Arasaka's counterintelligence department once briefly glanced at him just because of the cyborg adaptability census that year, and he happened to be among the top of the data. At that time, Cyborg was still the darling of the research department, and the budget was as endless as the multiplayer pleasure in Mutuo. But what happened later? Later, the KK team rose. Their style, their methods, every corpse they left behind, and every encrypted call attracted the attention of the Arasaka high-level more than the bulky cybernetic. So, the cyborg project was hastily shelved, like an outdated chip, thrown into the data graveyard. No one even remembered who signed the termination order until one day, Adam Heavy Hammer sneered at a tactical assessment meeting, "Waste." Just these two words. Then, the entire project disappeared completely from the desk of the head of the counterintelligence department. And that head? Oh, that level of ants, not even qualified to be remembered. The Arasaka counterintelligence department never pays attention to the rise of the bottom people, unless he has really arrived in front of him. However, their indifference allowed Carl to quietly make a phone call and say a sentence at this time. A sentence he had said to many people before, and would continue to say to many people in the future. A sentence that many people would not say given his current status and identity, but Carl still said it naturally. "I need you to help me, David." Chapter 692. "Mr. Akechi, the last time we met was at the Kyoto conference, right?" The middle-aged man raised his hand and adjusted his tie knot. It's been quite a while now. At 7:10, Akechi had just stepped out of the elevator on the maintenance floor, and before the metal door was completely closed, a figure was already approaching. The middle-aged man, dressed in the standard Arasaka uniform, even had his hair combed back at a precise angle, and his familiar greeting carried a sense of intimacy cultivated over the years. "Mr. Akechi." Akechi's gaze lingered on the asymmetrical face for a moment. The middle-aged man had a dark red artificial eye installed in his right eye, but his left eye retained the turbid texture unique to biological eyeballs. He lowered his jaw slightly. To be precise, it was the new product launched 2 years ago. He paused for a half-beat before adding, "Mr. Yamashita?" 2 years ago, Yamashita's artificial eye pupil flickered for a moment, and a circle of light appeared around the iris ring. When the pupil recalibrated the focus, his whole face had changed into a carefully calculated warm expression. "I didn't expect that Mr. Mingji even remembered the specific year, it's really..." His Adam's apple rolled slightly, swallowing the second half of the polite words. "It's really surprising, isn't it, Mr. Yamashita?" Akechi's voice was as calm as a pool of stagnant water, and even the ups and downs of his tone were stingy. His eyes pierced directly at Yamashita, without mockery or anger, but inexplicably reminded people of the cold light before a scalpel cuts open the skin. "There is no need to use such basic information to test," he continued, and every word seemed to be accurately weighed. "If there is really a hidden spy, your level of inquiry is not even a tickle." Mingji tilted his head slightly, and the morning light of Night City shone in from the window, cutting a sharp reflection on the lens of his frameless glasses, just covering his eyes. "I will be responsible for the personnel inspection this time. This is the order of the upper level." He deliberately emphasized the word upper level a little, and his voice was full of threats against Yamashita. Yamashita felt an invisible pressure quietly spreading, as if the air was sucked out a little. "I don't think there is any good intention, but Mr. Yamashita, you came to talk to me with the idea of testing me." Mingji's eyes slowly narrowed, like a cheetah ready to go, and finally showed its fangs. "Could it be that, Mr. Yamashita, you are going to go against the order of the upper level?" His voice was still steady, but it revealed a creepy danger. "Or do you think I am not competent enough and plan to redefine my duties?" The last few words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth, with a kind of metallic cold and hard texture. Listening to Akechi's words, Yamashita's artificial eye flickered, and a look of panic appeared on his face. However, this look was suppressed by Yamashita himself in an instant. He showed an expression that could be said to be flattering or obedient. "I have never doubted your ability and belief in fulfilling your duties, Akechi-kun. I was just too excited for a while, because I haven't seen you for a long time." This sentence was said very slowly, and each syllable was carefully polished between the lips and teeth, neither flattering nor too stiff. Yamashita lowered his head slightly, and his neck bent into a perfect arc. This is the posture that Arasaka middle-level managers are best at, showing obedience while not losing dignity. I think Akechi-kun won't mind my surprise greeting. Yamashita's words revealed a sense of pleading, and Akechi stared at him deeply for a few times, knowing that this cunning guy had already shown a reasonable performance of submission, and turned his head away, and no longer cared about him. In Arasaka, people like Yamashita are like cockroaches in the ventilation duct, and they can never be eliminated. They always use their peripheral vision to observe the weaknesses of their colleagues, and are ready to pounce on them and bite them when they show a flaw, but sadly, this level of temptation is not even a conspiracy. At best it is just an instinct for survival in the workplace. It is foreseeable that such a struggle will never stop in Arasaka, except for not daring to target the top personnel, and Akechi knows very well that without solid evidence, even he cannot easily deal with an employee of the same level. After all, in Arasaka, positions are amulets, and they, the middle-level managers, are just pawns on the chessboard that can be exchanged with each other. Mingji was appointed as the person in charge of this inspection only because of his excellent performance in the past. This does not mean that he has obtained higher authority. It is just that the superiors have slightly leaked some power to him. The temporary supervisory power obtained this time is like a rented pistol. The bullets are limited and must be used at the most critical moment. Mingji must use this gun with limited bullets to hit the target beautifully and accurately. Yamashita is not qualified. I hope so. You should learn how to greet people properly in the future. After saying this with sarcastic words, Mingji walked past Yamashita. Yamashita, who showed a submissive attitude to Mingji, heard Mingji's words, and his movements and expressions did not change at all, but his artificial eye flickered. At this moment, Yamashita's heart was actually filled with a kind of joy that could be regarded as contempt. Pathetic Mingji, do you think I am jealous of your power and testing you? The elites from the headquarters are not as good as those of us who have been in Night City for a long time. They actually think that I am the one who is trusted by the upper level. I, Yamashita, am the most trusted person. Yamashita's single artificial eye is not constantly flickering because of emotions. Yamashita will never leave such obvious workplace weaknesses. The reason why the artificial eye occasionally flickers is because it is transmitting the images that Yamashita is seeing to other people. Who else can be qualified to receive the images that Yamashita sees? Who holds the power of supervision, and who is more trusted? It seems that the elites still don't understand. When Yamashita stood up again, after slightly bending his body, Mingji glanced at him from an angle where his sight was not focused. Is that artificial eye transmitting images in real time? It seems that he should act more carefully. The higher-ups appointed Mingji as the person in charge, which was not a decentralization at all, but a poisonous bait to lure everyone to take the bait. Perhaps except for myself and Yamashita, who arrived first, everyone else also had the right to monitor. In this situation, I had to be more cautious. While waiting calmly, as time passed, more and more people arrived, and when each person looked at other people, there was a look of scrutiny and observation in their eyes. Chapter 693. The Pheasant faction team that arrived at the maintenance level this time had a total of 14 people, for prosthetic maintenance experts, and 10 fully armed guards. In Night City, this group of people is elite enough, and their only goal of this trip is to provide the highest standard of prosthetic maintenance for Miss Huazi's personal bodyguard, Oda Sandeo. For Oda Sandeo, his prosthetic must be flawless, and there must be no mistakes. Only in this way can he continue to fulfill his mission of protecting Miss Huazi. As for the others present, even if they all die, as long as the mission is successful, it will be worth it. Everyone knows their position. They are just expendable pawns. But at the same time, they also understand that if they perform well this time, they will have the opportunity to stand out in front of the top management of the Pheasant faction. This opportunity is far more precious than fighting in office politics for many years. The time to wait for Oda Sandeo was not long. When the elevator up indicator light came on, everyone was already tense and ready to fight like a loaded gun. The superiors only gave them 1 hour. This was the maximum time that Miss Huazi's security system could maintain the highest alert without Oda Sandeo. No matter how much blood was shed, no matter how many people were lost, they had to complete the maintenance of the prosthesis within 60 minutes. For ordinary security targets, the loss of a guard may not matter, but for Arasaka Huazi, who stood at the top of the world, Oda Sandeo's brief absence meant that her death probability curve was quietly climbing. Kidnapping, assassination, injection of neurotoxins, each increase in possibility was enough to make the entire Arasaka tremble. The golden rule of the security industry has long been explained. Top personal guards are both a luxury and a necessity. According to the words in the regulations written by a professional security in the industry, The lower-level ants always ridicule the powerful for being greedy for life and afraid of death, but they can never understand that when a person's life and death can affect trillions of assets and the lives of millions of people, his mortal body becomes a strategic node that must be protected by precise algorithms. Those mediocre people will never understand that a truly excellent security system is never built by a sea of people, but an absolute defense line built by a few elites. In Arasaka Hanako's defense system, Oda Santefu is not a simple security personnel. He is a living firewall, and the last line of defense. As one of the only 2 full-score graduates in the history of Arasaka Hokkaido training camp, and as one of the few elites who have received personal guidance from Takemura Goro, Oda Santefu's existence itself is a deterrent. Any threat that attempts to approach Miss Hanako must first face this wall of size made of flesh and blood and alloy. Unfortunately, his ability is just that. Thinking back to the authoritative security regulations in the industry that he had read, and then thinking about Oda Santai, Carl, who looked wise, had a bad idea in his mind. The moment this idea came up, he felt that he was a little arrogant. In any case, Oda Santai was also a very capable person, and he was too careless to have such an idea. He still had to be wary of him. Although he had defeated him before, it was only because Oda Santai didn't know his true identity and had no defense against him. He also spent a certain amount of physical strength and used Sion Weston to chase Johnny, and fought with him without maintaining his prosthesis for a period of time. Although his own ability did not make him feel threatened, he was indeed one of the strongest opponents he had ever encountered. Although the opponent's poor condition is an advantage that can be used in battle, if both sides are in good condition, the winner will naturally be himself, but it will probably feel a little tricky. If he wants to evaluate, Carl thought about his friends around him. Except for V, who is sure to defeat Oda Santafu, the rest of them may have a hard fight against Oda Santafu. Andy Jack and the others may be able to fight Oda Santafu on equal terms, but Oliver is not so proficient in close combat after all, and is good enough to fight ordinary people. Compared with Oda Santafu, who has been practicing since childhood, he may be chased and chopped like Johnny. As for Man and Brown, they are very good, but they are definitely not Oda Santafu's opponents. In the end, the fact that he can beat Oda Santafu does not mean that Oda Santafu is not good. He can still be said to be a top security guard alone, but he is confident that he can break through. While Carl was thinking about the possible outcome of his friend and Oda Santao, the elevator stopped. The elevator door slowly opened, and Oda Santao stepped out, with a barely perceptible tiredness between his brows. As a professional bodyguard, he would not show any sign of fatigue, which is equivalent to weakness in the eyes of others. At this moment, he still maintained his elite posture. His suit was straight, his eyes were sharp, as if he could be ready for the next mission at any time. Only a keen observer like Carl could catch the clues from his body's subtle reactions. His pace was half a beat slower than usual, and his shoulder and neck lines were slightly sluggish when he turned around. These subtle deviations, like sand stuck between precision gears, made Carl believe that this bodyguard was holding on at the moment, and his condition was worse than it should have been. At this moment, Oda Santao was still able to perform his duty to protect Arasaka Hanako, but there were already slight cracks in his level of protection. If measured by data, his current strength is less than 90% of his peak. In a battlefield of life and death, this 10% difference is enough to completely tilt the balance of victory. The fact is that Oda Santafu is in a bad state. Oda Santafu himself can't explain why his eyes have been increasingly attracted to Miss Hanako, whom he protects. Although he may really have some love for Arasaka Hanako buried in his heart, the training he has received should be able to resist this feeling very well. This is really weird. Is he really so unqualified that he can't even suppress this love, or is he really, Oda Santafu, who feels that he has been tortured by strange thoughts recently, really needs to adjust the prosthesis to inject more cooling so that he can perform his duties again? This is also the reason why he took an hour today to maintain the prosthesis, but before that, Oda Santafu's eyes, although slightly dulled by some recent emotions, are still sharp. He swept over the people present, and has noticed the abnormal people. Chapter 694. How can you identify a traitor? For many people, there are always various ways, such as detecting physiological fluctuations when speaking, and inappropriate language. Those who are more suspicious will compare various materials, and take a two-pronged approach. But for Oda Santefu, the way to identify a traitor is very simple. When the mantis knife flashed and chopped, Mingji did not move at all. Even if the cold light was approaching his eyebrows, and could take his life in an instant, he still did not move. This is not because he was slow to react, but because Mingji had already seen through it in a flash. The real target of the mantis knife was not himself. He relied on the judgment of 1,000 seconds and solidified like a sculpture, and even the corner of his clothes did not tremble. The cold light of the mantis knife tore through the stagnant air and pierced the man in a suit beside Mingji. Akechi and the man in a suit have equal status in Arasaka, but their fates are completely different at this moment. When Oda Sendeo's blade was about to penetrate the man's chest, this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man suddenly jumped up. He was about 40 years old, and his iron suit bulged with granite-like muscles. When the tip of the knife was only 3 inches away from his heart, his hands wearing platinum cufflinks were folded at a strange angle, and the veins on his forearms bulged like a dragon. The moment the suit fabric cracked, what was revealed was not the expected flesh and blood, but the matte mechanical joints. It turned out that the strong muscles were actually precision bionic components. The man's left foot retreated and stepped on the marble floor tile to create a spider web crack. The mechanical knuckles of his right hand clicked, and a dagger popped out, facing the trajectory of the mantis knife and blocking it. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened, their pupils shrank violently in horror, and even their breathing stopped for a moment. No one could have expected that a person of Oda Santofu's level would take action without even a polite word after arriving, and no one could have imagined that among these seemingly ordinary administrative staff, there was actually a master who could directly resist Oda Santofu's sudden attack. That was Oda Santofu, the top combatant of Arasaka Company. Even in the company's most elite action team, there were very few people who could react when he suddenly attacked, let alone block accurately like this. And this middle-aged man in a suit and tie not only sensed the danger at the first time, but also completed a series of smooth movements such as drawing a sword and blocking at the critical moment. Although the other people present were shocked by this sudden change, as the elites of Arasaka, their brains were still working fast. Among these people, there are core members transferred from the Tokyo headquarters, and there are also capable people selected by the North American branch, but without exception, they were selected for this escort mission based on their absolute loyalty rather than combat ability. After all, this operation is just routine prosthetic maintenance on the surface. Who would have thought that it would require real fighting? Even if a few of them from the counterintelligence department have received basic combat training, it is only an auxiliary means to deal with emergencies. The degree of their prosthetic transformation is far from the standard of professional combatants, let alone competing with killing machines of the level of Oda Santofu. In other words, there shouldn't be a person in this conference room who can take a direct blow from Oda Sandeo. Unless this person's identity is far more than what it seems. Traitor, spy, a hidden agent of Nobuaki-sei, or a chess piece planted by Michiko. Countless possibilities exploded between the synapses of the elites present, and everyone's access port was running at a high speed. Some people have even secretly activated the enemy identification system of the subcutaneous implanted prosthesis, and the scarlet threat assessment data was jumping on the retina. At the critical point, when the storm of thoughts was about to break out, Oda Sandeo's sneer cut off all speculations like an ice knife. Military technology wolfhound, his artificial eyes flashed a dangerous red light, thinking that a layer of skin can deceive our eyes? This sentence exploded in the conference room, like an electromagnetic pulse bomb. Military technology. It's actually military technology. Several elites from the North American branch almost simultaneously retreated half a step, their saws rolling out a tight arc on the floor. These personnel who have been in contact with the front line of military technology for many years are too familiar with that smell, just like tasting the rust on the tip of the tongue before smelling the gunpowder. Their muscle memory is faster than their thinking. They retreat not to retreat, but to compress the spring to the extreme, freeing up killing space for the bloody contact that will inevitably break out next. They can't add extra trouble to Oda Sandeo, or in this case, their approach will lead to accidental injuries. Oda Sandeo doesn't care about the lives of people of their level. In contrast, the people at the Tokyo headquarters are half a beat slower. Although they have also fought with military technology spies around the world, they lack the experience of confronting the meat grinder on the North American front line. When the North American elites had already retreated, they reflexively reached for their waists. This action was ridiculous to the North American personnel. Naive Tokyo guys, those basic self-defense weapons were as ridiculous as children's toy guns in front of the military-grade prosthesis of military technology. This is America, the home of military technology. The military technology here is not like the military technology personnel in other places, who will be hindered by local companies. Their elite level and military-grade prosthetic armament level are the highest. The man in the suit finally tore off his disguise at this moment. The bionic skin on his left face was peeling off, revealing the heavy subcutaneous armor underneath, and the suit sleeve of his right arm was shattered by the swollen arm. The arm holding the dagger revealed its true appearance. It was actually a prosthetic hand filled with mechanical components inside. At this moment, the thick prosthetic hand expanded with the change of the mechanical components of the hand, allowing him to block Oda Sandeo's slash with just one hand and the dagger. Facing Oda Sandeo's words, he did not respond at all. Even if he was really a military technology personnel, he could not respond at this moment. As a spy, his identity code had been erased long ago. The lesson of leaving the military technology personnel identification code and expelling personnel at the scene of Arasaka Saburo's death was so profound that after the rectification, all the identification codes and identities of each military technology spy were erased except for the most core identification code that could be used to determine that it was their own people. Unless a hacker who controls the most core database digs it out again, their identities can only be known by themselves and their contacts. The man in the suit was also confused in his mind. His concealment should be quite perfect, with only some minor differences at most. Why was he exposed? Could it be that as a top guard, Oda Sentefu was so sensitive that he could detect that something was wrong with him just by meeting him? His body was perfectly modified. Unless it was directly connected, even the current floor security scan of Arasaka Tower would not be able to scan his prosthesis. This military technology spy was very confused, but Oda Sentefu knew very well why he knew that this person was a spy. After receiving the personnel list in the early morning, an outstanding elite checked out the abnormal body and action comparison of this person in the camera and listed him as a suspected target and submitted him. It was just that his belly protruded a few centimeters, maybe it was just a body error caused by eating a little too much today, and the pace of action was slightly inconsistent with the usual pace, which was enough for Oda Sentefu to try. And the result was that he caught a big fish unexpectedly. Oda Sendei's mantis blade slashed and flashed, and he was still secretly amazed in his mind. This time, the group of old guys in the Tokyo headquarters really sent an outstanding guy. I originally thought that they were just relying on the past relationship under Master Saburo, and they were useless people who were just sitting there doing nothing. I didn't expect that their ability to discover talents could actually reach a little bit of the level of Master Saburo when he was alive. Mingji. I remembered it myself. Chapter 695. This military technology lurker had actually just completed his substitution ritual less than 72 hours ago. He perfectly replicated the biological characteristics, memory modules, and even behavioral patterns of the original owner, a middle-level manager of the North American branch of Arasaka, and even his closest colleagues failed to detect any abnormalities. But behind this seamless disguise was the long-term and careful planning of military technology spies. They took advantage of the chaotic period of power vacuum after the death of Saburo Arasaka, and chiseled cracks in the firewall of Arasaka inch by inch like termites gnawing at rotten wood. First, they bribed the outsourced maintenance technicians to implant a backdoor in the biometric system, then they turned 3 night shift operators of the data center, and finally they even sacrificed 2 lurking teams to divert the attention of the counterintelligence department. All these costs were only exchanged for a substitute identity, with a security level just enough to access the core area. There was still an unhealed quantum encryption neural interface on his neck, which was left when he underwent the final surgery in Washington the day before yesterday. At this moment, this €1,000,000 modified organ was slightly hot, transmitting encrypted instructions from the white noise eagle to him. Shadows like him simply disdain to steal ordinary business secrets. They exist for only one purpose: to cooperate with external assault teams to carry out special operations when the top leaders of Arasaka are most relaxed. Whether it is beheading, kidnapping, or eliminating threats to intensify the power struggle within Arasaka, as long as it is achieved, the value created will greatly increase the voice of the people behind them in military technology. The glory and fact of defeating Arasaka can allow the people behind them to win the struggle within military technology. The lights on the floor were decomposed into data streams in his mechanical eyes, and he was scanning the weak points of defense at all exits. For his lurking, military technology had made 6 top agents disappear forever in the deep waters of Coronado Bay, and the appearance and discovery of Oda Sandeo were unexpected variables, which had made his lurking and the sacrifice of the people behind him invalid. In order to make up for it, he had to do something at the last moment of his life. The spy of military technology knew very well that from the moment his identity was exposed, the possibility of escape had been reduced to 0. In the body of the steel behemoth of Arasaka Tower, every inch of air was soaked with Arasaka's will, and under every floor tile was a deadly defense system. Even if he boasted that his strength was enough to not lose to Arasaka's 100-man ninja unit in a head-on confrontation, this was not a battlefield for a fair duel. This was the enemy's nest, and an abyss that swallowed all rebels. Although Oda's attack was fierce, the spy was able to capture a key piece of information. This top fighter of Arasaka was not in the best condition. Compared with the top guard in the intelligence file, who was as fast as lightning and could kill with one strike, Oda's movements were obviously a bit slower, and the trajectory of the mantis knife was no longer as fierce and accurate as before. But even so, the tricky slash that almost succeeded still made the spy feel a tingling chill on the back of his neck. This was the pressure of Arasaka's top combat power, even if it was just a discounted version. The spy quickly assessed the situation. Even if Oda was not in good condition, he was not completely sure that he could win the battle. Even if he risked his life and bet all his cards, he would only have a 10% chance of winning at most. Moreover, this battle will be extremely brutal. Even if he wins by chance, he will definitely pay a heavy price. At that time, any Arasaka's security guard can kill him. Not to mention, in this tower that symbolizes the absolute power of Arasaka, there are more than one masters like Oda. Although Oda Santefu is a direct subordinate of Arasaka Hanako, the Arasaka Tower where they are at the moment is the core of the entire Arasaka Empire. Once the battle situation is unfavorable, Oda can call for support at any time. And the reinforcements that will arrive at that time are likely to include the guy, Adam Hammer, that monster, that madman, that war machine born for killing. The spy's database stores countless horror stories about that man, single-handedly wiping out an entire special forces unit, tearing open the steel plate of an armored vehicle with his hands, violently solving and tearing open a CPA in a hail of bullets. He knows his own weight too well. Even if all the members of his team are present, no, even if the entire hidden combat department is transferred, it may not be enough for Adam Hammer to warm up. After all, not every team can let the devil test their level like the legendary KK team. Ordinary people will be torn apart the moment they meet. Only those who can pass a few hands can make the monster say a few more words out of surprise. The spy knows that he does not have this ability, so he has to make up for it now. Give up the original mission and kill Oda Santefu instead. This time, the assessment is different from the previous assessment of whether there is a possibility of escape after defeating Oda Santefu. Instead, he is ready to bet his life on the possibility of victory. If he could use this exposure to tear open a possible path to Arasaka Hanako for his colleagues, then his desperate efforts would be valuable before the new guards around Arasaka Hanako came to fill the gap. The enhanced reaction of Krenzikov allowed the spy to complete his thinking in the moment of blocking the attack, and then he acted for the only possible best result after being exposed now. Unfortunately, he misjudged one thing. That is, the possibility that he thought he could defeat Oda Santefu by desperately fighting did not exist at all, and the victory he had estimated in his heart did not exist in this battle from the beginning. Fight? Or it was not even a fight. This was just an extremely simple handling. I thought I could get a glimpse of the whole picture with one blow, and I thought the strength and angle of one blow could determine the level, and I thought that Oda Santefu, who was not in good condition now, was someone I could defeat. I thought, maybe it's a delusion. If it takes a lot of effort to deal with a guy at the level of an ordinary 100-man ninja, then even if Oda Santefu is in a low state, it is impossible for him to become one of the only 2 full-score graduates in the Hokkaido training camp in 100 years, let alone become Arasaka Hanako's personal bodyguard. Even the young Chiyo, who was still young at the time, only borrowed the Arasaka equipment from Night City in a hurry, and chased and killed the members of the 100 in a bad state when she rushed to Night City. She seemed to be at ease and confident that she could easily take them down, not to mention Oda Santefu, who has been a bodyguard for many years, and has been improving his skills. The battle lasted only 2 blinks of people's eyes. The spy who was confident in his ability with military technology fell under the blade of Oda Santefu's mantis knife. He couldn't even show more skills before his head was cut off by a clean knife. The first knife just now was just a test. As a bodyguard, Oda Santefu has the habit of testing the opponent's level to assess and determine the threat. Chapter 696. Thoroughly check his identity, find out all his whereabouts today, the people he has contacted, the data he has retrieved, and don't miss any clues. Oda Santefu's electronic eye glowed coldly in the dim corridor. To be able to lurk in this position, there must be an insider to help. I want to dig out every mouse hiding in the shadows. No matter who dares to reach into Arasaka, they must be prepared to be crushed. After dealing with the military technology spy, he slowly retracted the mantis knife, and the blood-stained blade left a scarlet afterimage in the air, and finally disappeared into his mechanical arm. Oda Santefu's face was as gloomy as iron, as if even the temperature around him dropped sharply because of his murderous intent. He stared at the gradually cooling corpse on the ground, and suddenly raised his foot to crush the communication chip in the other's throat. The crisp sound of metal breaking seemed to put an end to this clumsy infiltration. It's really ironic that military technology actually buried its chess pieces in its own prosthetic maintenance team. If he hadn't noticed today, he subconsciously touched the neural interface at the back of his neck, and there had been no connection there for a long time. If he hadn't noticed it today, then perhaps during a routine inspection, a programmer's fingertips would quietly implant a string of fatal code, and he would kneel down in front of the enemy like a puppet with its strings cut at a critical moment. Most of the Pheasant faction trash summoned this time are not only useless, but also leak enemy agents like a sieve. They should have been Miss Huazi's sharpest knives, but now they have become rusty scraps of copper and iron. Those flattering smiles and exaggerated bows all turned into ridiculous performances in the face of a real crisis. If even the maintenance of one's own prosthesis could be tampered with, does that mean that Miss Huazi's safety would also be at risk? When he thought of the possibility that Miss Huazi might be harmed, Oda Santefu's mood began to change involuntarily. A violent rage rushed from his spine to the top of his head. He could almost taste the metallic killing intent spreading at the root of his tongue. How dare those rubbish? How dare they expose Miss Huazi to such a threat? His eyes swept over the trembling Pheasant faction members, and he had already simulated a dozen plans to execute the rubbish in his mind, using a mantis knife to cut the tendons of their legs and then forcing them to crawl over glass shards, or injecting neurotoxins into their subcutaneous cooling system. But when he caught a glimpse of Mingji in the crowd, the boiling killing intent suddenly stagnated. The young man stood in the middle of the turbulent crowd like a sheathed samurai's sword, and even the fold of his collar maintained a perfect 45-degree angle. The eyes behind the lenses were as calm as a frozen lake, in stark contrast to the pale faces of the colleagues around them, whose prosthetic fingers were trembling. A certain cadre from Tokyo was pulling the holster buckle with a clacking sound, but Akechi's right hand always maintained the best position 0.5 centimeters away from the gun handle on his waist. This detail made Oda's heart involuntarily admire him. This is why he only labeled most of the Pheasant faction as trash. Akechi was the best performer among this group of people, and his performance in action was textbook level. When Oda's mantis knife cut through the spy's bionic skin, Akechi was standing at the best fire cover point. Although this civilian counterintelligence officer didn't even have basic combat prosthesis installed, his position was accurate enough to block the escape route. From beginning to end, Oda was observing while dealing with the military technology spies, and Mingji's breathing rate did not change from beginning to end. Compared with those Tokyo personnel, who were so scared that they wanted to draw their guns, and those Night City personnel who retreated when they encountered an accident, they were much better. Oda Sandeo loosened his clenched teeth and spoke. Mingji? There was still a little bit of murderous intent in Oda Sandeo's voice, like the last buzzing of a blade when it was sheathed. In addition to your regular duties, I grant you the authority to fire and execute. The pupil of his prosthetic eye shrank slightly, and a cold light of data flow passed across the surface of the iris. He took a step forward, stepping on the blood that had not yet dried, making a sticky sound. From now on, during the maintenance of my prosthesis, Oda's eyes swept across every trembling figure present like a scanning laser. As long as someone makes you doubt for even 0.1 seconds, you have the right to execute him on the spot. No declaration, no explanation. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Many people present had their heartbeats breaking through the safety threshold at this moment. Yes. The wise answer was as concise as the system confirmation sound. His facial muscles did not show any micro-expressions that matched human joy, and even the dilation of his pupils was maintained at the baseline. He was neither like those idiots who got carried away by their promotion, nor did he pretend to be humble. He just calmly accepted this terrifying authority that was enough to make ordinary cadres sleepless for a month, as if he was not taking over the power of life and death, but just an ordinary data chip. Oda Sandeo's heart was filled with admiration. This combination of absolute rationality and absolute loyalty is the most perfect gear of the Arasaka Empire. But perfect gears also need protection. His artificial eye focused on Mingji's slightly thin shoulder line. Although this young man has top analytical ability, his artificial body is obviously still at the standard of ordinary civilian staff in the counterintelligence department. If there are still lurking personnel, he may not be able to do anything to stop them with his ability. In addition, his artificial eye flashed, and a permission was opened for Mingji. The weapons management system and the firewall key of this floor are now open to you. As Oda Sandeo spoke, a subtle mechanical operation sound came from the wall. The indicator lights of dozens of hidden weapon bays turned from red to green, flashing in the eyes of everyone. With just a thought, those micro-machine guns embedded in the wall will tear apart any intruder. At the same time, several data streams were unfolding in front of Mingji. Elevator control protocols, ventilation system permissions, and even emergency brake codes. These things combined can allow Mingji to fully control everything on this floor, when Oda Sandeo is temporarily unable to move while maintaining the prosthesis. Oda Sandeo watched Mingji calmly digest this information, and suddenly remembered the teachings he had received during his training in Hokkaido. Smart predators will remain absolutely silent before taking action, and only at the moment of hunting will they show their murderous intent like thunder. Now he sees the same trait in this young subordinate. Reassuring danger. Don't let me down. He turned and walked towards the maintenance compartment. Your performance will determine the reward. Yes. It was still a capable answer. Mingji was still so calm in the jealous or fearful looks of other people around him. After all, when you see someone fall into a pit, you always have to hold back your laughter before you fall completely. Chapter 697. Mr. Akechi. The cold white light in the prosthetic maintenance room suddenly lit up, illuminating the metal wall as pale as an operating table. The air still had the pungent smell of disinfectant, mixed with the bloody smell of the previous slaughter. As the reminder of the transfer of floor authority sounded in everyone's ears, several staff members, who had been huddled in the corner, suddenly became active, with carefully calculated smiles on their faces, like a group of mechanical hyenas smelling bait, slowly surrounding Akechi. The first one to come up was a female technical officer, with a Kyoto retro bun. She deliberately adjusted her prosthetic eyes to a soft amber color, which is a color that makes people feel close and warm. You have been appreciated by Lord Oda this time. Her voice was so sweet that it was sickly, and her fingers seemed to accidentally brush Akechi's cuffs. If there is anything you need help with in the future. Her words suddenly got stuck in her throat. Akechi turned his face, and the pupils behind the lenses showed a kind of indifference under the light, which was full of a cold sense of condescension. That was not a human look. It was more like a sniper's laser sight, accurately locking onto everyone's fatal point. Standing in front of him, the female technician felt that she was completely exposed to Akechi. Her throat, her brain, her heart, every part of her body was like being scrutinized by Akechi's eyes, giving off a faint phantom pain. The female technician had a feeling that if Akechi thought about it, she would definitely not survive the next moment. The crowd suddenly froze. They then remembered the red warning box, emergency protocol activated, execution authority granted, Akechi Goro, floating in the corner of their retina. The knees of a local counterintelligence officer in Night City began to tremble uncontrollably. His balanced prosthesis was frantically secreting neurotransmitters that inhibited tremors, but it was completely unable to stop the instinctive fear. The female technician in the front row took a half step back and hit the wall with her back. Her carefully maintained nails scraped against the wall, and the smile that was just so relaxed was now twitching at a frequency of 3 times per second. Everyone saw Mingji's right hand hanging by his side. The hand was flat next to the holster, ready to draw the gun at any time. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Then Mingji gently pushed his glasses with his left hand. This ordinary action almost made the female technician collapse to the ground. Those flattering smiles were like a low-quality holographic advertisement, with the pause button pressed, frozen on everyone's face. They suddenly realized that the seemingly weak young man in front of them now held a power that was more terrifying than 10 times, a power that could turn them into more numbers without trial. When Mingji finally spoke, his voice was as calm as if he was reading the instructions for using the air conditioner. The protection process will begin in 10 seconds, everyone take your positions. This sentence exploded the frozen crowd like a grenade. They dispersed faster than when they saw the spy with military technology, and one guy who was panicking almost fell down. Behind all the busy people, Mingji stood quietly, watching their fleeing backs, with an almost imperceptible sneer on the corner of his mouth. This may be the moment when he is closest to expression today. It's funny to tease people, he thought carelessly. What these people fear is not him himself, but the invisible power in his hand. This almost instinctive reaction made Carl feel funny, and a little bit ironic. He was certainly not a madman, nor was he a bloodthirsty butcher like Adam Heavy Hammer. He was actually quite tolerant of human life. Unless the other party was a scavenger, even if he was angered, he would most likely leave the other party a way out. After all, killing was never his hobby. But they didn't know. They only saw the deterrence behind the name Wise, and tremblingly speculated that he would draw his gun and kill people in the next second, and now, this fear made them obedient like sheep, and they dared not bother him again. Carl suddenly felt a little pathetic. Are these people speculating about him with their own logic? Do they think that if they were in power, they would arbitrarily eliminate dissidents and eliminate those who are annoying? So they are so sure that he will do the same. Sigh. With this kind of thinking, It's no wonder that they are in this position now. The tradition of the lower class rising up in Arasaka is nothing more than a farce of wild dogs fighting for rotten meat. They bite each other desperately just to climb to a higher position, but they don't even understand the most basic rules of the game. If you use your brain a little, you should understand that the real way to promotion is to create value, not to destroy. Only those who can bring benefits to the company can gain a firm foothold in the power struggle. Relying on flattery and excluding dissidents to get to the top? Even if you succeed by chance, it will only be a flash in the pan. After all, you can't go far. Ding. Carl received a message. I'm here. David has already joined the company and started working. I know. He simply responded and stepped forward wisely. He walked over the trembling staff around him and walked into the prosthetic maintenance room. In the room, Oda Sandeo was accepting the maintenance of the prosthesis with his eyes closed, and around him, many technicians were busy. When those people saw Mingji approaching, everyone showed a little fear. They also knew Mingji's current authority like the people outside. Under the pressure of life and death, each of their actions was involuntarily accelerated. They all wanted to complete their duties quickly, lest Mingji suddenly felt that something was wrong with their actions and executed them on the spot. But they couldn't make mistakes quickly, otherwise they would hurt Oda Sandeo and die. They had to be fast and steady. This inner pressure made them dare not look at Mingji, and they could only bury their heads in their work. Each of them thought that Mingji was loyal, and was monitoring them for the safety of Oda Sandeo. Because of this fear, they ignored the flash of the camera in the prosthesis maintenance room. Originally, Carl still needed to invade, but with the authority given by Oda Sandeo, Carl didn't even need to invade, and he had already taken over everything in the room. Prosthesis maintenance. Carl naturally came to see the prosthesis maintenance. If the maintenance of the prosthesis was carried out normally, something wrong would definitely be found out about the manipulation he made to Oda Sandeo. In this case, Oda would be suspicious. Therefore, he had to do something more at this time. It would be a waste if he didn't use the authority given by Oda himself, right? This was the right he gave up for himself. When no one dared to pay attention to him, Carl's hand was placed next to a data table, and the single molecule line popped out silently, completing the connection. He really didn't know the lesson. The surname Akechi has always been a name of great traitors and rebellion since ancient times. How could he live up to the surname of Akechi Mitsuhide? Chapter 698. Akechi, I look forward to your performance. After the words fell, Oda Santefu stepped into the elevator without looking back. The metal door closed silently, isolating Akechi's figure outside. The prosthetic examination took only half an hour, nearly half of the original 1 hour. This made him quite satisfied. After all, he could return to Miss Huazi faster. However, the conclusion in the report made him frown slightly. Everything is normal. Except for a few minor functional stagnations caused by long-term lack of maintenance, the state of his prosthetics can even be called excellent. But this is completely opposite to his recent physical sensations. His reaction speed has indeed slowed down, and his movements are no longer as accurate as before. Since the problem is not with the prosthetics, there is only one answer: there is something wrong with him. The memory of the Hokkaido training camp passed through his mind like a knife. Those rigorous emotional trainings, those extra emotions that were forcibly stripped away, have they been worn away by time? Or, has he never really forgotten those trainings? Perhaps those emotions that were forcibly stripped away have never disappeared, but have only been dormant in the depths of consciousness, and now they are entangled with the loyalty rooted in the bones into twisted vines, spreading quietly when no one notices. If so, can this already distorted emotion really be disassembled and replaced as easily as mechanical parts? The metal wall of the elevator reflected his calm face. Oda Santefu's knuckles trembled slightly, and a subtle electric current noise came from under his bionic skin. If this deteriorated emotion is forcibly removed, will the loyalty soaked in flesh and blood be torn apart as well? He suddenly realized that he was actually afraid of such a possibility. However, all these feelings must not be shown in front of Miss Huazi. Miss Huazi does not need to know this. Oda Santefu only needs to straighten his back as usual and report in the most stable voice that the prosthesis is in excellent condition and can still protect Miss Huazi. Even if he knows in his heart that there are some hidden things in the report because of his own selfishness. Oda Santefu knows that this is not qualified, because if he has a clear understanding and knows that he is no longer in peak condition, then the most reasonable thing for him to do should be to report to Miss Huazi while hoping that there will be a newcomer to replace himself and perfectly complete the responsibility of protecting Miss Huazi. But every time he thought of another newcomer, whether male or female, when the vague figure of the newcomer emerged, a kind of twitching feeling far beyond the pain threshold of the prosthesis exploded from Oda Santafu's chest, making it difficult for him to accept it. He clearly understood that he did not want to see such a picture, nor did he want to accept such a result. In this increasingly twisted state of mind, Oda Santafu convinced himself. Perhaps the so-called decline in skills was just an illusion of increased nerve sensitivity. Perhaps it was this twisted emotion that allowed him to block the bullet for Miss Huazi half a step earlier, when other guards stopped at procedural protection. In the elevator mirror, he saw a perfectly restrained smile at the corner of his mouth. He was still Oda Santafu, still Miss Huazi's personal guard, and still Miss Huazi's most loyal person. Miss Huazi's guard could only be him. At the moment when the elevator that Oda Santao was riding was slowly rising, standing in front of the elevator door and watching the elevator rise, under the trembling gaze of the people around him, Mingji, who had his back to them, had his mouth curved more and more clearly, when the surveillance cameras on all floors were under his control. Mingji originally planned to take this opportunity to push Oda Santao again, but he found that he didn't need to do that at all. Oda Santao had convinced himself, or for this guard whose emotions had been suppressed for a long time, he actually didn't know how to really face it, or suppress his emotions. The education he received before was just fur or useless. When such an idea really came up in his heart, this emotion was full of catharsis and difficult to suppress. Mingji just knocked a small hole in this fortress, and this seemingly solid and indestructible fortress collapsed by itself. Oda Santao can no longer go back to the past, when he was only loyal to Arasaka Hanako without any selfish desires. In other words, it is absurd to want a person to completely erase his feelings. Even in this era, feelings are still unavoidable and still exist in people's hearts. Even if it was the Mad Ant Adam Heavy Hammer, he at least knew the pleasure of killing and the pleasure of self-perception. Cyber psychopaths all know that going crazy is a kind of catharsis. In an era of increasingly repressed emotions, the more things are repressed, the stronger they will be when there is a gap and they burst out. The fortress has been breached. For Mingji and Carl, what he did to Oda Sendao was just a casual move, but he would not deny that his actions did affect the world. The guards around Arasaka Hanako are no longer able to perform their duties, or in other words, they are unable to perform their duties in front of Carl and Akechi. So what will be the result? This means that Arasaka Hanako's life is nothing more than something that Carl can take off if he wants. Of course, it can be taken off, but the impact of doing so should be considered more. But now, Akechi smiled as he saw that he had completed the perfect guarding during the maintenance of the prosthesis, and the reward for saving time for him, and Oda Santafu had given him another duty. This time, he turned around and smiled at the other people who were afraid. Everyone except him felt deep fear from his smile. Everyone couldn't explain why they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts, when they saw Akechi's seemingly peaceful smile. Why is this smile so familiar? Before this idea came up, they made up for themselves. Because Akechi is now far above them. This elite from the Tokyo headquarters, Goro Akechi, was officially assigned to be responsible for the peripheral security of Oda Santao and Miss Arasaka Hanako. The group's top management specially granted him the corresponding level of authority, enabling him to fully monitor and coordinate the operation of the entire security system. As a right given by Oda Santao, Goro Akechi has management authority beyond the local security team, which allows him to directly intervene and command all security affairs when necessary. In other words, except for the most core personal guards that can only be carried out by Oda Santao, Goro Akechi can cover the rest of the guarding rights. This is exactly what Oda Santao did to deal with the weak security in the festival. He took a fancy to Akechi's ability, and handed over the power he could control in Night City to this outstanding and loyal elite. And Carl will not let him down. David, you have accepted the transfer. Chapter 699. At the moment when Carl was wise and stirred up the storm in Night City, V opened his eyes. The time was 8:35 in the morning, which was later than the usual time for V to get up. The main reason was that V ran to take a job in the middle of the night yesterday. The job was not difficult, just to deal with a group of scavengers. The difficult part was that the employer had a requirement. V did not read it carefully. He said that he had to take the damn scavenger back, even if it was just a corpse. But V was looking at the task and doing it at the same time. It was too fast, and he solved it as soon as he saw it. Fortunately, the employer did not require a living one, so V tried his best to assemble it. It took half an hour to assemble it diligently, and sent it to the employer. It has to be said that this time is a bit long, which is enough for V to solve other tasks normally, but the employer still gave a good evaluation of V's attitude. He was very satisfied with the scavenger that V assembled and gave him an extra hard work fee. It's good to pay more, But because of this, V's other work that was originally scheduled to be completed at 12 o'clock was delayed, so he had to finish all the work after 1 o'clock. Working late, sleeping late, and naturally getting up later. Of course, in fact, part of the reason is that there was more than one weird order yesterday, and the last order was a bit outrageous. There was a guy who installed a big steel cannon on himself, and he made corresponding modifications to the length and size without following the instructions of the prosthesis. As a result, he almost became a bomb boy. Fortunately, when he found that the thing started to heat up and twitch, he urgently asked for help, and V happened to pass by and took the job. Otherwise, I'm afraid the guy would really get Danganronpa. V thought about the guy screaming while covering his genitals, and then thought about how he said he would not modify so many things next time when he was pushed in. He felt that he might see that guy again during this period of time. Not modifying so many things means that he still plans to modify them. With such a suicidal guy around, V really doesn't need to worry too much about whether he will not get any work. It's fun to do such odd jobs every day. However, after doing too many odd jobs, he occasionally wants to take on some challenging work. Putting on the samurai band jacket that he bought when he accompanied Johnny a few days ago, which seemed to be a rare item, V put on his thermal samurai sword and golden ruthless woman, and walked out of the room yawning. Carl said that he would not go home these 2 days, and he just skipped the breakfast that was supposed to be his turn. Although I don't know if he did it on purpose, it happened to be Jack's turn to make breakfast today. V was actually looking forward to what Jack would do this morning. Open the door. Am I still asleep? V stared at the scene in front of him with eyes wide open in disbelief. Johnny was standing in a completely upside-down position, with his hind legs raised high to the sky, and only his front legs supporting his body. The whole person stood there like a straight flagpole. What was even more weird was that the 3 companions were standing in a circle around Johnny, with different expressions on their faces. This absurd scene made V wonder if he was still dreaming. What did he see? Jack, Oliver and T-Bug were actually watching Johnny standing upside down. Although Johnny's tricks were not uncommon, the situation in front of him was obviously wrong. V noticed that Johnny's holographic projection was also in an upside-down state, and the mouth was constantly opening and closing to curse, but no sound came out. T-Bug's vigilant eyes, plus Jack and Oliver's solemn expressions, all showed that this was no joke. What happened? V, who was standing on the second floor, looked more and more serious. What happened to Johnny? Oliver, who had already noticed the movement, explained without turning his head, someone is remotely invading Johnny's system. According to T-Bug, the other party is a top expert, and is now trying to seize control. Fortunately, Johnny has a firewall set by T-Bug in his body. The two sides are in a stalemate, causing Johnny to lose control of his body. Remote control of Johnny? T-Bug, can you track the source of the signal? Where is the enemy? I am doing my best to track it down. T-Bug frowned. As a hacker expert in the team, her technical level is top-notch in the entire Night City, and ordinary hackers are not even qualified to be compared with her. But this invasion against Johnny is unusual. The other party not only easily broke through the ICE protection system, but also perfectly avoided all alarm programs. When she noticed the abnormality, the intruder was almost connected. This kind of smooth intrusion technique, this kind of ingenious use of system vulnerabilities, this kind of skillful technique to bypass layers of defense, is absolutely beyond the reach of ordinary hackers. Moreover, where did the other party's connection signal come from? T-Bug had just thoroughly inspected Johnny's body yesterday to ensure that he was not infected with any malicious programs due to the random insertion of neural interfaces. But how did this intruder hack in? T-Bug was sure that if she could directly access Johnny's system, she would be able to immediately analyze the other party's intrusion method, and even reversely deduce the other party's control protocol. But the problem is that she can't connect at all now. The reason is that the firewall in Johnny's body has produced some abnormal reaction with the relic chip, and T-Bug can no longer connect easily. T-Bug even suspected that the other party was forcibly establishing a connection through the underlying protocol of Relic. But although she had studied Relic, she never dared to deeply explore its internal structure. After all, if she was not careful, Johnny's consciousness might be directly wiped out, and she dared not take such a risk anyway. The current situation is simply terrible. She can only rely on the pre-implanted firewall for passive defense, and cannot actively access the system to fight back. What's worse is that the hacker on the other side is obviously also a top master. T-Bug has to admit that in the absence of direct connection means, even with the advantage of the firewall, it is difficult for her to completely prevent the other party's invasion. She can only watch the other party erode her defense line bit by bit, and gradually seize control of Johnny's body. Cold sweat slid down T-Bug's forehead. She was full of struggle, hesitating whether to take a gamble and risk damaging Johnny's consciousness by forcibly connecting to Relic and trying to cut off the other party's connection. But what if it fails? What if her intervention accelerates the other party's invasion? Or worse, Johnny is undoubtedly now a member of their team and a friend of T-Bug. In this case, if she really wiped out Johnny's consciousness, wouldn't it mean that she killed Johnny with her own hands? But she couldn't decide. At the moment, when T-Bug gritted her teeth and was ready to make a decision, the hacker who invaded compromised, and the other party also felt the threat to Johnny if they continued to fight, and finally just concentrated the data and took over the language system. I have no hostility. This was the first sentence the hacker said through Johnny's voice. Chapter 700. No hostility. Ha, no hostility, and you invade Johnny right away. Oliver stared at Johnny, the familiar projection, but the voice of a stranger. If this bastard was standing in front of him at this moment, he swore that he would swing a stick and make this bastard who invaded another person's body suffer. In my memory bank, this is probably not a polite way of greeting. Jack's jawline was stiff, and the grooves between his eyebrows were deep enough to kill a fly. His eyes cut through every inch of Johnny's expression like a knife, and his muscle memory made his hands subconsciously pose for power. If he hadn't been concerned about the body of this friend after all, he would have rushed up and pressed the other person to the ground. Typical show-off invasion. T-Bug sneered and crossed his arms. First seize physical control, then play psychological deterrence, an old trick. She was too familiar with this trick. First invade by crushing technology, then talk with a condescending attitude, just like a cat teasing a mouse under its claws. T-Bug has encountered this method of building psychological advantage by showing strength too many times, and each time it is basically the dog of the company. The other party is undoubtedly a master, not only with superb technology, but also proficient in psychological games. Just like deliberately giving up a piece in chess, and showing weapons before a fight, every step is silently declaring, "Look, I can control your friends at any time, and you can only passively accept it." This method of converting technical advantages into psychological suppression is more disgusting than simple system invasion. She moved her fingers calmly, and the neural interface was slightly hot. This opponent hiding in the shadow of data just tried to use Johnny's body as a stage to show his strength, and all of them were forced to become the audience of this performance. The tingling sensation from T-Bug's neural connection kept her on high alert. The only thing that made her feel a little relieved was that the other party obviously wanted something from them. Otherwise, he would not have given in so quickly, and took the initiative to lift the complete control of Johnny's body. But this abnormal restraint was more disturbing than the unscrupulous invasion. She squinted her eyes, and the light and shadow of the data stream danced on her retina. This routine of first applying pressure and then negotiating was just like the style of a big company. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the icy cracker on her waist, and the cold touch of the metal reminded her of the cruelty of reality. If the negotiations broke down, the other party would probably invade Johnny again, and this time, I'm afraid they wouldn't be so polite. As a hacker, T-Bug had to admit that her skills were not as good as others, and she couldn't help much in this regard, and the most correct approach was now flashing in her mind. Is there any way to solve the hacker invasion? Killing the hacker himself is definitely the easiest and most convenient thing. T-Bug has a companion, so he can let his companion do what he can't do. Since he can't overwhelm the other party in terms of hacking, he just needs to stabilize his companion and prevent him from being invaded. If he tries his best, he should be able to stop the hacker for a long time. If the situation is not good, he will forcefully connect to Johnny, as long as he can find the location of the real hacker. T-Bug is confident that even Arasaka Tower can't stop V and the others. He had already started to plan to track down the hacker's true identity, but T-Bug's expression was calm and unmoved, as if he had seen the other party's compromise, and was ready to listen to what the other party wanted to say. While Oliver and Jack were both angry, and T-Bug was secretly calculating in anger, V just clenched the knife in his hand. His expression did not change, and the hacker who was watching them through Johnny also spoke at this time. "I'm very sorry." His voice was low, with a hint of tight restraint. "If the situation was not so urgent that it could not be reversed, I would never resort to this desperate measure. I am willing to bear all the consequences. Even if you kill me directly after meeting, I will never complain, but this matter is really urgent at this moment. I have no choice." No choice? Oliver's brows were still furrowed. He did not relax a bit to the hacker, who seemed to show compromise. His words were cold and sharp. "I can see that you want us to have no choice. I know this will make you feel malicious, so I am willing to show you my identity and my current location." The hacker's words after Oliver's words made the brows of several people present slightly raised. Willing to reveal identity and location? Although this did not make T-Bug, who was originally trying to track down, relax much, it was indeed a means of easing the situation, which was very impolite at the beginning. Although the others did not speak, their emotions did ease a little. And seeing that the original hostility of the people present had relaxed a little, the hacker looked around with the help of Johnny's sight. "I didn't see Mr. KK here. Are you on a mission? But I don't think I'd get an answer even if I ask you. Before we build more trust, let me introduce myself." The hacker seemed to be a little concerned about KK's absence, but he had no intention of talking to the entire KK team. It was better to say that the absence of KK, who had left a deep impression on him, made the hacker feel a little relaxed. He introduced himself. "My name is Lark. My body is currently on Sky One. Rosalind Miles, the President of the new United States of America, is sitting opposite me." It was just a short sentence, but the information revealed in it made everyone's eyes widen. "The President," Dee muttered, his expression changed slightly. The hacker around the President, huh, it's really interesting, the people around the new American President, who will meet Arasaka tomorrow, shouldn't they be busy protecting the President at this time? How can they be in the mood to play an invasion and chat with us? This sounds like a joke. Oliver sarcastically said, "I am a guard who left his post without permission around Lincoln, and everyone calls himself a person around some big shot, which is amazing." "I'm not kidding, Mr. Oliver." The hacker felt the distrust of Oliver and others, and continued, "The reason why I use this method to contact you at this time is because what will happen next will affect the peace of the two companies and even the world. For the upcoming negotiations, I need you to help me." Without waiting for others to say anything, the hacker continued, "Come help me and save the President." Chapter 701. World Peace. Save the President? Hearing this exaggerated and almost absurd line, Oliver's first reaction was whether he was still watching those old-fashioned Mutuo. The kind of cliched plots where superheroes save the world single-handedly, or secret agents turn the tide. Although he is not very interested in this type of subject matter, he occasionally finds one or two to entertain himself. After all, who doesn't like the refreshing feeling of punching villains, stepping on conspiracies, and carrying the whole scene by himself? Of course, what is more attractive is the ending. When the hero returns triumphantly, there will always be hot beauties who take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms, end the story with hot kisses and ambiguous promises, and then start the subsequent paid plot. However, at the moment, he automatically filtered out those erotic fantasies, and focused all his attention on this familiar first half. According to the routine, the next step should be the mission briefing, right? Then they will find that the so-called receivers are all useless and drag their feet, and in the end, they can only rely on their own team to break out of the siege. And when everything is over, a superior who has never appeared will slowly send a message saying well done, as if their lives hanging by a thread, and their bloody battles are just a trivial part of the process. Damn, the sense of déjà vu is too strong. Oliver complained. He could only be half believing and half doubting the hacker's claim that he was someone close to the President, and needed them to save the President. Believe it, because with their team status in Night City, they are indeed qualified to take on this level of work. Looking at the entire city, there is really no other team that can do this kind of job except them. It is reasonable for the other party to come to them. But to say that they completely believed it? That would be a miracle. Who knows if some idle hacker on the other side of the screen is playing tricks on them? If that's the case, Oliver has already made up his mind. Once he finds this bastard, he must let him experience what American gunfighting is like, and he will definitely make him regret giving birth to him. Not only Oliver was murmuring, but the other members of the team were also suspicious. According to Carl's classic metaphor, this kind of thing is as outrageous as receiving a text message on Thursday saying that he is Qin Shi Huang, asking you to be him 50, and you will be appointed as a general after the task is completed. Although Oliver and the others have never understood why it has to be Thursday, and why Qin Shi Huang v50, they know what Carl means. Those who say such nonsense are either liars or fools, and their credibility is less than 1%. The hacker who called himself Lark obviously noticed the suspicion of Oliver and others, and sighed heavily through Johnny's communication channel. I understand your doubts. If it were me, I would not easily believe such a fantasy. Her voice suddenly became urgent, but the fact is that the system of the President's Sky One special plane is collapsing. Someone has tampered with it. It is not an ordinary hacker intrusion, but a physical destruction. Even as a hacker around the President, I can't repair those burned servers. The communication signal fluctuated briefly, and her voice was intermittent. We are gliding towards Night City, and are expected to make an emergency landing in Dogtown soon. The President originally planned to arrive in Night City secretly before the formal negotiations, but he didn't expect After a harsh electromagnetic interference, her voice suddenly rose. My life or death is irrelevant, but if the president gets into trouble in Dogtown, in this lawless place, the whole world will believe that it was Arasaka who did it. You know how sensitive the situation is now. After Saburo Arasaka was assassinated, the peace was barely maintained by the private mediation of the president and Nobuaki Sei. Her tone suddenly became extremely tired. If the president dies, the war maniacs in the new U.S. Congress will immediately pass a special authorization bill. Military technology has assembled 10 mechanized divisions at the border. At that time, it will not be a simple corporate conflict, but a full-scale war. A new corporate war, the whole world will become a scorched earth. After a short silence, her voice suddenly became firm. I know this way of asking for help is offensive, but looking at the entire Night City, only you, the only legendary team, have the ability to complete this impossible task within 24 hours, that is, before the formal negotiations begin. Reward? As long as the president is safe, you can offer any price, as long as the president is safe. It sounds like a commission. Jack stroked his chin, and a thoughtful look appeared on his rough face. There was a hint of amusement in his deep voice. If it is really a serious client, then this kind of offense in an emergency situation is not incomprehensible, but well, he grinned, showing his white teeth, it depends on whether Johnny is willing to forgive. Ha! The new U.S. president is in danger? World crisis? Corporate war? Oliver spread his hands exaggeratedly, his tone full of sarcasm. This plot is too fucking grand, putting us mercenaries on the fire, right? The job of saving the world is handed over to the desperados of Night City. It's really creative. He smacked his lips, and added regretfully, it's a pity that Carl is not here, otherwise he would definitely come up with some classic comments. V was silent for a moment, and his sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the communication signal and look directly at the other party. He said calmly, if it is a formal commission, we can consider accepting it, but the premise is her voice suddenly turned cold, you have to release all control rights immediately, and we have to listen to Johnny's opinion first. I understand Johnny Silverhand, I'm very sorry. Hearing some agreement from V and the others, the hacker's voice was filled with surprise and apology. The situation is urgent. I have temporarily taken over your communication channel. I hope you can. Forgive your mother. Fucking hacker bastard. As soon as the communication was restored, Johnny's holographic projection jumped up angrily. He raised his middle finger viciously, and his metal arm reflected the cold light. Who gave you the courage to hack my system? Do you believe that I will go over the network cable and stick your broken terminal into your asshole? But despite the scolding, Johnny's irritable projection paced a few steps on the spot, suddenly stopped, and pulled a dangerous smile at the corner of his mouth. But he dragged out the tone, his fingers unconsciously rubbed his chin, and his eyes, under the sunglasses, could not see the emotion. If it is really like you said, you can give me, the new American deserter, a chance to meet our honorable president and save her priceless life by the way. He deliberately added an uncomfortable and sarcastic tone to the word save, and when he turned around, the holographic image left a faint afterimage in the air. When he met V's sight, his eyebrows raised exaggeratedly. Then this job is not completely out of consideration. Everyone present clearly caught the familiar and dangerous excitement in Johnny's tone. T-Bug rolled his eyes calmly, while Jack couldn't help grinning. Whenever Johnny spoke in such a deliberately artificial tone, it meant that he had already thought of an idea that would definitely cause big trouble. V sighed softly, tapping the handle of the knife unconsciously with his fingers. He could already foresee what would happen next, and even Oliver curled his lips subconsciously. Johnny was definitely up to something. This was the consensus of everyone who knew him. And now, this idea was probably fully formed in his rebellious head. Chapter 702. When everyone else in the team felt that Johnny was definitely thinking of something, the hacker who called himself Lark was deceived by Johnny's performance, or he could only accept Johnny's current cooperative attitude. I will definitely pay you a lot, Johnny Silverhand, you can rest assured. To express my sincerity and apology, I will help you optimize it. Optimize? This sudden proposal made the other team members look at each other in bewilderment, but before they could figure out the meaning of this word, Johnny had already felt that his core processor, the relic chip, was undergoing a drastic change deep inside. A large number of redundant data clusters were precisely cleared, just like someone suddenly cleared a warehouse that had been piled up with waste for many years. He was surprised to find that his thinking speed was soaring, as if the neural pipeline that had been blocked for many years was suddenly washed away by high-pressure water. I cleared the damaged data clusters caused by the installation error. Lark's voice continued to come with a surge of data flow. I installed some small gifts for you in the freed storage space. Don't worry, these codes are completely transparent. The hackers in your team can check them at any time. This is purely a sincere act of apology. Johnny's consciousness traveled through the reorganized data flow and quickly identified the new content that was implanted. Military technology firmware? To be more precise, it is the third-generation combat assistance software of military technology. Lark's tone was full of professional pride. It can perfectly adapt to your system, significantly improve the system's reaction speed and weapon control accuracy. Although I am not sure how effective it will be for your current special physical condition, the actual combat database inside is absolutely genuine. I believe that this compensation should make you feel my sincerity. This should be the internal product of military technology. Although I don't know the specific function, I have a lot more trust in your identity for being able to get this level of stuff. Oliver was listening to the two people who were also using Johnny's tone to have a question and answer conversation. He knew something about military technology and knew very well how generous the gift was given by the person who called himself Lark. The value of this gift is not in its role in improving Johnny, but in its concealment. This is a combat auxiliary software developed by military technology. It must store the combat data and training templates of the company's most elite personnel, otherwise it cannot provide substantial improvement for users. In other words, if this thing falls into the hands of competitors, they can completely analyze the action mode and tactical habits of the top combat personnel of military technology through reverse engineering, and even predict their battlefield decisions. Once the enemies of military technology master the operating logic of this system, they can set up ambushes accurately on the battlefield. Whether it is a large-scale conflict or a small encounter, they can seize the absolute advantage. This strategic advantage is far more terrible than a simple technology leak. As long as I can win your trust, any effort is worth it to ensure the safety of President Rosalind Miles. This gift is just a manifestation of my sincerity. Lark didn't expect that there was actually an expert who knew the goods. This gave her a perfect topic to further show her determination to rescue the president at all costs. I work in the White House. These items are just ordinary items to us. As long as you can successfully rescue President Rosalind Miles, the subsequent rewards will definitely exceed your imagination. That's enough. V suddenly interrupted the conversation, his voice calm. Now we do have more trust in your identity, so the things are just a deposit. He changed the subject, his tone suddenly tense. If it is really as you said, then the president's safety is urgent. Let's get to the point. You just mentioned that she would make an emergency landing in Dogtown. Why can't the new American officials directly send troops to support? If we need to rush there as soon as possible, how much support can we get? After officially considering this matter as a commission, these questions hit the nail on the head. 3 key points were fired continuously like bullets. Why couldn't the regular army of the new American army rush to Dogtown in time? Do they need to go immediately to meet the president, who made an emergency landing? And how much firepower support can they give while protecting the president? Each question is very critical, and determines how V should act later. Lark was obviously well prepared. He explained calmly, New America does have some personnel stationed in Night City, but at the critical moment of the negotiations with Arasaka, we cannot send more troops into Night City. Such an action will be regarded as a provocation and lead to the breakdown of negotiations. Moreover, Dogtown is a special area. Once our people enter, they will inevitably have a direct conflict with Hansen's forces. Lark paused. It is no accident that the president made an emergency landing in Dogtown this time. There must be traitors in Washington. They have colluded with Hansen for a long time. With Hansen's style, he will never miss the God-given opportunity to kidnap the president. And we are unable to mobilize troops on a large scale, and we are simply unable to confront Hansen, who is entrenched in Dogtown head-on. Lark continued, and even in New America, President Rosalind Miles does not have complete supporters. Those opponents are already very dissatisfied with her negotiations with Arasaka. If they knew the situation of President Rosalind Miles, there might be people who wanted to assassinate Rosalind Miles among the personnel sent. So you will not get much support, and you must rush to protect Rosalind Miles as soon as possible. In other words, the high and mighty president can only trust us, a group of mercenaries, to protect her? Jack finally understood, and it turned out to be another hard job. Without support, without personnel, relying only on these mercenaries to protect the president, what kind of life-threatening job is this? It's a very bad job, but generally speaking, it's acceptable. When Oliver said this, he had a little selfishness. To be honest, as a member of the old Stars and Stripes, if he didn't look at his current position, he had a little good impression of Rosalind Miles, the president who wanted to reunify the United States. This job was just to let them experience the treatment of CIA agents, so he could still reluctantly accept it once. I can do that too. And he doesn't pick tasks. After getting the two people's vote, Jack and T-Bug looked at each other. They looked at Johnny, who had a trick and was the first to agree, and felt that there was no need to object. Carl is not here. In his absence, 3-2, so let's take this job. We will rush to Dogtown immediately. As the few people talked, they sent a copy of the current situation and tasks to Carl. And Carl replied quickly, I know. He simply replied with 4 words, agreeing with the actions of his companions. Chapter 703. In Night City, no one dares to be sure whether they will be alive tomorrow, and whether they can still walk in this steel jungle where neon and shadows interweave. Similarly, no one dares to boast that they are knowledgeable, and have seen all kinds of things in the world. Even those who claim to be experienced veterans will be speechless at the scene they witness at this moment. Swoosh. The sharp whistling sound tore through the silence of the sky. The residents of Night City, who were used to lowering their heads to avoid the glaring light of billboards, raised their faces involuntarily at this moment. The next second, their pupils suddenly contracted. A passenger plane in flight was hit by a sudden missile. The dazzling flames exploded at the wings, and the thick smoke wrapped around the fuselage like a ferocious python. Amid the wailing of twisted metal, the injured steel behemoth was dragging the burning tail flame and desperately diving towards the ground. Air raid? No, it should be called air defense. But why would a passenger plane fly across the sky of Night City? And why would it be hit by a missile that came from nowhere? At this moment, no citizen of Night City could understand the absurd scene before their eyes. For people who have long been accustomed to walking with their heads down and avoiding the glare of neon lights, airplanes, giant steel birds that should be flying above the clouds, are rare. Even if they occasionally see them, they are mostly cut into blurred silhouettes by the corners of skyscrapers. And now, a clear and dazzling passenger plane dragging flames across the sky and being accurately bitten by a missile is definitely a spectacle they have never seen in their lives. Where is the air defense base in Night City? Where did this missile come from? Could it be the Arasaka super aircraft carrier docked in the port? Well-informed smart people have begun to inquire around. They have smelled the breath of the coming storm and are eager to uncover the truth behind this strange attack. Others have replaced thinking with action. Fuck. This is fucking exciting. On the streets of Dogtown, Oliver tightly gripped the steering wheel of Hera, and his knuckles turned white due to the force. He stared at the distant Sky-1, which had just released a guided missile to avoid the first wave of attacks, but was accurately hit by the second missile. On the dashboard, Johnny's communication signal suddenly turned into a glaring red disconnection prompt. What's the situation now? Johnny! Where is the signal of the Lark? Oliver's voice exploded in the closed compartment. Who knows? It was disconnected after shouting. Johnny's eyes were fixed on the plane that was falling at a terrifying angle. Although he had seen many things, witnessing the scene of a presidential plane being shot down by a missile still made his adrenaline soar. The missile was launched from Dogtown. That daring Guy Hansen really did it. Lark was right. This warlord is indeed in collusion with those people in Washington. Now it can be confirmed that we really have received a presidential-level hot potato. On the co-pilot, Jack held Johnny tightly. Through the windshield, he could clearly see the flames and smoke gushing out of the tail of the plane. What should we do now? What about the protection of the president, who made an emergency landing? The target was hit by 2 missiles in midair. Lark has also lost contact. Can we still do this job? Once you accept the job, there is no reason to cancel the order. T-Bug's voice came from the communication channel, accompanied by rapid knocking sounds. Trying to reconnect. Damn it, the network is a mess. There are all kinds of messed up information everywhere. The whole city is in chaos. The company dog has occupied a lot of information. I can't search it properly. It will take me a while. But there is good news. According to my analysis of the material of the aircraft, there is a 52.3% probability that the presidential plane can initiate the emergency landing procedure. At least our distinguished president will not be shot like a pigeon and directly hit the ground and turned into meat sauce. You need to add some poetry to your metaphor. This doesn't sound like what you said, T-Bug. Don't you know all kinds of messed up poems the most? Come on. Oliver stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and Hera's engine roared like a trapped beast. People think I'm the smartest, but I know that I know nothing. Oh, I know this sentence, Aristotle, right? You actually understand it. Don't you like a few philosophers? In the gap between T-Bug and Oliver's conversation, their actions did not stop for a moment. When it was confirmed that the president might be alive, and the mission had not failed, T-Bug's neural network had completed the complex calculation. On the in-car holographic screen, a scarlet path flashed and stretched out, accurately marking the predicted fall trajectory of the Sky 1. How long will it take? V stared at the rear window. On the distant skyline, the burning light spot was enlarging at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 minutes at most. Oliver's knuckles clenched the steering wheel tightly, and Hera's engine roared under the heavy load. I've almost stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Although I haven't reached the limit, there are living people everywhere on this street. The tires made a harsh friction sound at the corner, and the car body almost formed a 45-degree angle with the ground. Even if they are people in Dogtown, they are still people. I can't just hit them. If it weren't for my driving skills and Sion Weston's acceleration reaction, this speed would be a dream. V could feel that he was pressed hard on the seat as the speed increased. Even at this life-and-death speed, the team still maintained the basic ethics of the team. No one played death racing in civilian areas just to save time. For every thrilling lane change, Oliver would make sure that innocent passers-by would not be affected in the millisecond reaction time. Amid the exclamations and curses of the crowd, he was driving quickly. But as they moved forward, Jack in the co-pilot seat saw that the situation was not good. The streets are full of hellhounds. I saw countless cars with hellhound symbols, and hellhounds rushing to that place. It seems that our goals are the same. It was Hansen who took action. They can naturally predict where the president will fall, but I still have to say that Hansen is really brave. T-Bug's voice sounded. It seems that we all underestimated Hansen. We originally thought that Hansen was just a person who barely got along with the company and the forces, and no one dared to provoke him to survive. Now we find that he is much braver than we imagined. If he really dared to take action against the president, I'm afraid that the people in Washington gave him a good price, and he was not afraid of being cleaned up later. If he was afraid, he would not have defected from New America in the first place. The King of Dogtown is always brave. The voice that suddenly sounded in the channel surprised the other members of the team. Carl, are you free now? I guess so, but I'm a bit busy with this sudden incident. Sitting in a chair, looking at the urgent messages that kept popping up on the screen in front of him, Carl sighed. I guess I have to work overtime. Chapter 704. Arasaka's Counterintelligence Department, as the first line of defense of the group's external intelligence system, controls almost all external information. Except for the top-secret intelligence that is hidden deep in the dark web and transmitted through special channels. Any movement involving the Arasaka group, whether it is business secrets, personnel movements, or potential threats, is inextricably linked to them. This department is like a finely woven spider web. Any information vibration that touches Arasaka's interests will be transmitted to their nerve endings at the first time. In other words, they are always the first to receive any news and must respond first. This is hard for Carl, who has been working for less than 24 hours. I hate going to work. In the bitter complaints in his heart, Carl stared at the intelligence and documents that kept pouring into the computer, waiting for him to process, and his eyes were half dead. He knew that working in Arasaka would not be easy, but he didn't expect it to be so deadly. Joining the job means working, and you can't stop once you start working. You have to work when you have nothing to do, and you have to work even more when you have something to do. Go, 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 go for it. If it weren't for the remaining rationality that reminded Carl that he must not run away, he must honestly extract key information, and then rack his brains to write a briefing that not only preserves the value of intelligence, but also does not offend those people above, he would want to give up now. Carl can give up, but Akechi can't. As an elite of the Tokyo headquarters, this identity has long been tied to contribution and overtime. If Carl wants to play the role of Akechi well without revealing any flaws, he has to replicate the diligence engraved in his DNA and cater to the expectations of the top management with the most perfect attitude. The damn presidential plane didn't come earlier or later, but it crashed at this time, adding more work to my work. While complaining in his heart and busying himself, Carl was actually analyzing the news shared by V and others at the same time. At the same time, he had some guesses about the hacker who called himself Lark and was around the president. Not long ago, when Carl was performing a confidential mission involving White Noise Eagle, he met a hacker who was full of nonsense. The guy kept bragging about his authority and tried to persuade Carl to cooperate with him. The most intriguing thing is the identity revealed by the other party at the end, one of the core staff of the president. Now a Lark suddenly appeared, a hacker who also claimed to be the president, and also had top authority. Is it a coincidence? Or is it the same person? If the two are the same person, things become extremely contradictory. The previous hacker was obviously working for the traitor camp, but now Lark is entrusting V's team to rescue the president. But if it is two people, how could there be two hackers around the president who are so skilled that they can control the core system. It is difficult enough to trust one person, and two people are too extravagant. But the situation of loyalists and traitors appearing at the same time now seems to explain the current chaotic situation of the president being plotted against and rescued. Carl suddenly stopped typing. Recalling the video experience shared by T-Bug, Carl compared the wording and tone of the two hackers, and found that the two were almost the same. If Lark is the guy who came to me at the beginning, Carl thought in his heart. This means that the other party not only leaked the president's whereabouts to Hansen, causing the plane crash, but also turned around and hired V to rescue people. Neither a pure traitor nor a true loyal minister, but as he intuitively judged at the beginning, this is a third party. If so, what is his purpose this time? This contradictory behavior pattern is like a carefully choreographed drama. First, the president's itinerary was leaked to Hansen to ensure that the special plane would be attacked. Then he hired the top mercenaries to rescue him. Could it be that this is not a self-contradictory behavior at all, but a perfect closed-loop plan? Lark does not need the president to die, nor does he need the president to live. What he really needs is to let the president walk on the edge of life and death, hanging between a thread. The missile attack was just to create a realistic enough assassination, so that everyone believed that the president was indeed hanging by a thread. The subsequent rescue operation, and the chain of chaos caused by it were the opportunities he really wanted to take advantage of. Hansen assassinated the president, V and his team rescued the president, and tomorrow's meeting in Arasaka. At this cusp of the storm, so many events broke out one after another, and the forces of all parties were mixed. The whole city had already been swallowed by riots. All this is enough to tear apart the originally scheduled security negotiations between New America and Arasaka under the framework of order. Could it be that Lark's goal is to disrupt the talks without killing the president? No, Rosalind Miles is a thorough doer, and a mere assassination will never make her back down, let alone force her to postpone or cancel the meeting. Since the negotiations will still proceed, and Lark is neither a traitor nor a loyalist, but a third party wandering between the two, the only thing he can gain from it is one thing: chaos. If what he wanted was to plunge the entire Night City into complete chaos, then everything would make sense. When everyone's eyes were focused on the president, Hansen, and Arasaka, who would appear tomorrow, if he quietly disappeared at the moment of the crash, as a confidant of the president, his whereabouts would not attract much attention. And in this shadow where no one paid attention, what could he do? While Carl was still busy working and analyzing whether the two hackers were Lark and what he was going to do, in Dogtown, with a sharp break sound, V and the others had arrived at the place where the president crashed. And Lark was also reconnected to the channel at this time. The line was disconnected just now, but I reconnected, and I successfully jumped out and made a safe emergency landing. Then you seem to be quite lucky. Oliver stopped the car. I thought you were dead after the hasty shout just now. You may not be so lucky next time. My current situation is not important. What is important is the president. I let the president enter the safety cabin before ejecting. You need to rush to the wreckage to rescue her, otherwise Hansen's soldiers will come over soon. As expected, V has already gotten out of the car and looked at the wreckage burning in the distance. Hansen actually used the missile to directly. Bullet, you are really brave. But are you sure the president is not dead? The safe cabin where the president is a special cabin. Even if he falls directly from a high altitude, there is a chance of survival. Moreover, we activated the emergency procedure at the last minute to reduce the impact force. Now the president's vital signs are still there, but if it is slower, something might happen. Listening to the anxious voice of Lark, everyone also understood that things could not be delayed, but it's faster than expected, Hellhound. Looking at the Hellhound soldiers, who were rushing over, and had already sent people to pull the encirclement net, Jack clenched his gun. Chapter 705. There are gunshots. Oliver narrowed his eyes. The flames of the burning plane wreckage in the distance danced in his pupils. The presidential guard is still exchanging fire with the Hellhounds. It's time for us to enter the battlefield now. Listening to Oliver's words, B turned his head and looked at Lark. How many survivors are there on the plane? I need feature recognition to avoid accidental injuries. Excluding the security robot, there are 11 people in total, but after removing me and the president, there should be 9 people. I'm not sure if they have the luck to survive the collision, but even if they can survive, they definitely won't last long. You have to hurry. Only 9 people? It seems that the president's coming here this time is really secretive. He only brought the people he trusts the most, right? In other words, among those 9 people, is there a traitor among them? Listening to Oliver's words, Lark was silent for a moment and then said, I don't know. Each of them is specially selected to protect the president. In this regard, I have no right to dissuade the president from his own choice, but even if they are special combatants, they can't hold out for long when they are outnumbered after the crash. President Miles will investigate the traitor himself. What you need now is to rush over as soon as possible and protect the president first. If there is anyone you think is suspicious, you can just take action directly. Then the matter is very clear. Jack held the golden ruthless woman and looked up at the sky. Hansen's airborne vehicles are here, or troop carriers. We have to move quickly. We will cover you. I know. V's voice still lingered in the air, but he had disappeared like a ghost. Almost at the same moment, Oliver and Jack's gunshots suddenly exploded, and the bullets cut through the scorching air, setting off a new metal storm among the ruins. Enemy attack. At 3 o'clock. The bastards from outside. Push them back. Amid the roars, V's figure was like melted mercury, silently passing through the twisted flames. The wreckage of the presidential plane was still burning, and black smoke rolled up into the sky. It was morning at this moment. Unlike the neon-covered night city, the sunlight in Dog Town was dazzlingly clear. The warm rays penetrated the smoke and dust, and scattered mottled on the messy crash site. The high temperature made the air distorted continuously, and the collapsed concrete blocks groaned under the heat wave. These boots stepped over the melted and deformed metal frame, and every step was precisely stepped on the junction of shadow and flame. There was another muffled explosion in the distance, and more building debris collapsed in the shock wave. V did not even hesitate, but just lowered his body, like a black lightning, and rushed through the continuously collapsing ruins. The situation was more optimistic than expected. V did not forget to scan the battle situation at the crash site while speeding. Through the distorted heat wave, it can be clearly seen that the soldiers of the Hellhound are fiercely exchanging fire with the guard robots of the Presidential Guard. Energy weapons and live ammunition intertwined in the wreckage to form a deadly firepower network. Fortunately, the battle is still concentrated on the fracture of the aircraft shell, and has not yet spread to the core area inside. The safety cabin should be in that direction. V's speed increased suddenly, as he locked onto the relatively intact area of the fuselage. The burning metal frame quickly retreated beside him, and the hot air lifted his clothes. He was like a ghost wandering between reality and shadow, accurately avoiding the blind spots of every combatant, tearing an invisible passage in the hail of bullets, and instantly sank into the torn door of the plane. The interior of the cabin was like a furnace that was violently opened, and the turbid heat wave with the smell of burning rushed to the face. All objects were thrown out of place during the crash. The leather seats were shattered as if they were bitten by a giant beast, and electronic equipment was hanging on the ceiling with sparks. The scattered luggage and metal fragments covered the tilted floor. Several bodies in uniforms were stuck between the deformed cabin walls in twisted postures. Judging from their frozen expressions, they obviously did not survive the initial impact. The crackling sound of the outer flames continued to come through the metal shell, reflecting the entire space into a jumping orange-red color. V's boot sole rolled over a bloody nameplate, and in the suffocating heat, he continued to advance towards the safety cabin. While walking in the cabin, V felt a silence different from the noise outside, as if all the creatures inside had lost their voices like the corpses lying on the ground, and the entire cabin was empty, which made him frown. Could it be that the president was injured during the landing and died because of the injury? Just as he thought so, he noticed a noise, a slight, almost undetectable noise in the safety cabin where he was heading. V, what's the situation? Through Johnny, Lark contacted V. Not sure, no sound, but I saw the safety cabin, you can open it. I go over and take a look. No sound. How could it be possible? Could it be that the president knows? I open it immediately, and the president's life and safety will depend on you, V. Lark's voice revealed a sense of worry, and it can be heard from the voice that he really cares about the president's safety. The next second, in front of V, the tightly closed safety cabin opened a hole. V walked over to look at the exposed hole, and found that the so-called safety cabin was a small space. From the gap, you can see the chaotic environment inside caused by the crash, but V did not see any signs of anyone alive in the cabin through the gap. The body was not seen either. Could it be that the safety cabin was broken and the president was thrown out? With this thought, V did feel a very slight breathing sound in the stuffy environment. The breathing sound came from behind the hatch that could not be seen through the gap, as if someone was lurking there, concentrating and waiting for someone to open the door. Looks like he's still alive. After sending a message to Lark, V placed one hand on the hatch and opened it directly. At the moment the hatch was opened, the figure behind the hatch suddenly raised the butt of the gun he was holding tightly in his hand and smashed it towards V, seemingly trying to take the initiative. But at the moment she raised the gun in her hand, V drew her knife. Obviously, at this distance, a knife is much faster than a gun for V. The attacker felt a chill on his wrist, and the gun he had been holding tightly suddenly became light. The gun body, made of fine steel, was neatly cut into 3 sections, and the parts were scattered all over the ground with a clang. On her neck, a sharp samurai sword was already lying there, and the cold blade pressed against her skin, causing a slight stinging sensation. "Nice to meet you, President Miles." This was V's greeting. Chapter 706. Faced with a samurai sword on her neck, Rosalind Miles instantly judged the situation. Any rash action could lead to a fatal attack. The cold blade was close to her carotid artery, and she could even feel the slight vibration transmitted by the metal. Under the situation of being completely controlled by others, the experienced president made a textbook emergency response. She loosened her 5 fingers and let the wreckage of the gun, which only had the grip and part of the gun frame, fall to the ground. The metal parts collided with the cabin floor and made a crisp sound. Her arms were slowly raised in an extremely professional posture, and her elbows were kept slightly bent, neither too close to the torso to expose tension, nor too stretched to appear threatening. When this standard unarmed posture was completed, she raised her chin slightly to avoid the pressure of the blade. "Who are you from?" "Arasaka?" Each of her syllables was controlled in a stable frequency band, and she spoke with a sense of dissuasion. "Do you know what you are doing? You are planning to provoke a war." Obviously, the cold-glowing samurai sword in V's hand made Rosalind Miles misunderstand. In the steel jungle of Night City, where neon and blood are intertwined, there are only 2 types of characters who carry samurai swords. Either the ninjas of the Arasaka group, or the tattooed Tiger Claw gang thugs under their command. This judgment flashed through her brain like an electric current, and a series of possibilities began to roll rapidly in her consciousness. The attackers are from Arasaka? Was it an order from Nobuaki Sei himself, or the action of other factions within Arasaka? The coldness of the blade seemed to penetrate her mind, and her body almost trembled because of it. If this was a trap set by Nobuaki Sito, then the so-called negotiation was a trap from the beginning. Her back teeth clenched unconsciously. Damn, I should have thought of it earlier. How could that extreme guy suddenly change his nature after Saburo's death? He must have deliberately spread the rumor of peace talks to lure me into a trap. This cognition was like a dose of liquid nitrogen injected into her blood vessels. Fear, an emotion that she thought she had long been immune to political struggles, was slowly climbing along her spine. If this was really the work of Nobuaki Sito, then the knife-wielding man in front of her did not immediately cut her throat, and must have a more sinister purpose. She had already thought of the worst result. Her body would become a fuse at a critical moment, causing a more tragic chaos than when Saburo Arasaka was assassinated, thus causing a new corporate war. At that time, no matter whether the new America wins or loses, military technology will take the opportunity to re-infiltrate the core of the government, and the plan that she gambled her political life to promote to make the new America great again will be completely shattered with the control of the Military Technology Board. This scene was concretized in her mind. The military technology troops reappeared openly in the core stage of Washington, D.C., the reform factions she had worked hard to build were liquidated one by one, and the political capital accumulated by the Miles family, since the Mayflower was wiped out in front of the execution list. Even more ironic is that all this stems from her fatal misjudgment today. When Rosalind Miles thought that all her efforts, her struggles for power, for ambition, and for the little patriotism in her heart would be wiped out because of her misjudgment, and all her traces would be cleared away as the military technology took control of the new United States again, the fear in her heart became stronger and stronger. Fear was tangible at this moment. It twisted into blue veins on her temples, and condensed into cold sweat beads sliding down her spine, and all these subtle physiological reactions were accurately captured by V's eyes. He watched Rosalind Miles with interest as she tried to stay calm. Every second the blade moved around her carotid artery was measuring the threshold of the female president's fear. Only when he confirmed that her body had completely entered a state of stress did V casually withdraw the blade by 2 centimeters. This distance not only retained deterrence, but would not really cause harm. V admitted in his heart that he was indeed led astray by that group of companions. Especially KK's theory of negotiation psychology, which is now deeply imprinted in his behavior pattern. According to KK, when discussing things, you must pay attention to the other party's expression and attitude, which are often more important than the chips in hand. V kept KK's words in mind. When he stares at her for a long time with his cold eyes, the other party will often be confused about his background and panic, so he will take the initiative to offer higher compensation and reveal more information. Although Rosalind Miles is not the kind of person who talks about compensation immediately, V still doesn't mind to see what kind of attitude this high-ranking new American president will show when facing life crisis and fear. And the result is much calmer than he imagined. It should be said that he is worthy of being a person who has seen the world. He basically remained calm. Relax, President Rosalind Miles. V spoke at the moment when the blade moved away, and his voice was like a scalpel cutting through the ice. He noticed the slight tremor of the other party's Adam's apple, which was the most honest physiological reaction when humans swallow nervously. In front of Rosalind Miles, the face of the man holding the samurai sword was changing, and finally turned into a face with the disguise faded. Although she had never seen it in reality, it was extremely familiar. I am V. I accepted the commission from Lark and came here to help you. You are V? Looking at this face, even though Rosalind Miles had recognized V, she couldn't help but raise her voice subconsciously, and then suddenly lowered it as if she realized something. Sorry, I just suddenly took action. I was worried that the person who came in might be an enemy. The president's shock did not come from the revelation of the other party's identity. Lark did say that the legendary mercenary team of Night City might intervene in the protection work. What really surprised her was the actual combat gap. As the former first person who fought out of the bloody sea of military technology and the current leader of the new United States, she has experienced enough assassination and anti-assassination training, and is even confident that she can subdue Special Forces members with her bare hands. But just now, she attacked with a preemptive attitude, but was easily disarmed by the other party like a child's toy. The combat reports marked by the Intelligence Department, as may be exaggerated, were cruelly verified in the metallic smell left in her throat. With the click of the scabbard, Rosalind Miles's tense back muscles relaxed. When the shadow of death hovered over her head, nothing could be more reassuring than a protector who could subdue her in an instant. Chapter 707. After confirming that the mission target Rosalind Miles was fine, everything became easier. V didn't plan to save the target, and then save other people who were still fighting the Hellhounds. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't mind saving them just for praise, but in this situation, with an important target, spending time saving some people who were ready to die would just waste the survival chance of the important target. Please follow me, President Miles. After officially entering the protection process, V became more polite in addressing Rosalind Miles, which was completely different from the previous burning feeling of holding a knife on Rosalind Miles' neck. Even if he was a receptionist in a bar, there would be nothing wrong with his current posture. Learning by doing more work seems to be working well. Thinking so in his heart, V took Rosalind Miles and slowly found the blind spot in the crossfire battle. They were like two rests in a symphony of gunfire, accurately stepping on the gaps between each explosion. When another rocket exploded 200 meters away, V suddenly spoke under the cover of the shock wave. President Miles, do you have any emergency teams that can be mobilized? He deliberately used more formal honorifics. 24-hour personal protection is not a problem for us. But if you want to attend tomorrow's negotiations with dignity, the voice paused delicately in another string of machine gun fire. I'm afraid you need more reliable support forces. With the strength of your team, you can't break through the blockade of Dogtown? Rosalind Miles' voice was a little tentative. No, that's another matter. The commission we accepted is just to protect you for 24 hours. If we don't have your personnel, then we must make protecting you our top priority. Taking you out of Dogtown, which may involve your life safety, is not considered in our commission. These words were very clear, and he emphasized the word life safety, so that Rosalind Miles could understand that their commission was to protect Rosalind Miles for 24 hours, which did not mean that they had taken full care of other things. Doing things by chance and getting good reviews, at most they are excellent mercenaries. Borrowing a commission and taking the initiative to work for free, that is called a complainer. V used to be a complainer, but now he has been in the city for 2 years, and has become smart. Now others want to use a famous name to ask him to work, and he will definitely let the other party know how fast and fierce his knife is. Of course, the interesting or V's interesting work is an exception. KK does the most of the pure interest work in the team. V basically thinks that the reward and fun are good together. Rosalind Miles understood from V's words that they had decided on this mission, or were only planning to do this mission. She considered her words and said, then I can increase it. We still need to find a place to discuss the current mission remuneration, President Miles. V interrupted Rosalind Miles. He knew what Rosalind Miles wanted to say, which was nothing more than increasing the remuneration to make them work more, but V had other ideas about this. Protection and breaking out are two different concepts. We have taken on the job of protecting you. The temporary conflict with the Hellhounds does not mean that we really intend to go to war with Hansen. Although we are not incapable of doing it, being able to do it, and wanting to do it are two different things. If we want to do something like that, we will have to vote as a team again. With all due respect to President Miles, the probability of this vote passing is not high. You only intend to protect, and do not intend to do more things that will involve the conflict between the new United States and the Hellhounds, or even the traitors in Washington and the Arasaka personnel tomorrow. Rosalind Miles thought, but said, Democratic voting, I didn't expect your team to care about this. It may be more transparent and democratic than the election in the new United States. Of course, Carl has a personal veto in this regard. After all, he is the captain and knows all aspects. We all trust him, but he has never done this. While speaking, V did not forget the current situation. Oliver and Jack have completed the action of attracting attention outside, and have created a hole for us to escape. So President Miles, it's still the same question, do you have any trustworthy personnel who can be mobilized now? In this case, it's hard to say who can be trusted, but there are some. Rosalind Miles recalled the information about the KK team that her personnel had investigated. That person is very familiar with you. He assigned my work to KK at the beginning, and he also assigned a lot of work to your team before. Listening to Rosalind Miles' words, V raised his eyebrows. He seemed to know who the personnel Rosalind Miles mentioned were. There were many people who assigned work to their team, and middlemen from all over the country were familiar with them, but it seemed that there was only one person who was capable of taking Rosalind Miles' work for them to do. Carl did that job alone at the beginning. Blanca. V said this name. In fact, V was the last person in the team to know Blanca. In the team, the first people to take Blanca's work were Carl, Oliver and Jack. According to them, that was the first order they received after the formation of the team. Later, Blanca introduced the first middleman to Carl and others. Although the middleman Faraday was very stupid according to Oliver, Blanca did give them the middleman he thought was useful from the perspective of military technology. There was no problem in this regard. In addition, Blanca gradually became familiar with them, so no one paid much attention to this. Not to mention, the team always felt that Blanca had some ideas about Carl, and she often revealed the internal information of military technology. Except for Carl, the other people in the team could more or less regard her as a familiar person who could be called a friend, and they also knew a lot about her. It was also because of the familiarity that the team knew that Blanca's current faction was loyal to the president in military technology. At this time, the president said that the team was familiar with the person who sent the task, so after all the calculations, it was only Blanca. It seems that you have a good relationship with her. It's a pity. If I had known that such an accident would happen, I should have asked her to entrust you to protect me on my behalf, instead of having Lark hurriedly entrusted after the accident. Rosalind Miles said, a trace of thought flashed in her eyes. Obviously, she thought of some ideas. Chapter 708. The communication with Blanca was forwarded by T-Bug. The reason why the president's communication channel was not used directly was that Rosalind Miles immediately suspected that there was a traitor in Washington after the attack. She decisively destroyed all her belongings except for her clothes, and even used a dagger to cut out the subcutaneous locator on her neck and crushed it under her feet. After confirming that there was no traceable device on her body, the president established contact through the encrypted channel of T-Bug. According to her analysis, the top government officials must have known the news of the crash of the special plane at this moment, and with the intelligence network of military technology, Blanca should have also learned the details of the crash of the president's special plane in Night City. The problem is that the Hansen Group must be secretly launching a public opinion offensive. In the special period before the negotiations between the new United States and the Arasaka Group, if the government rashly deploys troops, it will inevitably arouse Arasaka's vigilance. Therefore, Rosalind can only try to contact Blanca to see if this military technology personnel in Night City has any available people. For Blanca, this is undoubtedly a high-risk, high-reward gamble. There is an old saying, there is no greater merit than saving the emperor. Although Rosalind is only the president and not the emperor, it is almost the same in the current situation. As long as Blanca can successfully protect the president, the presidential faction within the military technology will definitely regard her as the #1 hero. By then, her position in the organization is naturally self-evident. Of course, the reason why Rosalind Miles thought of contacting Blanca was to use her relationship with her current bodyguard KK team. After all, two people who protect themselves naturally worry about whether they will collude to do something to themselves in normal times. But in this emergency, a street mercenary team and a loyal member of their own faction in the military technology are rare and safe. The sum of the two can completely achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. I take care of everything soon. Blanca only left this sentence in the communication channel and cut off the connection. This is not perfunctory, but any extra conversation at this moment may lead to fatal disaster. The entire military technology and the top leaders of the new United States have already fallen into chaos due to the attack on the president. Only the traitors have laid out the chess game in advance. At this moment, they must be mixed in the turbulent crowd, pretending to be busy while coldly observing all possible rescue movements. The people in the president's faction are suspicious of each other, and the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. Blanca can't even be sure whether she has been monitored. Every second of the conversation is a risk. In order to ensure the safety of the president, such contact is enough. The location where they are now, the personnel situation, and the support that the president needs, all of these are not needed. When only ensuring the safety of the president, all of these are things that can be ignored in communication. Blanca only needs to know one thing. That is, the KK team is guarding the president now. That's enough. If someone can really break through the KK team and kill the president, then no matter how much she thinks and plans, it will be useless. All precautions and calculations will be useless with the death of the president. As long as no one can break through the KK team and get rid of the president, then why rush? Being in a hurry will lead to flaws, which is more likely to put the president's safety in danger. It seems that she is better than I thought. For Blanca's simple words that seem to ignore her and seem to be indifferent, Miles is quite satisfied. Obviously, the experienced understands Blanca's current situation just by Blanca's calm tone when she replies, and also knows that her current response, which looks like she just answered a phone call, is the most reasonable response. With a smart and capable person around, Miles felt a little relieved about the current situation. Although the president did not intend to bet all his chips on Blanca, she secretly planned to activate several secret contact nodes later, but in the chaos less than 10 minutes after the crash, it was fortunate that this communication line could be established. Thinking of the confidants on the Sky One who turned into charred corpses, the president's nails unconsciously pinched into his palm. Those were the elites she cultivated with her own hands, but now they have become the sacrifices of this conspiracy. But this sadness is fleeting. In the political game, there is never a lack of substitutes for chess pieces, as long as the Lark is still alive. Can you help me switch to the Lark's channel? Miles just asked V, and the harsh sound of metal deformation was faintly heard in the background of the Lark's communication. The cabin is being moved by the nether dog. The encrypted channel was mixed with heavy panting, and the "don't worry about me" save the president's signal eventually turned into a snowflake noise. Her current situation didn't seem to be very good. The ejected capsule she was in seemed to have been found by the Hellhound. Lark, Lark? V called a few times, looked at the disconnected communication, and looked at Miles. Hansen. Miles just frowned and didn't say much after probably understanding Lark's current situation. Now she was too busy to take care of herself. No matter what happened to Lark, she had to consider it after finding a safe base. Hansen didn't kill Lark immediately, but only sent someone to drag away the capsule she was in. So Lark must still have value that Hansen valued. Since she would be fine in the short term, there would be plenty of time to rescue her later. Keep going, let's find a safe place first. After Miles and V left the crash site, Oliver and Jack, who received the communication that the president had been successfully rescued, immediately ended the external exchange of fire. After the soldiers of the Hellhound eliminated all the blockers and searched the entire plane at the risk of the plane exploding at any time, they only found corpses all over the ground, and President Miles himself had long disappeared. When the report of the president's disappearance reached his ears, the whiskey glass in Hansen's hand suddenly burst open, and the amber liquor dripped through his fingers, like an hourglass counting down. The worst situation has appeared. If Miles is successfully killed, it can be blamed on the stray bullets of Night City or the black hands of Arasaka, and no one can tell. But now that the woman is still alive, Hansen can clearly hear the sound of the noose tightening around his neck. He has been able to grow in the gap between the two giants over the years, all thanks to his accurate stepping on the balance point of the two sides. But as the new United States and Arasaka showed signs of peace talks, this tightrope walking survival path was collapsing. This raid was a desperate gamble, and now even the most critical hostages were not captured. That bunch of rubbish in Washington. Hansen licked his back teeth, and the smell of blood spread in his mouth. He knew too well how those collaborators in suits and leather shoes would protect themselves. When the conspiracy was exposed, the first to be sacrificed was always the knife standing in the front. And Hansen didn't want to be a scapegoat left behind by others again. Chapter 709. Dogtown V. While they were rescuing the president, someone in Arasaka Tower was dispatched. The two were moving quickly in the tower, and the person walking first was Kenichi Shiro. The subordinates following him looked at Kenichi Shiro's fast pace, and after hesitating for a while, they still spoke. Mr. Kenichi Shiro, in this situation, are you determined to go to Dogtown in person? This is too risky. The subordinates' voices were uneasy. In this situation, Kenichi Shiro, as the vice president, took the risk himself, which was too inappropriate. No need to say more. Kenichi Shiro raised his hand to stop the other party's dissuasion, and his cold eyes swept over everyone, then stopped and briefly explained, I only brought a few elites with me for this operation, which will not cause much noise, but the crash of the new US president was too strange and the timing was too delicate. I suspect that there is a shadow of the new US government behind this, and it may even be a drama directed and acted by Rosalind Miles. His eyes were slightly dark, and his tone was solemn. Tomorrow is the negotiation day. If the truth is not found out tonight, Miss Haruko's safety will be difficult to guarantee. I must go there in person. But if your safety is really directed and acted by the new US president, the purpose is to prepare in advance and launch an attack at tomorrow's talks, your safety will not be. In that case, Kenichi Shiro interrupted him, his eyes as calm as still water. Sacrificing me is better than putting Miss Haruko in danger. He turned to the man who was both his subordinate and his nephew, and his tone was rarely softer. Kanzuya, if I can't come back from this trip, you will go to see Carl for me. Mr. Carl? Kenichi Kanzuya was stunned, and the man who was always treated coldly by his uncle, but whom he sincerely respected emerged in his mind. Yes, go find him. Kenichi Shiro's eyes penetrated the window, and looked at the sun that was so clear on the upper floors. Every word seemed to be engraved on steel. Tell him that this is my Kenichi Shiro's request, and even more a plea, asking him to protect Haruko. Mr. Carl, to protect Miss Haruko? Kenichi Kanzuya's pupils suddenly contracted. He clearly understood the weight of Kenichi Shiro's words. The deep meaning behind this short sentence made his breathing stagnate. This means that in Kenichi Shiro's heart, if he encounters an accident, the only one who can truly protect Miss Haruko is Carl. It was not Chiyoko, Haruko's personal bodyguard, who had served her since childhood, nor was it Haruko's biological mother, Michiko Arasaka. He didn't trust any of these people who had a deep bond with Haruko. At this critical moment, the person he chose to entrust his affairs to was only Carl. This realization made Kenichi and Kanzuya feel unbelievable. Even if he calmed down and thought about it, he admitted that Carl was indeed the best person to protect Haruko, but he never expected that this sentence would come from his uncle. Didn't his uncle always dislike Mr. Carl the most? He always called him that kid on weekdays, but in front of this responsibility that was more important than life, his uncle actually put aside all his prejudices and chose Mr. Carl, and in an almost begging manner. This attitude shown in the conversation was obviously a performance of bowing to Carl, which completely subverted Kenichi and Kanzuya's perception of his uncle. He had never seen a proud person like his uncle, who would show weakness to anyone. While Kenichiwa was still in shock, Kenichi Shiro pondered for a moment and added, however, if I am safe and come back before tomorrow's meeting. His voice suddenly lowered, then you should just pretend that nothing happened. I didn't say these words, and you don't need to convey them to Carl, just pretend that all this never existed, you know nothing, and you heard nothing. After saying this, Kenichi Shiro's voice rose a little, as if he was warning. Did you hear it clearly? Faced with the sudden increase in the voice of this uncle, who had been serious since childhood, Kenichi Kanzuya was startled and nodded wisely. I understand. If nothing happened, then nothing happened. That's good, that's enough. Kenichi Shiro nodded with satisfaction and took steady steps again, but after taking a few steps, his figure suddenly paused, as if some unfinished thoughts had held him back. One more thing, his voice became unusually solemn, with a hint of unquestionable in his metallic tone. You must confirm that my life signal has completely disappeared before you can tell the kid Carl about this. Remember, it's after you confirm death. Understood. Kenichi and Kanzuya nodded solemnly, their Adam's apples rolling unconsciously, and the two continued to move forward, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor, until a beam of dazzling light suddenly tore through the darkness. The outer wall of the floor in front of them was slowly opening, and the dazzling skylight poured in like a tide, illuminating the hovercraft quietly parked on the apron. The streamlined body reflected the cold metallic luster, and the engine made a slight hum, like a beast ready to go. You want to go by airship? Kenichi Kanzuya's brows twisted into a knot, and his voice unconsciously lowered. The entire dog town should be under the highest state of martial law now. At the sensitive moment, when the new U.S. President Rosalind Myers was attacked, no matter whether the truth was Hansen's attempt to harm the president or Rosalind's self-directed political conspiracy, any foreign airship that wanted to enter Dogtown at this moment would be tantamount to seeking death. Only take a section. Kenichi Shiro simply interrupted him, and his rough fingertips subconsciously rubbed the pattern of the gun on his waist. This habitual action exposed some of his inner tension. Get off the car when you arrive in Taipingshao, and then find a way to sneak in. His eyes briefly swept across the airship on standby on the tarmac, and then cast to the distant skyline. In the end, he still comforted his nephew who cared about him. Don't worry, I know the risks of this personal action better than anyone else. Kenichi Shiro's voice was low, but in this situation, I can't find another person who can do this and I can trust. Carl has more important things now. He slowly turned his head and looked at Kenichi Kanzuya with sharp eyes. Now I trust my judgment more, even if this decision may cost me my life. Kenichi Shiro tightened the collar of his clothes. Now the only thing I can do is to pray that this judgment will not be wrong. After saying this, Kenichi Shiro stepped into the hovercraft. But before the hovercraft took off, he stuck his head out again. Remember, you must make sure that I am dead. Chapter 710. In Dogtown, in a basement in an abandoned building complex, the KK team is now located. In the dark, it has been confirmed that the power can be activated. Do you want to pull it now? Oliver's finger was suspended above the rusty lever, and he turned his head to ask his companions for their opinions. Pull it down. Jack's voice was particularly steady in the darkness. Okay. After getting the confirmation, Oliver took a deep breath. Listening to Jack's affirmative reply, Oliver pulled the lever in front of him hard. Accompanied by a buzzing sound of electricity passing through, the entire dim basement became bright in an instant. The exposed light bulbs hanging from the ceiling flashed violently for a few times, illuminating the four people who had been waiting in the dark for a long time. V was holding the gun handle vigilantly, Jack was moving his stiff neck, and Rosalind Miles in the corner was staying with an agitated dog. What the hell, I didn't expect that there is electricity in the basement of such an old house. Oliver squinted his eyes to adapt to the sudden light. It seems that there are more random wires in Dogtown than I thought. He kicked the exposed wires in the corner with the tip of his rubber boots. I remember that the Hellhounds charge residents for electricity? Don't they care about such blatant wires? Under the light, Oliver looked at the piles of debris in the bright basement and muttered. The meter box on the wall had obviously been modified, and the digital display had stopped jumping. This may be the base of some homeless people in Dogtown, V said after observing the surrounding situation and putting down his hand on the gun. He kicked away a few empty beer cans at his feet, and the sound of metal rolling was particularly harsh in the confined space. When I asked T-Bug to help us find a hiding place just now, I was too hasty and didn't pay attention to the details. Now take a closer look. His eyes swept over the dusty equipment. There are actually quite a lot of equipment in this basement. Disassembled junction boxes, splitters wrapped with insulating tape, and his voice became lighter, and he pointed to the corner with his chin. There were several secretly connected wires coiled on the ground like snakes. There was a shabby sofa in the corner, and the wrinkled blanket on it still maintained a human-shaped depression. Next to it, the small refrigerator with a yellow shell was making irregular compressor hums. From the signs, there may be about 3 people living here. V walked to the sofa and squatted down, picking up a blanket with the barrel of the gun, and dust fell under the light. Did you see the number of blankets? 1 for each person is just right. Are there any homeless people who have privately connected the circuit and have a basement in Dogtown as a place to stay? Jack kicked the empty cans at his feet, and the sound of metal collision was particularly harsh in the silent space. It's probably because they can't make it in the city, or they are homeless from outside and have nowhere to stay, so they come to Dogtown. It looks like the style of homeless people. V stood up and patted the dust on his gun. Ordinary homeless people pay much attention to their personal belongings. Even if it's just a can of beer or a cigarette, they would like to hide it to prevent their companions from taking it when they are not in the base. He walked to the broken sofa in the corner and ran his fingers over the severely worn leather. I think it's more like the style of homeless people from outside that everyone can have a broken sofa like this and cover it with a blanket. V went on to explain. They don't fight on their own, but operate as a small group. This is a cooperative habit developed in the tribe. You bring back the equipment to connect the circuit, I go to the garbage dump to move the broken sofa and turn over the blanket, and you go and bring everyone's money to buy a broken refrigerator for everyone to use. He paused, his mouth slightly raised. This kind of cooperative habit is rare in the city. It implies that the homeless in the city are not okay, but the homeless outsiders are okay, right? Oliver crossed his arms, with a teasing tone. But I do have to admit this. He looked around, his eyes sweeping over the simple but orderly arrangements. This does look like the style of vagrants. It seems that this base was established not long ago, and these 3 vagrants are also ordinary. He laughed. Otherwise, with this cooperative spirit, they can definitely get a small base in the city, and they won't have to stay in this broken place like Dogtown. A St. Domingo person is still discriminating against Dogtown. Jack grinned, with a familiar teasing tone. What do you mean? Oliver rolled his eyes. You are from Haywood, but you still discriminate against St. Domingo? I think compared to St. Domingo, Haywood is indeed better. Then we can only say that it is just the opposite. As Oliver and Jack defended and teased each other about their hometown neighborhoods, Rosalind Miles always listened quietly. She caught some street people's understanding of the current situation from their conversation, which gave her a new understanding of the chaos in front of her. After a moment, she suddenly said, "Those 3 vagrants, is it possible to come back now?" Her voice was very soft, but it was enough to make others turn their heads. Rosalind met their gaze and continued, "After the crash, the entire Dogtown must have been under martial law, and the situation was in chaos. Smart people would retreat to their bases at this time and wait and see what happens." She paused. "Will we be too conspicuous if we continue to stay here?" "That's a possibility." After listening to Rosalind's analysis, he looked around thoughtfully, and his eyes finally fell on the shadow covered by a tattered curtain in the corner. Lifting the curtain full of oil stains, an old dusty computer was revealed, and a few tobacco shreds were stuck in the gap of the keyboard. "It seems that we are lucky." He pressed the power button skillfully, and the screen flashed a few times before lighting up. As his fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard, records scrolled on the shabby display screen. He squinted his eyes, and moved closer to the screen to carefully read the scattered information logs. This group of wanderers have the habit of recording their daily movements from the Twin Bull tribe. His voice suddenly showed some interest. "Oh? I've heard of this tribe. Their style of doing things is very reliable. When I was in the tribe before, I heard that someone in the tribe had done business with them, and the prices they offered were very fair." Seeing that V had found the records, the others gathered around without any prior agreement. V continued to interpret the information on the screen. The Twin Bull tribe seemed to have been dealt with by the guys from Snake State some time ago. His fingers stopped on a record. "There are indeed 3 people living here. Look here. They are the remnants who survived the destruction of the tribe and plan to find an opportunity to retaliate against Snake State." V snorted. "The plan is to develop power in Night City, but as a result, he pointed his finger at the last few records. When passing the sentry post, they were caught because they were sneaking around to transport the company's creatures. The 3 of them were panicked and finally relied on some past relationships to escape to Dogtown. They are really wanderers. No wonder this place doesn't even have some basic precautions. It turns out that they are newcomers who have just entered the city. They are used to staying in the tribe and don't know how to set up necessary precautions in the city." Oliver stared at the message log and was about to say something else when the surveillance they left before entering the house was sensed. Connected. In the surveillance footage connected to Oliver's prosthetic eye, 3 homeless people, who were talking and laughing and whose clothes were old but still neat, were heading towards this place. Chapter 711. 3 homeless people who had escaped the destruction of the Twin Bull tribe dragged their tired bodies to push open the rusty iron door, but they never expected that they would be greeted by precise grappling hands. When their faces were pressed hard on the moldy floor, the first thought that flashed through their minds was absurd. Is this broken place worth being remembered? The wind and sand of the bad land had already worn away their second-hand prostheses, and every piece of furniture in the house exuded the unique temperament especially supplied by the garbage dump. The lame folding chair, the low table supported by tires, and the refrigerator that seemed to be coughing up blood when working. In addition to a few cans of beer that might be older than them, there was only half a frosted synthetic pizza left. No, is this necessary? Are they valuable, or is the house valuable? Selling them, and all these junks may not be enough to raise the cost of basic prosthesis maintenance. These 3 homeless people did not even suspect that the people of the Snake State were chasing them. You know, although they were the lucky ones who escaped after their tribe was destroyed by the Snake State, they said they escaped by luck, but in fact, when the tribe was destroyed, it was the people of the Snake State who sent some people and teams to attack them and rob their valuable junk. When the people tried to stop them from robbing, they were killed by the Snake State, and then their tribe, which had only a few people in total, dispersed. Although they always boasted about seeking revenge on the Snake State every night with low-quality alcohol, after all, several brothers did fall in a pool of blood that day, but they knew it was as ridiculous as expecting a company dog to remember the homeless man he kicked on the street 3 weeks ago. If the Snake Nation really cared about these little shrimps, they should have killed them like ants when they passed by. It couldn't be that the hellhound found them stealing electricity and came to catch them, right? When the three wanderers were wondering if they were caught stealing electricity, Jack, who held them down, checked them and finally took out 3 old Lexingtons. Lexington, he? After a laugh that I didn't know if it could be considered a memory, Jack threw the 3 guns aside after checking and then loosened his action. Get up, slow down. You don't want to break your legs or hands because of the messy actions. With Jack's warning, the 3 wanderers stood up slowly from their kneeling position and raised their hands. What the hell is going on? The faces of the 3 homeless men were still staring at the moldy floor, and no one dared to look up. In Night City, seeing something you shouldn't see often means that you will never need your eyes again. At this moment, a spread palm suddenly appeared in their blurred vision. The hand was ordinary, with no traces of prosthetics, nor the cheap tattoos of street thugs, but the stack of banknotes tied with rubber bands on the palm emitted an almost sacred halo under the dim light. Euros, a thick stack of euros. The 3 of them blinked at the same time, as if to confirm that this was not an illusion caused by drinking too much low-quality wine and alcohol corroding the brain. Judging from the thickness, there were at least 10,000 euros, enough to buy countless shacks like theirs, or 2,000 boxes of expired synthetic beer. Oh my god! The youngest one couldn't help but sigh. When the Snake State massacred their tribe, the loot that the bandits plundered from the boxes and cabinets was not worth this stack of money. For the wanderers who rely on picking up garbage to make a living all year round, this number is beyond their calculation ability. V looked at the 3 dull faces, and the banknotes between his fingers made a crisp friction sound. He was too familiar with this expression. Just like himself, who once made his first pot of gold, in Night City, the magic of money always makes wanderers in the bad land lose their minds, and become trance in an instant. In the neon-lit Night City, 10,000 euros can make ordinary store clerks willing to work overtime for half a year, and can make mercenaries temporarily forget the debt collection notice for prosthetic loans. But the value of this money in the hands of different people is very different. For the cool corporate dogs in the top clubs, this is just a consumption that can be used for casual rewards. For the wanderers in the bad land, it means buying off the border checkpoints, in exchange for 3 months of safe transportation, and even forming a decent armed team. At this moment, the money that is enough to completely change the fate of the 3 wanderers is in V's hand, shining with an attractive luster in the dim light. With this money, let alone improving their lives, it is more than enough to re-establish a decent Double Bull tribe. This is the thought that flashed through the minds of the 3 former wanderers and current wanderers at the same time. However, none of the 3 dared to act rashly. Although the color was dazzling and almost took away their souls, the remaining reason told them they had no say in the current situation. At a moment when even their lives were in the hands of others, the other party suddenly showed money, no matter for what purpose. It was not something they should covet. Just when they couldn't help but sneak a peek at the banknote for the 3rd time and force themselves to look away, ready to continue looking down, B suddenly spoke with unquestionable majesty in his voice. Don't think too much, this money is indeed for you. We need to borrow your home temporarily to live for a while. This is rent or, to put it more bluntly, hush money. From now on, you all have to stay at home and accept our surveillance until we leave before you can move freely. Do you understand? We have temporarily requisitioned this place. It's for us? It's really for us. 10,000 euros, 10,000 euros. Although they didn't know who this group of people were and what their purpose was, in front of the 10,000 euros, the 3 people nodded hurriedly. Their movements were so neat that they seemed to have rehearsed. The oldest one finally mustered up the courage to speak. We know the rules, and will never do that. It's better this way. V interrupted him. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Remember, this money is not a reward. It's money to buy your life. He deliberately paused for a moment to let the weight of this sentence fully settle. If you take the money, you have to temporarily hand over your life to us for safekeeping. We. Before the wanderer finished speaking, V directly stuffed the money into the hands of the man in the middle, and the other 2 people, who lowered their heads, saw that their companions had received the money in their hands with their peripheral vision, and they shut up instantly. Then, their heads lowered even lower, and after the middleman put the money close to his body, he and the 2 people around him tacitly held their heads, stared at their feet, and walked to the side step by step, facing the wall, and squatted down again. They knew nothing and saw nothing. Chapter 712. Field Mission, Akechi. Understood, order confirmed. At 11:30 p.m., when Akechi had just finished enjoying the real meat sushi specially provided by the Arasaka cafeteria, this lunch served by a special person was indeed delicious. Oda Santefu's order came as expected. This confidant of Arasaka Hanako, who had just expressed admiration for him in the morning, obviously held the same philosophy of employing people as other Arasaka executives. The more handy the tool is, the more it should be squeezed out of its full value. When the urgent intelligence about the crash of the new U.S. president came, Oda Santefu showed the intelligence processing efficiency unique to the Arasaka elite. He locked the key information almost instantly. Rosalind Miles mysteriously disappeared in the crash. This discovery immediately reminded him of Akechi's outstanding performance in the morning, and then issued a seemingly simple, but actually dangerous order to lead the team to Dogtown immediately and intervene in this political vortex. The mission brief was disturbingly concise, as casual as telling a clerk to deliver a document, go to Dogtown to confirm the life or death of Rosalind Miles. Behind the literal simplicity, there is a complex power game. At this moment, Dogtown has become a dark forest where various forces compete. If ordinary agents rashly step into it, they may not even be able to leave their bodies. This order from Oda Sandeo is both an extreme exploitation of the tool and a special test of the weapon. You can call on all resources within my authority and have full autonomy in decision-making during your stay in Dogtown, if the mission is successfully completed. The voice in the communicator paused subtly. Tomorrow you will be qualified to stand behind me and Miss Wazi. This authorization is an exception. Although the power that Oda Sandeo can control in North America is indeed limited compared to the masters of the Arasaka family, in the current North American layout of the Pheasant faction, which is scarce elites and numerous grassroots, this temporary authority is enough to allow Akechi to leap to the power level second only to those with the name of Arasaka. This level of trust is not only an affirmation of ability, but also a precise feeding of ambition. And the promised reward is directly aimed at the core of power. Standing behind Arasaka Hanako tomorrow means that in the appearance of the Pheasant faction, Akechi will become the third person in North America in name and in name. For this agent, who was originally included in the elite class only because of his excellent performance, successfully completing this mission will achieve a class leap that most Arasaka employees cannot achieve in their lifetime, and truly touch the temple of power shrouded by the surname Arasaka. This temptation is indeed exaggerated, so exaggerated that Akechi started to act the moment the communication ended, and did not even spend a second thinking about the risks and rewards. His movements were quick and decisive, as if he had expected this mission to fall on his shoulders, and he had rehearsed all the preparations in his mind countless times. Oda Santefu watched Mingji's reaction through the holographic projection. The man in the picture didn't even tremble his eyebrows, as if he had received just an ordinary routine mission. His voice was as steady as reporting today's weather. He didn't hesitate because of the danger of the mission, nor was he excited by the promise that could change his fate. This almost cold professional attitude made Oda Santefu more convinced that his choice was not wrong. Mingji's performance was perfect. He did not show any fear of difficulty, nor did he pretend to emphasize the difficulty of the task, but simply accepted the order. What's more rare is that in the face of the great promise of standing behind Arasaka Hanako and himself, his expression was still as calm as a deep pool, without flattering gratitude or excessive ambition, as if this was just the reward he deserved. This perfect balance of ambition and restraint is exactly what Oda Sandeo admires most. At the same time as the order was issued, the intelligence department had received news. Other factions within Arasaka also began to take action, and some people may have already gone to Dogtown first. But Oda Sandeo was not worried at all, because he had a capable general like Mingji. Watching Mingji quickly and orderly organize people and deploy equipment, Oda Sandeo even felt a long-lost sense of relief. In North America, a land full of mediocre people, a talent who can really take on a big responsibility has finally appeared. Oda Sandeo had to admit that he had a good impression of Akechi. After enduring too many incompetent people in North America, it was a relief to meet a subordinate who not only fully met the requirements, but also exceeded expectations. Akechi was like a weapon that was finally found, sharp, reliable, and ready to be unsheathed at any time. With such a subordinate, the Pheasant faction had already won half of the game in Dogtown. Since Akechi is in charge of the affairs in Dogtown, I can really put my mind at ease for the time being. Oda Sandeo's fingertips gently swiped across the control panel of the holographic projection, and Akechi's monitoring screen immediately shrank into a blue light spot in the corner. He turned to call up the personnel positioning system of the Arasaka North American branch, and dozens of flashing red marks were reflected in his pupils. The next thing to do, he whispered to himself, his voice like the cold air seeping out from under the ice, is to find out who inside Arasaka suddenly left their posts, and how many forces have quietly infiltrated Dogtown. Oda Sandeo's eyes slowly swept over these files, like a venomous snake assessing the fatal parts of its prey. Of course, He had to be wary of the factions within Arasaka that were ready to move, but what made him more alert was the source of this incident, the plane crash of the new US president. This was by no means accidental, and there must be the shadow of military technology and the new US government behind it. We must find out. He opened the encrypted channel and issued new instructions to the intelligence team. What tricks are the new United States and military technology playing? Oda Sandeo's temple twitched slightly. If this is just a political conspiracy, it would be fine, but if their target is not only the president, but also takes the opportunity to target Arasaka Hanako, who will attend tomorrow. I can let other people go without any care, he said sharply, but if anyone dares to take Miss Hanako's idea, Oda Sandeo will definitely let the other party know what Thunderous Wrath is. Damn, working in Arasaka is really amazing. On the other side, Carl was already numb. Why do you still take field work out? It's okay to work overtime, but you also have to go field work. How much work have I done in the morning? Who really wants to do this kind of work? Go and do it. He didn't want to go to work anymore. Chapter 713. Mr. Goro. Mr. Akechi. Lord Akechi. The repeated calls echoed in the closed equipment room. Akechi walked through the group of agents standing upright with an expressionless face. His tactical boots, which he had just put on, made a crisp sound when they stepped on the metal floor. 12 pairs of eyes followed his movement, and everyone tried to show their value with the most standard standing posture and the most focused eyes. These were the people he had carefully selected. Those who could be selected by him in the mixed place of Arasaka North American branch had some skills, although Akechi was not sure whether their skills were as real as described in the information. After obtaining the full authority granted by Oda Sandeo, Akechi finalized the list of this special operations team in less than 20 minutes. The number of people was controlled at 12, which was enough to deal with a complex situation in Dogtown, but would not alert the enemy because of its large scale. His eyes swept over each team member in turn. 2 technicians were debugging portable detection equipment, and they could build a temporary command center within 30 seconds. The hacker was a young woman wearing neural interface glasses. Her fingertips danced on the virtual keyboard, and she had already hacked into 3 monitoring nodes on the edge of Dogtown in advance. The sniper was as quiet as a stone, and the movement of adjusting the Nakomata sniper rifle in his hand was like caressing a lover. The medic was counting the first aid kit. The nano-hemostatic gel and adrenaline syringes were enough to support a small encounter. In addition to these 5 technical, medical, and support personnel, the 7 combatants were like 2 unsheathed sharp blades standing on both sides. The ceramic composite armor on their bodies glowed with a cold blue light under the overhead lights. Each armor plate was polished at the nano level and could deflect 25% of the kinetic energy impact. The magazines neatly inserted on the tactical vests were filled with armor-piercing incendiary bombs, and the electromagnetic pulse grenades hanging on the waists were enough to paralyze a company of combat robots. The most eye-catching thing was the heavy protective layer implanted under their skin. The carbon fiber mesh structure implanted through military-grade surgery could effectively resist the direct hit of smart bullets. These 12 people were all top elites selected from the personnel of Arasaka headquarters and North American branches. Each of them basically had a corresponding resume, and the previous evaluations could be said to be similar to the former Y's. 2 people in the technical team had represented Arasaka to support and coach the construction of facilities for the Costa Rican army. The hacker girl maintained the top 100 record of Arasaka's internal network penetration test. The sniper once solved a moving politician at a distance of 3,000 meters. The medical soldier had an amazing resume of completing internal organ transplant surgery in a battlefield environment. As for the 7 combatants, each of them had at least 2 perfect raids against medium-sized enterprises in their files. Any one of them had the strength to destroy an ordinary security force single-handedly. These 12 people can be said to be the most elite personnel that the Pheasant faction can currently bring out in North America. If it weren't for the accident that could affect the world, such as the plane crash of the new US president, they would have to take action. At this time, what they should do is to wait and maintain a perfect state to deal with the guards around Miss Arasaka Hanako tomorrow. Now Mingji has mobilized all of them for this operation. Mingji looked at the team. Although as a counterintelligence agent, his combat ability was the lowest among the group. At least on the surface, he had to show it. But as Carl, he was very clear about the value of his team. 12 elites with their own strengths, if they cooperated properly, might be able to kill Hansen in Dogtown. Under the condition that he, as the protected and commanding personnel, did not take action, the stronger these people were, the better. Mingji calmly adjusted his gloves and said, "We will set off in 5 minutes." His voice was like an ice knife cutting through the heavy air in the equipment room, and all the subtle conversations disappeared instantly. Remember the code of conduct. What I want is accurate intelligence, not meaningless killing. Pause for half a second, unless someone interferes with the mission. Mingji's second half of the sentence made the 7 combatants tense their muscles at the same time. I think you all know that this operation will either bring you back with merits that will earn you a place in a higher level, or you will rot in the ruins of Dog Town forever. I have great faith in your abilities, and am willing to give you this opportunity to create merits. This is why I chose you among so many people. You can be proud because you are the best personnel I chose on behalf of Miss Huazi and Mr. Oda. You are the most outstanding and most likely to complete the mission that I chose in the name of those 2 adults. Look at me, not with your artificial eyes, not with your tactical eyepieces, but with the part of your nerves that still have flesh and blood, and with the fire that refused to go out when you were crawling in the mud. Do you know what Mr. Oda promised me? Power? Wealth? No, it's hotter than that. It's the chance to rewrite the rules. When you were paralyzed in the hibernation capsule after the simulation training, those arrogant thoughts that flashed through your mind, those moments of if I can. I'm telling you now, those delusions didn't even touch the edge of reality. Mingji spread his hands. Am I saying this to make you envious, to make you jealous? No, neither. I want to tell you that I won't enjoy this honor alone, not because of generosity, but because you deserve it. You have enough skills, you have outstanding abilities, you are the best, so the ones standing here today are not just any of the other candidates, but the 12 who have been selected, the 12 best. What do you want? Promotion? Respect? Or do you just want to prove your excellence? I don't care about these. Mingji's voice was calm and sincere, listening. After this mission, you will want so much that you will be afraid of yourself. I can give you everything you want and desire, as long as you have the courage and proof to deserve it. No one doubted Mingji's words, not only because the 12 people knew the status Mingji would get after completing this mission, but also because of Mingji's words and eyes, which made them believe it. He was just like a shining star. When everyone looked up at him, they could see the brilliance, the dazzlingness, and the presence that occupied their eyes. The 12 elites of the Pheasant sect believed this under Mingji's words, and they responded at the same time. With their hands behind their backs and standing astride, everyone showed the most sincere feelings to this boss, who had previously shown respect only because of the position. Yes, Mr. Mingji. Chapter 714. Eat something. You can't move on an empty stomach. In the dim temporary base, B took out a few energy bars and a bottle of mineral water from his tactical backpack and handed them to Rosalind Miles. Jack just ventured out to scout. The streets are still full of patrolling Hellhound soldiers. Now is not the best time to help you contact others. Thank you. Rosalind Miles took the energy bar and took a look at the package in the dim light. Octopus pancake flavored energy bar? It looks strange, right? It tastes pretty good. V shrugged. I know this thing may be very different from what you usually eat, but now the situation is forced, just make do with it. I'm not the kind of politician who lives a life of luxury. Rosalind Miles said calmly, tearing open the wrinkled wrapping paper neatly, biting off about 1/3 of the weight without hesitation, and chewing mechanically and efficiently, as if this was just an ordinary daily supply. Although she tried to act nonchalant, her eyebrows still knitted slightly. Obviously, even though she was not picky about food, the strange taste of this energy bar still exceeded her expectations. You may not be used to it at first, be added at the right time, but you will be fine after eating it a few times. Carl was the same at first. Later, he even regarded this thing as a disgusting snack and occasionally chewed a few sticks. Carl KK? When the topic of KK was mentioned, Rosalind Miles' eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. She held the remaining energy bar in her palm, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edge of the wrapping paper, and after a moment of consideration, she spoke. Speaking of which, KK was not seen in this operation. According to convention, your team should be fully mobilized when receiving a commission of this level. It seems that you do know a lot about us, and you also know the level of our personnel deployment. Is this the job of protecting the president? I guess so. V looked at the 3 wanderers squatting in the corner in the distance, but he was not too worried about them being exposed or leaking secrets. When they were all under control, he said openly, Carl just can't come because of something. I can't come because of something. V's tone of obvious unwillingness to talk more made Rosalind Miles tactfully not ask any more questions. She lowered her eyes, tapped the energy bar packaging with her knuckles, and sorted out the intelligence she had recently obtained in her mind. According to the intelligence, KK recently obtained a customized weapon from the Tsunami Design Bureau. It has been a long time since he appeared in the public in Night City, and he has not accepted any commissions. Is he adapting to the new weapon? This speculation is very reasonable. For mercenaries, a suitable weapon is a second life. If you rashly use unfamiliar equipment to perform tasks, a small operating error may lead to fatal consequences. If KK is absent for this reason, it makes perfect sense. The confident gun designers of the Tsunami Design Bureau did not keep secrets except for the core design. They were so open and generous as if they were deliberately showing off that other companies basically got the relevant information. According to Rosalind Miles, the weapon was so strange that it could be said to belong only to KK. Even KK would not be able to adapt to it in a short time. What a pity. If KK was here, there would be no need to worry about the safety issue this time. Rosalind Miles thought to herself. She had commissioned Carl through Blanca, and later learned from the detailed report submitted by Agent Reed that KK's performance in that mission was amazing. Except for his slightly insufficient stealth skills, he was almost impeccable in other aspects. In some aspects, the professionalism he showed even surpassed the level of Reed, the former ace agent of the CIA. KK's performance is indeed worthy of his reputation. Originally, when they were attacked on the plane, Rosalind Miles also thought that KK would lead the team, but it was not bad to see V. The three wanderers curled up in the corner tightened their backs at this moment. Although they tried their best to shrink into a ball and try to reduce their presence, the conversation between V and Rosalind Miles still inevitably entered their ears. After hearing those key words, the three faces became paler at the same time. What the hell did they hear? The hearing without implanted artificial ears should not be so sharp, but this abandoned basement is not big. When key words such as politicians and KK hit their minds one after another, the three heads drooped even lower. They could even hear each other's accelerated heartbeats. Although the three wanderers did not look up at the faces of these generous temporary tenants from beginning to end, they were all mixed up in the bad land. Except for the Night Walkers and other tribes, most of the wanderers living in the tribes in the Badlands are enthusiastic and more simple than the residents of Night City in some things. Of course, they are simple, but not stupid. On the contrary, compared with those people in Night City who have to spend a lot of money to receive formal education, many wanderers take reading as a habit and may be smarter. In other words, they are not stupid and have roughly guessed the identities of V and others. After all, they live in Dogtown, so they know about the crash of such a large plane. The relevant news has spread throughout Dogtown. Everyone on the street is more or less discussing it. There are a lot of messy news such as Hansen's plan to start the expedition to the east from Dogtown and make the new America great again, but the most core news is still true, that is, the new U.S. President Rosalind Miles crashed. Politician, how many people in Dogtown are politicians now? If you involve that already famous name that everyone in Night City, and even Dogtown knows, then the deduction can be completed quickly. Rosalind Miles crashed, and now the KK team is protecting Rosalind Miles and temporarily occupying their basement. Trembling. The three of them felt that they were involved in something incredible, but when they skimmed the thick stack of euros, they felt that this was not an impossible risk, but since it was the KK team. The three looked at each other. As wanderers, they had heard about the story of V and the KK team. Unlike the rumors of the murderer in the city, the wanderers actually mostly admired and felt that V's deeds were amazing. After all, they were both wanderers, but the other party had become a legendary mercenary. If it was V, that. The three raised their hands and faced the wall, which attracted V's attention. When he looked over, the one holding the money in the middle of the three said to the wall, "Now the ghost dogs in the whole dog town are checking for outsiders, but if you need to contact someone, we, as residents of the dog town with information, can help." They planned to see if they could help. For the pride of the wanderers. Chapter 715. Mr. Mingji, a suspicious target was found at 11 o'clock. It was an armed patrol car of the Nether Dog, approaching our base along the B7 Trunk Road. Under the cover of the elite hacker team's superb electronic warfare, the elite team led by Mingji successfully infiltrated Dogtown without encountering any obstacles. The two technical experts showed amazing efficiency. They completed the comprehensive transformation of a three-story abandoned apartment building in less than 2 hours. The broken windows were disguised as natural damage. Micro-motion sensors were installed in the corridors. In the command center converted from the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, 6 display screens were monitoring every surveillance within a 2-kilometer radius in real time. The widening of the surveillance as the personnel moved. This base on the 3rd floor was carefully selected. The height provided a 270-degree open field of view, enough to monitor the movements of 3 main streets. At the same time, this height ensures tactical flexibility. Each room is equipped with a rappelling rope. When necessary, the team members can evacuate within 10 seconds. At this moment, 5 commandos in the 7-man combat team are walking through the intricate alleys of Dogtown, collecting intelligence according to the established plan. The sniper who serves as an observer is half kneeling in the shadow of the attic, firmly locking the slowly approaching armored vehicle through the thermal imaging scope. The Ghost Dog logo sprayed on the front cover of the vehicle is reflecting a dark green light in the noon, like solidified venom. When he saw the vehicle, he immediately sent an alarm to the commander through the encrypted channel, and at the same time, his right index finger was lightly placed on the trigger guard. "Sir, do you need to take action immediately?" The sniper's voice was cold in the communicator. "According to the current trajectory, the Hellhound's armed patrol car will enter our fire coverage within 3 minutes." Mingji's knuckles gently tapped the rusted windowsill, and his eyes were always fixed on the black beast slowly approaching in the distance. Even in this marginal area, there are patrol cars of the Hellhound. He thought, it seems that Hansen is in a hurry. This armored vehicle based on the Colby chassis was produced between 2045 and 2060. It is the favorite patrol model of the Hellhound. It is not only equipped with the top crystal ball holographic projection system at the time, allowing the commander in the car to observe the battlefield 360 degrees without blind spots, but its easy-to-modify design also provides unlimited possibilities for later arm transformation. Although Mingji doesn't know much about cars, he still knows that this is a good car from the daily conversations with his companions. "I remember that it was a vehicle produced by Thunder Power Company. He liked this brand very much. His favorite car was a modified Thunder Power Galena GA40 XT Viper. Well, the car of the old man who was a frequent customer of the Wild Wolf Bar and borrowed their car many times was also produced by this company, Mackinac Larimore. Although this brand of car is not as strong and durable as the car of Sky Company, it can be regarded as a vehicle that combines functionality and enjoyment. No wonder Hansen's Hellhound likes to modify this kind of car as an armed patrol car." Mingji thought about it and spoke. His voice was low and clear, echoing in the encrypted channel. "Attention everyone, keep hidden and observe." He narrowed his eyes slightly. His sight penetrated the dust and shadows of the abandoned floor, and locked onto the approaching Hellhound patrol car. "I want to know why this vehicle deviated from the regular patrol route." His eyes swept across the corner, and the sniper was silently adjusting the bracket of the anti-material weapon. The dark barrel glowed coldly in the dim light. "Don't fire yet." Mingji's fingertips gently tapped the half-clenched palm, his tone calm, but unquestionable, "but make sure it can be turned into a pile of burning scrap metal at any time." "Yes, sir." The sniper's voice was calm and focused, his fingertips firmly pressed against the trigger guard, his pupils slightly contracted behind the scope, tracking every subtle movement of the vehicle. But Mingji's order was not over yet. He turned his head, and turned his eyes to the hacker who was curled up in the corner to temporarily arrange the equipment, the young woman wearing neural interface glasses. "How far can you go?" Mingji lowered his voice. "If I ask you to hack into that car, completely wipe out any alarms it sends, so that the Hellhound can't even find a trace, how confident are you?" The hacker answered quickly. "I can do it," she said in a very confident tone. "I have studied the protection program of the Hellhound before, but if they use the old version of ICE that has not been updated, I can chew up their vehicle mobilization database without leaving any residue." The hacker showed a very confident attitude. She wanted to use firm and proud words to reassure the respected lord of their team. Mingji did not respond immediately, but nodded. In the distance, the engine sound of the Hellhound patrol car was getting closer and closer, and the automatic machine gun installed on the roof was slowly rotating, as if searching for a target. "If we start now." Akechi thought about the possible impact after the action, and the extent to which he needed to do it. Just when he was about to ask the hacker to try to hack into the port to access the in-car surveillance to see the situation, an emergency call came from the team's communication channel. "Report to Your Excellency, I encountered unexpected personnel at my personal location, and I request further instructions." One of the 5 combatants, who went out to arrange surveillance and investigation, sent a communication, and then a picture was transmitted soon. In the picture, Akechi saw some people moving around in the collapsed house. Although they were not wearing any recognizable clothes, both experienced combatants and Akechi recognized who these people were. Military technology. The combatants from Arasaka are probably more familiar with this company than their own companies. After all, the one who knows you best is always your mortal enemy. For many years, most of the members of the team have been engaged in actions to fight against military technology. The opponent's tactical style, team configuration, and even subtle movement habits have long been engraved in their bones. Even without the iconic equipment, Just a few movements and a move were enough for the elites of Arasaka to conclude that these ghostly shadows were definitely from Militech. Militech, it seems, they have found some tracks. Mingji was actually quite curious whether this group of Militech personnel were searching for the president, or had already found traces of the president, but he understood what instructions he should give at this time with his current identity. Follow them. As for the hellhounds, hide. As long as they don't enter the floor, there is no need to kill them. Mingji's eyes flickered. Following this group of Militech personnel, it is not likely that they will run into V and the others. Chapter 716. As long as I complete this mission, I will be promoted to the head of the department, right? Then, I can finally get rid of the days of charging into battle, and leave all the annoying and exhausting dirty work to my subordinates. Yarman raised his hand, and signaled the team members behind him to stop marching and rest on the spot. He leaned against the mottled concrete wall, took out a piece of high-calorie chocolate from the pocket of his tactical vest, tore open the package, and stuffed it into his mouth. The sweet and bitter taste spread on the tip of his tongue, reminding him of the rations rationed by the army, although the taste between the two is very different. In this short respite, the idea of relaxing after finishing this job once again emerged in his mind as in the past, like a small thorn, not painful or itchy, but always stuck there, and it can be removed soon. Yarman, this name carries the meaning of soldier, soldier-like bravery and brightness, and his life trajectory is indeed, as the name suggests, always entangled with military career. When he signed his name hastily at the recruitment office at the age of 18, he still felt that he had made the first independent choice in his life. In his 6-year military career in the new United States, from the muddy playground of the training camp to the blood and flesh flying in the hail of bullets on the battlefield abroad, he never backed down. Rather than being brave, he was numb. On the day of retirement, he tore up all the military-related documents, thinking that he could finally get rid of this bad experience. Until the piles of bills and collection notices filled the email box. The recruitment letter from Military Technology came at the right time. The price they offered was just enough to pay off the medical debts of his parents in the hospital and his sister's tuition, so he returned to the familiar rhythm, tactical briefings, armed actions, and pulling the trigger, but this time, the rank on his shoulder strap changed from sergeant major to captain. After entering the military technology field at the age of 24, Alman worked for another 6 years. Now he is 30 years old, and he is no longer willing to fight on the front line. It is not that he has lost his sharpness in the past. He is now in his prime. The experience accumulated from long-term wars and combats allows him to deal with anyone. He even had the experience of suddenly encountering a cyber psychopath on the street and dealing with him alone. He is fully capable and qualified to continue fighting on the front line. The reason why he is unwilling to think so is just because he is tired. This man with a military name is really tired. He is now being eroded by a deep fatigue. What suffocates him is never the rain of bullets on the battlefield, nor the close combat with blood and flesh flying, but the obedience chain that can never be broken. Since he can remember, his life is like a preset program. He must follow the strict dogma of his old-fashioned father in his youth, and even the angle of the knife and fork when eating is strictly regulated. When he grew up, he joined the army to rebel, but found that the iron rule of obeying orders in the army was more unquestionable than his father's house rules. When he retired, he thought he could finally breathe the air of freedom, but he had to be humble to the doctor for his parents' medical expenses, and bend down and smile in the teacher's office for his sister's tuition reduction. Today in military technology, the situation has not changed. Every mission briefing, every action deployment, reminds him of the stereotyped combat meetings in the new American Army. The orders of his superiors, and the roars of his superiors in the past gradually overlapped in his mind, and even the format of tactical instructions was exactly the same. Alman, whose name should have meant not only soldier, but also light and bravery, has now become the most thorough puppet. The string in his father's hand broke, and the army took over. The string in the army broke, and life took over. Now the string of military technology has tightly bound his limbs again. He can still clearly remember the last time he performed a mission in the new American Army, the look in the eyes of the wanderer he shot before his death. What flashed in his eyes was the freedom he had been seeking for many years. Freedom? I should be freer after my promotion. I know in my heart that this is just a delusion, but Alman still hopes to think so. The person Alman belongs to or is loyal to in military technology is called Blanca. This is a very capable woman. She climbed to a high position in military technology in a short time. Some people say it is because of her family-related factors, and some people say it is because Blanca has a relationship with the famous KK team. But in Alman's opinion, the reason why she climbed to a high position may be the clear distinction between rewards and punishments. If a person can truly distinguish between rewards and punishments, it is difficult for people to feel distrust. Trust is often the ladder to promotion and loyalty. In his eyes, Blanca is a very fair boss. If the task is completed in excess, the bonus will be doubled and deposited into the account. If it is messed up, the punishment will be quick and decisive. More importantly, she never interferes with the details of the execution, as long as the results meet expectations. Just like this mission, Blanca promised that as long as each of them completed it, she could promote them with her authority. In addition to this, there was also a personal reward from the president. Obviously, Blanca trusted them in the mission and gave them the task of contacting the president, but this job was not so easy to do. After resting for a while, Alman waved his hand. "Keep going." As he said this, he paused for a moment when his eyes swept across the team, but before anyone noticed, he had retracted his gaze. Alman felt something was wrong. Although he did not see any strange signs or any figures, his premonitions from many years of military service and combat missions still reminded him vaguely that something was wrong. While resting, he seemed to feel someone watching him. This was a feeling that he had no reason for, and he did not even find the eyes, but he was very sure. Someone was staring at their team. Is it the camera set up by the Hellhound? No, the hacker skills of his team are pretty good. He can still find something that is easy to find, such as a camera. This feeling is more like someone hiding in a blind spot and watching him, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time, rather than being spied on through the camera. Alman quietly raised the alert level in the channel without making a sound. This feeling is becoming more and more familiar. A word has emerged in Alman's mind. A word that belongs to the enemy. Arasaka. In terms of sensitivity, military technology and Arasaka are mutually beneficial. Chapter 717. Hoo-hoo, is this the place? The ragged young man supported his knees and gasped. He stood in the middle of an abandoned nether dog camp. The rusty barbed wire whimpered slightly in the night wind. On his childish face, a scar extending from the right corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth was particularly conspicuous in the moonlight. Scar, this majestic nickname, was given to himself on the night of his 16th birthday. Whenever the bonfire of the tribe was lit, and the inferior liquor was drunk, he would slap the table, and tell the legend of the Scar with saliva flying. It was a medal left in the bloody battle with the Luan Dao Society, and when he stabbed the throat of the third enemy with a knife, the opponent's dying counterattack left a mark of glory on his face. But the elders in the tribe would always sneer at the same time at that time. Who doesn't know the truth? That year, when he was 14, he stole his uncle's knife to show off. As a result, when he imitated the throwing action, the blade drew a funny arc in the air, and finally bounced back on the wall next to him, stabbing his right face steadily. 5 years have passed, and the Scar he has been thinking about has never been called out. Instead, the mocking name Little Scar has become more and more popular. Every time he trains at the shooting range, as long as someone calls him that, his trigger finger will tremble uncontrollably, and the recoil will make his shoulder hurt. But now, everything will change. Sweat slid into his eyes along his brow bone. He wiped his face roughly with his sleeve. The empty can kick by the toe of his worn-out boots bounced on the concrete floor, making a tooth-grinding sound. He wants to prove himself today. Scar met the legend he had heard of for a long time today, and met V, who was also a wanderer like him. He wanted to learn from V, who was regarded as a role model by all wanderers after entering the city, and wanted to prove himself in front of him. This was not only for more rewards, but also to show his face in front of his idol. Scar wanted to do something for him, so when he guessed that V might need a helper to contact the outside world, Scar stood up without hesitation. Even if this matter was dangerous, even if the patrol team of the Nether Dog was searching for suspicious elements on every street in Dog Town, he would do this for V. To his surprise, V almost did not hesitate and directly agreed to their request for assistance. This trust made Scar's heart warm, as if he had returned to the days in the tribe before. At that time, trust was the most precious gift, and now, he would never live up to this trust. V and his team did have communication equipment, but those devices that had established a connection with the Lark were all abandoned after the Lark fell into Hansen's hands. The reason is simple. Hansen has no shortage of capable people. As long as a qualified hacker traces back along the traces left by the equipment, their location will be completely exposed. Even T-Bug took the initiative to cut off all connections after the Lark was captured and contacted Blanca, lying dormant and waiting for the news to pass. In addition to the situation on Blanca's side, for V and his team, if they want to safely transmit messages, they must get a new, clean set of equipment. However, this is not a difficult task for Scar and his companions. Although Scarlet and his companions are now only registered vagrants, they were once vagrants. Vagabonds are best at turning trash into treasure. The city is a very good garbage dump with garbage everywhere, which is not difficult for vagrants to adapt to. Not long after going out, they found something usable in a pile of discarded parts, and relied on the repair skills they learned in the tribe to piece together a barely usable communication device. Dog Town is now surrounded by ghost dogs, but no matter how tight the blockade is, it can't stop the flow of information, especially news related to the president. Scarlet and his companions carefully adjusted the channel and connected to the outside world according to the contact address given by V. Soon, a response came from the other end of the communicator. A voice claiming to have formed as support agreed with them to meet at a meeting place. In order not to expose V's hiding place, Scarlet decided to go alone. The risk was enough for him to bear alone. Although 2 companions competed to replace him, he firmly refused. As a young leader, he must take this responsibility. If he wants to rebuild the Twin Bull tribe, he must take the first step himself. Even if he dies here, at least his companions can survive. He believes that V will help them gain a foothold in the city. But by then, the Twin Bull tribe's hope of rebuilding will be completely extinguished. Holding Lexington nervously, Scar took a deep breath and looked at the camp where he had come to rummage through garbage many times. The camp was even more dilapidated than the last time he came. The collapsed guard tower was like a broken animal bone, and the tent canvas trembled in the night wind like the skin of a dying beast. Except for a few rusted ammunition boxes and ration bags covered with mildew, the place was as clean as a licked dinner plate. There weren't many shelters in this place, so he could see clearly if someone was coming. Huff, huh? Scar felt his breathing becoming more stable as he panted nervously. His heartbeat slowed down due to running and nervousness. When he stood up again, Scar's eyes were full of determination. And the figure also appeared in his eyes. The figure in the distance gradually became clear, outlining a lonely outline in the scorching afternoon sun. The other party was obviously worried about a possible ambush, so he came alone. As the distance shortened, Scar narrowed his eyes and looked carefully at the approaching figure. He was a man in his early 30s, wearing a neat combat uniform that fit his lean body tightly, and every step he took was steady and powerful. His face was angular, his brows were slightly furrowed, and he had an imposing aura without anger. The most eye-catching thing was the rifle slung across his body. The gun belt extended diagonally from the right shoulder to the left waist. With the slight sway of his steps, the metal parts occasionally reflected a cold light in the sun. He is a soldier. Scar felt this way for some reason. Maybe it was because of the other person's appearance, or because of the other person's temperament and clothing. Scar felt that the man was a soldier at the first sight. And the other person was also silently looking at Scar. A homeless man? No, I was a little mistaken. His spirit and outlook are very good. If he is placed in the army and cultivated, he should be able to become an excellent soldier. In the mutual evaluation, Alman walked to Scar's side. You are the contact. He only said half of his words, and suddenly stretched out his hand. Scar only felt the shadow flash by, and when he felt the pain and impact, he had been pressed to the ground by Alman. Chapter 7:18. When his cheek slammed into the sand, and the rough particles mixed with the smell of blood filled his mouth and nose, Scar's pupils suddenly shrank, and the first thought that flashed through his mind was as sharp as a knife blade. This is a trap. The people who came were not allies at all. Either the contact had already betrayed, or the other party was simply a hunter who was fishing with the communication records of the dead. Just as his muscles were tensed and ready to fight back, Alman's roar tore through the stagnant air. Keep your head down. This warning arrived almost at the same time as the whistling of the bullet. When the scorching trajectory brushed past his neck, Scar realized that he was being pressed into the dust by Alman's iron-like palm. The flying gravel blinded his eyes, but the tremor from his spine was extremely clear. The bullet that should have pierced his heart was now deeply embedded in the pile of scrap metal behind them, making a tooth-grinding metal deformation sound. The cuffs of Alman's combat uniform swayed in front of his eyes, stained with fresh blood. This contact, who had never met before, was kneeling on one knee, and his other hand had already taken out the rifle slung across his body. The click of the gun safety being released was particularly harsh in the dead silence. Alman squeezed out a few broken syllables from his clenched teeth. Sniper point at 10 o'clock. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from his lungs, with a burning smell of blood. Scar's eyes moved up along the sound, and his pupils suddenly contracted. A dark red was spreading on the right shoulder blade of Alman's dark combat uniform, and the blood was winding down along the texture of the tactical vest, and condensed into sticky blood beads on the holster on the side of his waist. In the lightning-fast rescue just now, this stranger actually saved him at the cost of getting injured himself. Used scars. Adam's apple rolled, watching Almond's trembling right hand still tightly holding the trigger, blood dripping from the fingers of the tactical gloves, leaving dark pits on the hot sand. The bullet just now was clearly aimed at him, but Almond used the scratch on his arm to save his life at the critical moment. In the shadow of the sentry tower in the abandoned camp in the distance, a flash of gunlight flashed by. Almond's bloody fingers tightly grasped the rifle handguard, and the blood-soaked cloth was a strange dark red in the sun. "It's really the bastard from Arasaka," he panted, staring at the position where the reflection disappeared, and still uses such a sinister fighting method. The other party is obviously not a professional sniper. He should use a standard rifle set to single-shot mode. Is he afraid that the continuous firing will attract the patrolling Nether Dog team nearby? Or has he noticed the sentries he arranged on the periphery and deliberately stopped shooting to prevent them from locking their positions? Almond's thoughts turned rapidly, his temples throbbing, various possibilities collided fiercely in his mind, and the cold sweat oozing from the back of his neck mixed with dust slid into his collar. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, and was vigilant from beginning to end. He was sure that there must be a bastard from Arasaka following him just by evaluating the vague feeling. He immediately pounced on the contact person when he felt something was wrong. If the previous shot really killed the contact person, they are afraid that the entire action plan will be completely ruined now. "Go over there, be careful, it may not be just one person." As the order was given in the channel, Almond and the contact began to move quickly. With the Sion Weston prosthesis, he was not worried about a second attack at all. Just now, he was forced to take a defensive position just to protect this key contact person. Now, if the shooter dares to show his head again, he can start accelerating at the moment of the gunshot, and pull out the bastard who hides his head and shows his tail, and cut him into pieces along the trajectory of the ballistic trajectory. "Are you the contact person?" Codeword. As soon as he dragged Scar into the shadow of the broken wall of the abandoned barracks, Almond immediately put the barrel of the gun against the other party's chest and questioned. Scar's Adam's apple rolled, but the speed of response was unexpectedly fast, and he fluently reported the complex code that he had forced himself to remember. The two of them exchanged 3 sets of codes, and Almond finally released his index finger on the trigger. The identity was confirmed. "Where is the president?" Almond asked directly. Although he knew that the president was guarded by the KK team, as the commander of the operation, he must confirm the precise coordinates of this top priority target. Every variable may make the entire operation fail. "I have to make sure you don't lead anyone there. It will be over soon." Faced with Scar's last-minute vigilance, Almond simply responded with this simple sentence. He completely understood Scar's concerns at the moment. If their team was annihilated by Arasaka's agents during the operation, it was hard to guarantee that someone would not be unable to withstand the pressure and rebel, thus endangering the president's safety. In this case, it would be better to eliminate this hidden danger now. Before, Arasaka's people had always been lurking in the dark and not moving, and even if Almond was on guard, he could not be 100% sure of their existence. But now that the other party has chosen to take action, it is equivalent to actively exposing their whereabouts. As long as it is confirmed that there is an ambush in the dark, those reconnaissance methods that were originally afraid of exposure can come in handy. The Arasaka agents opened fire rashly this time, obviously worried that continued firefights would alert the Hellhounds, but Almond didn't care about that at all. With years of experience fighting Arasaka, he concluded that there would be no more than 4 or 5 enemies ambushing nearby. Otherwise, according to Arasaka's usual combat style, even if they were not equipped with professional snipers, even if they wanted to avoid attracting the Hellhounds with gunshots, they would definitely arrange at least 2 people to fire at the same time. Now only one person was shooting, which just meant that the rest of the personnel were guarding the personnel arranged by Almond and leaving a way out for evacuation. "My team will be able to get rid of them soon." When Almond said this, his tone was full of unquestionable confidence. Although the team he led was not large in size, with only a team of the Uzumaki gang, with a total of only 30 people, each member was an elite selected by him personally. 30 to 4 or 5. Such a comparison of forces was enough to make it impossible for those Arasaka agents to escape. Years of combat experience gave him absolute confidence in the combat power of this team. Even if Arasaka sent the best agents, they would have no chance of winning against this team of veterans and top players in the underground world. What followed was a one-sided hunt. Almond thought so, but things soon went beyond his expectations. The number of Arasaka agents was indeed only 5, which was consistent with Almond's expectation of 4 to 5 people, but the strength shown by those 5 people was quite exaggerated. The moment they noticed their figures fighting, 3 people in Alman's team fell, and this was based on the fact that they wanted to get away. Someone come to protect the contact, I do it. Alman moved. Chapter 719. I don't think I gave the order to act. I'm so sorry, sir. We judged that was the best time. The agent who was retreating and reporting at the same time had a tense voice. He hoped to be forgiven by the wise sir. Our original plan was to accurately hit the mediastinum of the suspected military technology contact. If shot at this position, the person will lose the ability to move immediately, but will not die on the spot. It's like being hit in the heart. We calculated that after creating the illusion that the contact is dead within the sight of the military technology troops, we can take advantage of the chaos to capture the target who may have intelligence on the new US president. The agent's Adam's apple rolled, but I didn't expect the commander of the military technology to react so sharply. The moment before our sniper pulled the trigger, he made an evasive action as if he had foreseen the danger, so that the target we should have hit escaped the shot. This was completely beyond the expectations of the tactical deduction. In order to avoid the target being injured and causing the interruption of intelligence, we were forced to stop shooting. Military Technology Captain Alman completely misjudged the situation. The reason why the Arasaka agents only fired 1 shot was not to reserve a retreat route, nor was it because they were afraid of the secret sentries he had set up. Their action goal was not to kill the liaison from the beginning. 5 Arasaka agents dared to follow the elite team of 30 people of Alman, so how could they take those obvious secret sentries seriously? A living liaison is a priceless source of intelligence, worth fighting for by all parties, but a corpse is meaningless. In the case of death, the best strategy is to preserve oneself. This is exactly the logic of the actions of the Arasaka agents. Their plan was very well organized, and they could have a high success rate by relying on the predetermined chaos. That is, by making it look like the liaison officer was killed, the military technology personnel would misjudge that the intelligence officer was dead, or that the intelligence officer was not important to Arasaka. Then the 5 Arasaka operatives could quickly break in with fewer personnel than the military technology personnel, and take the intelligence officer away to obtain intelligence. This should have been a perfect intelligence hijacking operation. Unfortunately, this operation was an accident from the beginning. A group of elites, who were eager to show off in front of Akechi, acted without receiving Akechi's instructions, and caused a farce that backfired. For their unauthorized actions, Akechi now showed a certain anger, but in fact, he was thinking about another thing in his heart. The people below walked alone, which was really the tradition. Akechi had always thought that this kind of thing could only be regarded as a joke, but he didn't expect it to happen, and it happened to him, which really made people unhappy. Arasaka is indeed a Japanese company. It's really that authentic. I am really impressed. I have only been working for half a day, and have encountered so many things. Not only is the work too much and tiring, but I also encounter traditional behaviors. I really don't know whether I should say that I am lucky or unlucky. Is this to give this new employee a taste of Japanese style? That's very Japanese. Logically, Mingji should now criticize these operatives as a boss, and let these incompetent rubbish prepare to be demoted or dealt with in the future workplace. But this kind of stupid behavior is obviously not what should be done now. The subordinates, who acted alone, will naturally be punished later, but not now. We are working now. Things have come to this point, and we have to do it. Damn, will those who acted alone be like this later? We have done it, and can only accept it. Mingji, or Carl, is now very clear about the situation. According to the information he sent from T-Bug before the line was disconnected, it is probably that V and his team are now in a temporary hiding place with the president, and then they sent out a contact to support the president before the communication was disconnected. Although Carl does not know what the current situation of V and his team is, and why the person who contacted is a homeless person with a wandering temperament, it is obvious that this group of military technology people are here to help the president, which means that they are half allies of V. And now the situation is that I disguised myself as Mingji's subordinates, and fought with half allies of V and his team. From this aspect, it is quite funny, but it's a pity that I can't laugh. So who should I help? Without any hesitation, Mingji decided. What else can I do? I have to do it. Although if Akechi revealed his true identity, it would definitely cause attacks from those members of the Pheasant faction who were now loyal to him. But at least, he was still wearing this identity. You should do the work of a person who is a person. He is Akechi in Arasaka, so he should do the work of Akechi. The current identity of the Pheasant faction is used well, and there is no need to take it off before achieving the goal. What's more, Akechi observed the cameras set up by the operatives along the way, and saw a black shadow flash through one of the cameras. Military technology support has also arrived. There is definitely something wrong with this group of Arasaka bastards. Armin gnashed his teeth and cursed, the casualty statistics flashing on his artificial eyes stung his nerves. It has been 2 minutes since the 5 Arasaka agents began to retreat. He has been chasing them with 3 times the number of troops as the enemy, but not only did he fail to form an effective encirclement, but he also lost 2 elite soldiers. This is simply ridiculous. You have to know that the worst member of this team is also a veteran recruited from the streets. He was even a frequent visitor to the afterlife before KK became famous. What's more, the other team members, all of whom are famous tough guys, are now being played around by just 5 Arasaka agents. Pay attention to their movement trajectory. Armin growled in the channel, and at the same time, he did a tactical roll to avoid the bullets that suddenly attacked from the side. Those agents seemed to be able to predict the future. They could always find the weakest breakout point before the encirclement closed. What was even more terrifying was that every step they took during their retreat was like a carefully designed trap. Every time they turned a corner, they might encounter a preset explosive, and every time they passed a fork in the road, they might be greeted by a precise cold gun. The tactical analysis chip installed by Alman kept giving prompts. The combat qualities displayed by these agents completely exceeded the level of conventional Arasaka troops, and were even more difficult to deal with than the Arasaka action team that Alman had encountered. Their cooperation was seamless, the choice of retreat route was an art, and the timing of counterattack was even more accurate and outrageous. Captain! Number 17 was shot. The team members explained in the channel. Alman spat fiercely. This is unreasonable. Even if it is the action team of Arasaka Tower, he is confident that he can take it down. Could this group of Arasaka be the guards of the Arasaka family, just like the 100-man ninja team? It's really crazy. Just when Alman's brain was constantly thinking about how to take down this tough opponent, his channel suddenly received a communication. It was a high-authority communication from a hidden channel. I am Lee Duff from the United Intelligence Bureau. Now I am here to assist you in the operation. Suspecting that there was a traitor in the United Intelligence Bureau, Lee Duff, who had been investigating despite his injuries during these days, rushed from the city in a hurry without even receiving any instructions when he learned that the president was attacked.